I'm finna take a trip to Japan, we gon' need the chopstick. I got poles on the low, case we need the mop shit. Knock his noodles out the bowl since he's speaking hot shit. I can't get it any dough, I don't need a locksmith. You gon' maybe turn your lion's den into a lion's pen. Jumped up out the fire, landed in the frying pan. So JJ that I'm Daniel in the lion's den. And if he even show his teeth, then I leave looking like a lion's fan. I'm tryna leave unseen with this Judah pack. They got me out here maneuvering with sewer rats. I'm tryna leave Judah brains all in Judah lap. That's the size from Judah Nazareth to Judah Knack. Then a return to the scene, I'm just cruising back. I'm just a killer, so I figured I'd do a lap. Like the whole HOK got Judah back. First I never found this lid and try to screw it back, but couldn't salvage no remains, so we threw this is where we move them back. We gon' draw a line in the section. Know I'm connected, but never name my connect. That ain't a question, it's the closest you get into a confession. Take a trip to Japan, we gon' need the chopstick. I got poles on the low, case we need the mop shit. Knock his noodles out the bowl since he's speaking hot shit. I can't get it any dough, I don't need a locksmith. You gon' maybe turn your lion's den into a lion's pen. Jumped up out the fire, landed in the frying pan. So JJ that I'm Daniel in the lion's den. And if he even show his teeth, then I leave looking like a lion's fan. The only typing nigga I know that to the most lies. When he put it on his kids, his soul in the most high. He looked you dead in your face, in both eyes. If something happened to them babies, then you know why. I see for like set a standard that you hold high. I had the bar so low, couldn't go by. Draw a line on you niggas playing both sides. I'm in the face of JJ 7K with a 4-5. Got me out of picking strays, ain't it funny, cat? Why they call them lions, then I used to wonder that. Till I seen them get on Sonetta and do a thunderclap. Hear him say he lying, I put a cage on the thundercat. Dare you to make me get the tape and have to run it back. Watch him play like he immune to the fact. He just left Sonetta, but he's soon to be back. Lions then get around, that's community cat. Lone wolf, but I ain't moving in pack. I hit Japan, you can feel it in your shoes like I'm moving the map. He getting nailed to the cross, we keeping Judah intact. This flood of tsunami is moving them back. This kick in the body lets you bring in a fight. These niggas is on the spectrum, they ain't bringing no light. It's such a shame they claim the fame is off the name of polite. Flip a switch, don't they all look the same in the light? My shit, I'm just putting the team on. Trying to see how much love they got to give when the steam gone. Wouldn't be blue if I ain't give it a theme song. Just look around, I ain't been on the scene long. When the last time you think Judah done been home? No time soon, cause that nigga been gone. He put the crown on the pie and to me it just seemed wrong. Take a knee, or get a bow at Queen's. And then take a trip to Japan, we gon' need the chopstick. I got poles on the low, case we need the mop shit. Knock his noodles out the bowl since he's speaking hot shit. I can't get it any dough, I don't need a locksmith. You gon' maybe turn your lion's den into a lion's pen. Jumped up out the fire, landed in the frying pan. So JJ that I'm Daniel in the lion's den. And if he even show his teeth, then I leave looking like a lion's fan. I told y'all it wasn't go in with him. Yeah. They better put out an APB to find you. I already told y'all where JJ gonna be at. Right back on Sonetta lap. Quit playing with you and them little kids. Y'all mentioned the name of my chat. I'm straight, bro. We got him. What you said, hood therapy? I'm finna take a trip to Japan, we gon' need the chopstick. We gon' need the chopstick. We gon' need the chopstick. Oh, you want it solar mine?
Yeah. Yeah, that's you. I don't play them games, so I can't lose. Think they competition, they confused. I know love ain't fair, but playing by the rules. I don't care, my said and I want you. I don't play them games, so I can't lose. Think they competition, they confused. I know love ain't fair, but playing by the rules, I don't care. My eyes said and I want you. Pretty Ricky, I'm repeating, digging deep and just feeding. Chest up, I make you believe. I make you this affirmations while you sleep. Make believe I change what you see. And let me penetrate your I make you believe. I make you pretty Ricky, I'm repeat. This ain't make believe. Pretty Ricky, I'm repeating instant. I make you believe. Oh, I make you believe. The chest I feel you bring ain't make believe. This affirmations when you sleep, make believe. That's on my soul. And your beauty striking, lightning bolt. I can't forget the fighting. What I know, I can find a diamond mine and a heart pure gold. Yeah, that's you. Yeah, that's you. I don't play them games, so I can't do. Think they competition, they confused. I know love ain't fair, but playing by the rules, I don't care. My eyes said and I want you. I don't play them games, so I can't lose. Think they competition, they confused. I know love ain't fair, but playing by the rules, I don't care. My eyes said and I want you. Pretty Ricky, I'm repeating, digging deep and just feeding. Chest up, I make you believe. I make you this affirmations while you sleep. Make believe I change what you see. And let me penetrate your I make you believe. I make you pretty Ricky, I'm repeat. This ain't make believe. Pretty Ricky, I'm repeating instant. I make you believe. Oh, I make you believe. The chest I feel you bring ain't make believe. There's affirmations when you sleep and believe. Ricky on repeat.
Yo. Okay, there we go. Yep. Everything good. Let me see. We A1. Yeah, it was good. What's good? And y'all already know. Power to the dark side. Power to the dark side. What's good to everybody in the building? Y'all know we got to start it off with a special praise to the most beautiful goddess of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, Stemia, whose image is the most beautiful Whoopi Goldberg. Shout out to all my Babel builders in the building today. Remember, if you are listening to this, together we are Babel. Let's build. Shout out to everybody. I ain't gonna like Bob had me dying laughing. Bob had me dying laughing. She said, "What we talking about today?" The droopy did. Yeah, definitely. I definitely had a lot of fun yesterday. Definitely had a lot of fun. Shout out to TOKC in the mix. What's good with you, babe? How you doing? What's good with you, executive? Executive sessions in the mix. What's good? What's good? Definitely. Um, Now today though, we gonna kind of tap in to the genetic code of DNA, right? To the genetic code, we talking about DNA, how it's programmed, and how you could say companies like maybe CRISPR are either trying to monopolize off of it, um, and it could be to our advantage, while at the same time it could be to our disadvantage. Um, when you talk about DNA, it's definitely it's a structured code. So each row of codes end up making the gene. And so if they can figure out the sequence in the genes, then they can figure out, but they believe that they can basically figure out how to turn off uh um certain diseases or certain things that might develop from proteins being created the wrong way. Um, for like, well, matter of fact, let me go ahead and get into it. I need to drop the link. It's an open panel though too. If anybody wanna get on, I'll be playing. I'm sure somebody. I'm sure somebody is gonna wanna. Really, hold up. I'm sure somebody is gonna wanna have some input on this one though. I gotta drop the link though so I can share the screen. What's wrong with? Oh, okay, I see what's going on. I see what's going on. There you go. All right, boom. Go ahead and get that on in the mix. All right. So yeah, let me hit the link. But basically, what they'll say. So what you might have right is a sequence. When I say like a gene, you might have a sequence of like A C T G G A C T G G, and what they'll say is maybe what's causing the cancer that's in you. I appreciate that. They'll say that what's causing the cancer inside of you is basically like what maybe what was a T on the end maybe should have been an actual G. You know what I mean? Instead, which we'll get into all of that in a second. What all of that means. Um, but first, let me hit the link so I can. There we go. So I can share the screen. Yeah, we'll get into what all of that means though. I want y'all to be able to see it. I want y'all to visualize what we're looking at first before I start reading. That might help a little bit. You know what I mean? And keep it a little less boring. I'll see. Here we go. All right. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm. What did I go? I'll just type in this one. All right. Now we need to be able to see it. All right, all right, all right, all right. I'm getting ready to get to it. No, not that. It was oh sure. Hold on, let me see. Shout out to everybody as they coming in. I'm getting into it. Let me find my little. Of course. All right, hold on. I'm gonna have to back out. That's all. And share the links. Oh no, nope. Yeah, I think I found it. Yeah, let's start with this one. All right. So let's start out with a little breakdown real quick of what CRISPR is and what they're doing. Right. So remember, when we talking about DNA, we talking about a coding system, right? And so the coding system is set up a way so DNA is kind of is kind of, though it's bonded together, it's loosely bonded together, so that way it can detach from each other, and then other amino acids or other nucleotides or whatever come in and read the code and then add the other half of it, right? But here, let me share the screen. Oh shit. I gotta actually hit share screen. Let's do that. Alright, so let's deal with this real quick. And then I'll get into the reading after we get into a few videos. That way y'all can just get a chance to see it.
The list of diseases. David Pogue. Old CRISPR, a long and
What's
complicated
good? What you got?
that holds the promise of treating a lengthy list of diseases. David Pogue has been talking to one of its creators.
For the first time, the Nobel Prize in Chemistry was awarded to two women.
When Jennifer Doudna won the Nobel Prize,
Catone in the mix.
there was no black tie ceremony in Sweden. Because of the pandemic, she picked up the medal in her backyard.
Let's cut to the really important thing. Where do you keep your Nobel?
Truth be told, I have the replica in my house, just in a little frame, and have the real medal stashed away in a safe.
Doudna is a biochemist at the University of California at Berkeley. She and her collaborator, Emmanuel Charpentier, won the Nobel for their 2012 work on a scientific breakthrough that's frequently described with words like miraculous.
What's good? What you saw?
Technique known as CRISPR.
So it's an acronym that stands for Clustered Regularly Interspaced Short Palindromic Repeats. Don't ask me to say that again.
I knew it. That's what I would have guessed.
We're going to look all of them damn words up in a second, but we're going to let them slide for right now. We're just going to have her repeat that shit again, just like she didn't want to. But see, they try to, don't never be afraid of them fucking words. They use that shit so you'll run away from the damn definition. We're going to figure out exactly what they talking about. What's good with you, Solar? The link is open too, y'all. It's an open panel. So it's definitely an open panel. Matter of fact, once I play, I'm going to pin the link.
Acronym that stands for Clustered Regularly Interspaced Short Palindromic Repeats. Don't ask me to say that again.
I knew it. That's what I would have guessed. What does it look like in the real world? Is it a computer? Is it software?
It's not a computer and it's not software. It's if you were looking at it in my lab, you would see a tube of colorless liquid.
Two tubes, actually. The first contains molecules that have been engineered to latch onto one particular gene in the cells of a living thing, a specific part of its DNA. The proteins in the other liquid cut the DNA at that spot.
It's like a zip code that you can address to find a particular place in the DNA of a cell and literally like scissors make a snip.
Cutting DNA like this usually disables the gene. We can disable a gene that gives us a disease.
Or shut off the gene that limits how much fur cashmere goats grow, or how much muscle a beagle grows.
The next step is much harder. Swapping in a different DNA sequence, replacing it with something we've created ourselves, we'll be able to rewrite the genes of any plant, animal, or person.
When I started this book, I thought, okay, biotechnology and CRISPR, it's the most amazing thing happening in our time.
Okay, cool.
I was understating the case.
Walter Isaacson is the author of best-selling books.
Now remember, how would they do it? What's good with you? I am John. Now, how would they do that, right? Let me run it back real quick. Make sure y'all heard exactly what they said they want to do.
Much muscle a beagle grows.
The next step is much harder. Swapping in a different DNA sequence, replacing it with something we've created ourselves, we'll be able to rewrite the genes of any plant, animal, or person.
When I started this book, I thought, okay, biotechnology and CRISPR, it's the most amazing thing happening.
Now, this is the thing, right? When they talk about rewriting your DNA sequence, this is what makes this a little bit harder than what they're talking about, because it's not just one gene by itself that goes into making muscle or making hair grow or anything like that. Something as simple as making your nails grow could take anywhere from one gene to 100 genes. They don't really know exactly how many genes and what's the exact combination. So let's say that you think that you did pinpoint, where you believe that, okay, what's causing a cancer to grow here is because you got a G where you need a T at, and so they able to cut out that DNA, that gene sequence, add in a new gene sequence where they swapped out the letter that they believed that should have been the correct one, and now, but let's say that that's tied in though to maybe 100 other genes that it took to make that protein up, and you just threw a whole sequence off. You know what I mean? You don't really know what comes next to that. Now, what I will say is, I think the more, if they don't already, because we know that 9 times out of 10, by the time they tell us about something, we 50 years behind, right? We already 50 years behind it. But one thing that I do believe will be able to break genetic codes will be more than likely the quantum computing, right? Getting into quantum computing and how quantum computing can basically crack codes simultaneously at one. You know what? Matter of fact, we'll kind of get into that also. But I do believe that quantum computers will probably be the breakthrough in them being able to track the sequences of genetic codes and how they function
In our time. And then I realized by the end, I was understating the case.
Walter Isaacson is the author of best-selling books about Benjamin Franklin, Albert Einstein, and Steve Jobs. His latest, The Code Breaker, published by Simon & Schuster, part of Viacom CBS, is about Jennifer Doudna and her work on CRISPR.
Your face is there on the cover. What was that like, getting the Walter Isaacson treatment?
Well, a combination of absolute terror combined with knowing that I was in the best hands possible.
I mean, Ben Franklin, Steve Jobs, and you.
And Einstein, don't forget.
And Einstein. That's right.
Since Doudna published her paper in 2012, a lot's been going on in the world's CRISPR labs. Scientists have bred more nutritious tomatoes and created a wheat that doesn't contain gluten. Clinical trials are underway to treat some cancers using CRISPR techniques. Those medical treatments show off CRISPR's most jaw-dropping possibilities. About 7,000 human.
So let's hold out on that. Like, think about that now. When they producing a wheat that does not have gluten, they've altered a gene sequence inside of the DNA of the wheat. So so they're able to see it and change it on one thing, but like I said, we don't know. They can't tell you how many genes it takes to grow your hair, right? Or to grow it the way that it grows, or whatever in general. So it's hard for us to right now, with the with the level that we have of understanding the codes, to just change one gene that could be connected to 10, 100, 500, and they all are working together. You know what I mean? So and this is the thing, when all of the stuff that we living in the trial and error, right? We living in the trial period. They're testing this shit out on us. Power to the dark side, Akasha. Shout out to the high priestess. Right. Right. The designer babies. We gonna get into that too. Finna show you that. Finna show you that. So it a lot of the stuff we gotta be careful that we not dealing with eating stuff that they presenting to us where they've literally genetically modified it. I mean, I think we've heard about genetically modified foods, but I don't think we really understand what DNA is and what gene sequences are to really see it as the threat that it is or the potential threat that it could be, right? Shout out to Mrs. Queen Sun Kiss in the building. What's good with you, sis? Right? So it's a lot of this we still don't really know yet. But yet they're playing with it and then they're presenting it to us to eat. So these are things that we are digesting. Now, mind you, part of the things that cause diseases or a malfunction in how protein is created, right, is it could be different chemicals that are introduced into the body. So we don't know how if wheat has a particular DNA sequence that just matches our codes that's in us when we digest it. And if you throw a T off and turn a T into a G, that doesn't lead to a new cancer or a new disease or something like, you know, a reintroduction of what we have now, what they call it, monkeypox, and now it's the new outbreaks of the Rona again. You know what I mean? We circling right back into the same shit, and I think one of the denials of the mainstream is that it's a lot of the GMO products that they put out to us, but you got to think too. Here's another advantage of when they put out GMO products. They have our genes and our genetic code specifically. So you don't even know if they just testing shit out on people genetically just to see what's good or what. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good, sis. Definitely. Definitely good. It's an open panel too to anybody, so you're more than welcome. All right, but we'll continue.
Diseases are caused by gene mutations that, in theory, we can simply snip away. They include muscular dystrophy, cystic fibrosis, Huntington's disease, and sickle cell disease, a blood disorder that brings debilitating pain, infections, and early death. It affects about 100,000 Americans, including Victoria Gray, a Mississippi mother of 4 who became the first American to be treated with CRISPR-fixed genes. In the year since the experimental treatment, she's had no severe pain or hospitalizations. Of course, like any revolutionary technology, this one has a dark side.
The headlines are always about, oh, what you've unleashed is designer babies. Like people are going to say, I want blonde, blue-haired, super smart, super muscular. Is that real?
Well, yes.
Now, notice what he just jumped to as the standard. I just want y'all to hear what he just said.
What you've unleashed is designer babies. Like people are going to say, I want blonde, blue-haired, super smart, super muscular. Is that real?
Well,
Now, do you think if you get a chance to pick your baby's skin tone, or you give black people the option to pick their skin, they hair, their skin, and their eyes, how many black people you think will exist?
well, yes and no. Mostly no. We don't really know which genes need to be edited for the kinds of traits that you mentioned. And I suspect that we're talking about dozens, if not more, genes that would need to be tweaked. Doing that would be technically very challenging. So I don't think we're on the verge of a world of CRISPR babies myself, but it's close enough in the sense that the technology fundamentally could enable this, that I think it's critical that we have a discussion about it.
Most people who've studied this say you got to draw a line between what's medically necessary. In other words, trying to make sure people don't get sickle cell anemia or Huntington's, but it's a blurry line. I mean, if you're trying to improve somebody's memory to make sure they don't have Alzheimer's, you're also improving their memory.
There's also a difference between editing one person's genes, like Victoria Gray's, and making...
So you said 5%. What you said, 5%? It's gonna be 5% black people left, or we losing 5% black people. We gonna lose 5% black people overnight, ain't it? Oh shit, it'll be 5% left. Yeah. It's fucked up though. But what's crazy is that shit is real. It's real. If it came down to it, it'll probably be like 5% of us left. We fucked up in the brain. We still got a lot of growing to do, which is why we holler out the dark side.
Making changes that will be passed on to their children.
The girls are safe, healthy as any other babies.
In 2018, a Chinese doctor edited the embryos of 3 Chinese babies so that they and their descendants would be resistant to the HIV virus.
I think we still need to understand the motivation for the study and what the process was for informed consent.
Scientists worldwide condemned him for going rogue.
In China, at first, for about a day, he was celebrated as the first person to create designer babies. But even the Chinese were appalled by what he did, and eventually he gets tried and put under house arrest.
Since that event, Doudna has...
God damn. They put that nigga in the house until they can figure out what they want to do with it. They don't know yet. They're like, wait, what? So wait, bro, just nah. We gonna run that back, man. Cause that's actually hella deep what they just said happened. So it's different. Cause mind you, she just got through saying we're far away from the designer babies. No, you're far away. China ain't playing with y'all ass. Look what China did.
Any other babies.
In 2018, a Chinese doctor edited the embryos of 3 Chinese babies so that they and their descendants would be resistant to the HIV virus.
I think we still need to understand the motivation for the study and what the process was for informed consent.
Number one, that's what you think he just did that for too? That could almost be an act of war in a way. That could almost be like literally an act of war. They make them and they descendants resistant to HIV. Are they sharing that, or are they just using that for their own, for they damn selves?
Scientists worldwide condemned him for going rogue.
In China, at first, for about a day, he was celebrated as the first person to create designer babies. But
facts, I am John. He could have literally thinking that he didn't just stop HIV, and we don't even know the consequence of that. He, like you said, he literally could have just. Oh, okay, cool. What's good? What you saw?
Peace. What's going on?
What's good? Not too much, man. Not too much. Getting a little bit into this DNA code.
Go ahead and teach the people, brother.
Yeah. You got something you want to say right now, though, before I press play?
Yeah. What you were talking about with the AIDS virus, like, we know that the AIDS virus. Well, a lot of us don't. I know over there with Uncle Cat and them, they don't believe that the AIDS virus was a man-made virus, but most of us know that the AIDS virus is a man-made virus. So now you're talking about they have the ability to manufacture genetics to the point where you can have babies that's immune to the HIV virus. So, as what you said, that could be a form of biological warfare if they could manufacture a whole race of people that's immune to the AIDS virus, while in many cases, or while distributing AIDS to people that are not immune to it, right? So that could be a form of population control. We know they tried that on two different occasions. Remember, they were caught putting the AIDS virus into Germany was caught putting the AIDS virus into the aspirin, and they were
Yeah,
doing it.
yeah,
So
yeah.
there's many
I think it
instances.
was Bayer that
It was
got
there,
sued also. Yeah,
right? So there was many attempts of them um, putting AIDS tainted forms of medicine into the general population,
yeah,
especially in Africa. Africa and the World Health Organization, um, they got caught countless of times with tainted vaccinations, and the doctors in Africa caught them. Um, one put in birth control sedatives into vaccinations, and also putting giving them AIDS tainted vaccinations. So
hmm,
this is a form of biological warfare. So yeah, definitely you got to be. And going back to what you were saying, because when I went into the store, you was talking about the wheat bread and
hmm.
stuff that we eat. Yes, they have race specific chemicals, and they use it for forms of biological warfare. This is stuff that they actually admit to having. So
Facts.
so it could be like a white person eat the wheat bread and he won't have a reaction to it. But if I eat it, you know, based off of my DNA
Right,
structure, it's going to have a reaction to me and cause a cancer in my body.
right. And that's why I keep trying to tell people they gotta understand that we live in they're re-terraforming the planet, right? So a lot of the times to us we be like, damn, why they fucking up the air? Why are they fucking up the water and shit? But when you understand how most of the shit that we think is normal that we eat today, we domesticated that shit at one point in time, meaning we the first people to terraform the planet. Now they are terraforming the planet to fit themselves the same way we did it for us. No different. So now you get a blockage of sunlight, you get a change in how the food is structured. You get even like everything down to changes to their way, down to how we think, eat, sleep, all of that shit. Like it's crazy.
Right. Exactly. Exactly. So that's why you're having these. All of a sudden, you're having these. We're the most likely to have heart attacks and diabetes and the prostate cancer.
Right,
These are all things that we could most likely pinpoint to what we're eating, what we're putting into our body. Not saying that
right,
the actual thing itself is a problem, but maybe what they're putting into these foods is having an impact on our particular on our system in particular. Now, what we're doing right now, people in the chat, this is a form of abstract thinking. Abstract thinking. You know, we have to start thinking abstract. What does that mean? That means that we will even entertain the what ifs. You know what I'm
right,
saying? Because it's a problem where the people that showed you that they're your enemy is now controlling what you consume. People that admit to they admit to the fact that they're trying to lower your population. You're consuming the food that they control. That should be a problem. That should be a problem for you. You know what I'm saying? So
right,
this is a form of abstract thinking. Abstract thinking gets you prepared for the what if. We're so comfortable with the system of white supremacy that it should be a problem that all these motherfucking crackers got guns and shit. That should be a problem for us. You know what I'm saying?
You be
It
worried.
should, yeah, like. But this is the thing, right? We have that thinking when it comes to each other. Let the next blockhead like, yo, yeah, I seen them like, yo, all them niggas got guns over there. That would be a problem. Instantly,
Yeah,
you wouldn't think twice. You know what I'm saying? It ain't no,
yeah.
you
You
know,
finna
this
go
and
get
that.
right.
Niggas about to ante up on some crazy stuff. If I told you like, yeah, them niggas down the block, yo, I seen boy with an AR-15. Oh,
Like,
okay.
wait,
Like
what?
now the whole block got AR-15
Yeah.
because automatically you know that's a direct threat to you. So we so comfortable with these people being in power that like, yo, that should be a problem that like these motherfuckers got all these guns and weapons. Like because what that say is that if they wanted to, they could fuck you up. Not
Yep.
necessarily that they not necessarily
That
that they actually going to do it, but if
but
they
if they
wanted
wanted
to,
to,
if they wanted to, that I don't want a person with that type of power over me.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying? That if they wanted to, they could fuck you up, and it ain't nothing you can do about it. So that's the same thing with the food. You don't want to be a person to be in a position. If they wanted to poison you, they could.
they could.
They could, and
And
there's nothing you could
and
do about it.
and you talking about a motherfucker who got a history of poisoning you.
Exactly.
not even not even that long ago. You know what I'm saying? Like recent shit. Nigga just poisoned your water in Flint and shit. And probably and still really poison you on a regular basis when you think about fluoride and chlorine in the system. That you know what I mean, that they use to clean the water. But that's on a whole nother level. Like it ain't even so even leaving that up to somebody who got a history of doing that shit, not only to you but to other people, and ain't got no problem just saying I'm sorry. You know what I mean? After
Right.
move on, let's move on. That was in the past. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? That's all they get. That's all they're gonna tell you is that hey, well, we're getting better. We're progressing. We used to fuck you up all the time. Now we fuck you up every now and then. You know? Like, okay.
They fucked you up so much that they want to fuck you up in a responsible way. Like they
Yep.
don't want to just, you know what I'm saying? They don't want to just come up there and shoot you down. Like, you know, that's just like savage to them, right? So they
Yeah.
trying to form a sophisticated way of fucking you up, which is like
Facts.
what they doing, like how they criminalize you and throw you in the prison. Oh yeah, so now we have to sit in these little bullshit debate circles and debate. Oh well, yeah, well the criminals and like you know, like so now we gotta be able to articulate what systemic racism is and the prison, the pipeline, and all that. Like, no, look, I don't even want them to be in position to even have this conversation. How about that? You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? We like in a state where we're comfortable with people that don't fuck with us having this type of power over us, and that's a problem, bro.
And that shit is embarrassing, bro. It's
Yeah.
really embarrassing. It's like and you know it's just kind of crazy because it's like the niggas that's cool with that shit. You know what I mean? No, they eventually get exposed as bitches, but 9 times out of 10, nobody be seeing that shit. It's like, yo, the comfortability with this type of shit was good with you, yummy. The comfortability with this type of shit, it should make like this is almost like getting like nigga, you got a nigga was talking shit with you and shit in front of your girl at the gas station, and you got the shit slapped out of you, and you just gotta walk around with, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You just walking around and you know and your girl know this nigga slapped the taste out your mouth and you ain't do shit. Like, nigga, this shit don't feel right, bro. I don't know how niggas is like cool. And then it's like niggas want to have the discussion about like we gotta get women in order. Like, nah, get the wrong order. We were thinking the slap first, bro, before you can even think about doing that shit. Like, let's deal with that first, one step at a time.
Exactly. That was a good point you just made because I'm gonna add to that scenario. And then, because this is what niggas doing today. You know, after a while, he started attacking his woman that seen that shit. He started attacking her, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Because he's already, and that's how you know what we're doing today. And I'm saying us not specifically, but as black men, what black men are doing today is a reflection of that. Like, you can't deal with, you're not dealing with this beast. You're not dealing with this white man. So now you're beginning to turn on your woman. You know what I'm saying? That's just like the dude that slapped her, that slapped you, right? Now he bought a business and got her working up in that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? She like the CEO up in the business, you know what I mean? and she making more money than you. This nigga slapped you. You know what I mean? But she gotta work there because ain't nowhere else to work. You know what I'm saying?
Ain't nowhere else to go. Like,
and you know
you ain't got
so you living with her, you know what I'm saying? So every day you gotta take her car and pick her up from work. And this nigga like sitting up at the top of the building looking like, you know what I mean? Like he's something the fuck out of you, yo. Like, you know what I mean? So she complaining about how tired she is, and then now you got an attitude want to cuss her out and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Man, it's embarrassing, bro. And niggas want to talk about, all niggas want to do is like, oh nah, we gonna stack his money up. We gonna stack his money up and buy the business from him, babe. That's what we gonna do. We're gonna stack the money up and buy the business, the whole block from him. Like, nah, bro.
Yeah. I want my slap back, man. Fuck that.
Yeah, I'm slapping
that's
him.
the least you can
Taking
do.
the block.
You know what I'm saying? And that's the least you can do is try to at least try to slap that nigga back.
You. Yeah, if you miss, goddamn. Like if you, it's better to get your ass whooped at that point than to just get slapped, bro. And you ain't do shit. You know what I'm saying? You ain't slide nothing. Like, it was better off swinging and get knocked out. You know what I'm saying? At least they could be like, yeah, he tried to do something, but damn, man, I should have got, man. Yeah, we didn't. It's just embarrassing.
You see that YouTube short? It was like a dude. It was like a black dude and a white dude, right? They both were drunk as that motherfucker, right? So, dude, like, he like, yo, why you? Cause it started off. We didn't see the white dude throw something at him. He was like, yo, why you throw that at me? The black dude saying that to the white dude.
Right.
He like, so the white dude like, he like, yo, like, yeah, like you should have ducked, right? So the black dude slapped the shit out of him like, you should have ducked. That was funny as hell, bro. You gotta see that shit, bro. He slapped the fuck out of that nigga like, you should have ducked.
You gotta get your shit for real, man.
Yeah.
We do a whole slap right now, and they watching us, knowing we just got. I mean, like, bro, this shit embarrassing right now. We gotta get our shit together.
Yeah.
But shit, let me press play and we'll finish this one and jump to the next one.
Yeah.
But even the Chinese were appalled by what he did, and eventually he gets tried and put under house arrest.
Since that event, Doudna has been hosting a series of international conferences designed to hammer out ethical guidelines for using CRISPR so that agreements are in place before a disaster happens.
Gene editing is a fabulous technology that I think will ultimately help many, many people around the world. And so to me, it's more a question of managing it.
In the last year, some of the most prominent CRISPR labs, including Doudna's, have turned their attention to a different scientific holy grail, protecting us from COVID. Starting with work on a cheap, fast, at-home COVID test.
I imagine having little CRISPR-based devices so that people can come to work, spit in a tube, and in 30 minutes get an answer telling them whether they need to be quarantining or not.
In the meantime, scientists all over the world are exploring CRISPR's stunning...
So you go to work and they make you spit in a tube, you give your DNA. You better not have been drinking or smoking or none of that. That might be your last day at work. They introduced that shit. Damn.
Potential to improve our lives.
So do you think this biotech revolution will be as big in scope and impact as the digital revolution was?
Oh, I think the biotech revolution is going to be 10 times more important than the digital revolution because it allows us to hack the code of life. And we shouldn't be afraid of using this technology to make ourselves healthier.
And you got to think too, though, right? I'm finna go get the other video. You got to think too. Most of the time, when they doing all of this shit, they not even like. There's no marking for telling you that the person that you meeting was made from a, you know what I'm saying, wasn't made in a lab. Like these gonna be people every day that's just kind of walking amongst you. It's gonna be hard to
Oh, for real shit, I think they already doing that shit.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was a movie. I'm bringing up this movie. It's funny. The movie on Netflix, Sorry to Bother You.
Oh yeah.
What it was talking about, well, pretty much it was kind of like the movie kind of was everywhere. So the way the writer, it was almost like it could have been three different movies, but it was a movie about this guy. He was working in his telemarketing, and he sucked at the job, and Danny Glover played in there. So he was like the old head that told him like, yeah, you got to use your white voice. So the guy started using his white voice, and he started like, he got so good that the company brought him, to dealing with like bigger stocks, right? Selling bigger stuff. So he got so high that he began to participate in selling like slaves. You know what I'm saying? And so now he's being invited to these secret parties and all this type of stuff. So at the secret party, the guy makes him snort this what he thought was cocaine, but it was stuff that went into your DNA and made you into this like animal like person, right?
Right.
So he's running down to them the idea of what he's trying to implement. So he's showing them what he about to do. So he has this drug that makes people into animals, and the reason why he want to make them into these big strong animals is because they'll be better slaves, right? So he want to make a
Right.
permanent underclass of slaves using this medicine that he has, right? So at the end of the video that he's showing the dude, he shows them how he's going to administer this medicine, and it was like the white substance, and then he put two and two together, like, yo, what did I just sniff? You know what I'm saying? What did I just sniff? Like, you know what I mean? So he eventually, the white boy say to him, like, yeah, well, look, it's going to wear off at a point in time. I want you to be the Martin Luther King of these new beast-like people and shit. This is what
Right.
this is to say. Long story short, they kind of rebel, and like he turns into one of those things, and they begin to rebel and go out of control. But what I got out of the movie is that they're going to try to, and this is just a different version of the Aldous Huxley book, Brave New World.
Mm-hmm.
They manipulate DNA to create a permanent underclass. So
Right.
it's almost like they now have this ability to manipulate the DNA to make a group of people not even smart enough to compete within the society.
Work.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like a
Facts.
dumbing down of whoever they want it to be. Now we know that these people are racist, and they've been off of this the myth of the fact that black people just aren't intelligent. So now they get to the point where if they could begin to manipulate DNA to like kind of manufacture a certain type of thing, they're going to take advantage of it. Why? Because we wouldn't be able to identify it even if they were doing it.
Right.
You seen that with
Right.
COVID. Like the people that's administering the COVID, vaccination, what I mean? They thinking that this is going to, solve, cure COVID, cure the COVID virus. You know what I'm saying? But now, then all of a sudden, you got a lot of people beginning to have these Bell's palsy and heart attacks and all different types of stuff. Like, well, damn, I thought the person that's administering at least know something about the. So it's a systematic thing that's being done. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, yeah, that's why that should
Right.
be a problem.
And that's the thing when you can see them pushing to do it with you economically in ways of how they structure the society, how they gentrify the communities and push you into certain areas. And a lot of this is just so that they can kind of dictate where, like, what they want to do with the water and shit. Like, I don't believe that when you see shit like Flint, most people look at that shit and say it's an accident. I look at that shit and say it's a damn test. You know what I mean? It's just a test run to see exactly what they can do and who can be affected by it. And so, yeah, I think, like I said, that's a big deal, allowing them to be able to, and it's one thing that they're doing it, but this is something that we got to be doing. If anything, is being able to break the genetic codes our goddamn selves. We can't just allow them to be doing this. We got to
Right,
be
right.
taking their damn DNA and doing it too. Otherwise, we definitely at a disadvantage, because really, one of the main problems is that the people around the globe are taking our DNA and studying our shit and figuring
Exactly.
out how they gonna use us,
That-
and either use us as labor or move us out of the way so they can get to the materials that they need, the
that
resources.
should be a problem.
Yep.
This is not talking about, and this is where people get it confused at. This is not a conversation about are there black doctors and are there black physicians. No, the difference is that with white people in China and these different areas, like they have physicians that specifically study this along the lines of race and forms of warfare.
Mm-hmm.
That's totally different. Like, and you know that to be a fact because they literally had that in Sheba, Maryland. You know,
Mm-hmm.
the study for biological weapons, like the biological weapons laboratory, where they actually study these things, and they study it for the specific purpose of, yeah, if we wanted to, we could use this as a form of biological warfare.
Yep.
So what China is doing when they studying the DNA sequences and all that, they understand that we're not just going to allow these white boys to know all this shit without us knowing
Right.
what's going on. You know what I mean? So
Right.
that's because they have a Chinese consciousness. You know what I'm saying? And
Right.
and their Chinese consciousness is based off of domination. See, the problem with black people is that we don't have a purpose. So we're just looking to get a job within the white man's system.
Yeah. You just want to own the house and shit. Just
Exactly. I
comfort.
want a nice guy, and we want to ball out and
Yeah.
let's toss it up. You know what I'm saying? We want to like ball out. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, but we don't have a purpose as a collective. Whereas though, like with like China, they seeking domination.
Right.
They want Chinese supremacy. So they educate their children along those lines. Like, the white man's in power now, but look, we catching up, and look where we were, and look where we're at now. Like, we're making
Right.
progress, and like, you know what I'm saying, within a matter of years, if y'all corner the market on this technology, then we could finagle things. You seen the whole thing with the banning of the TikTok.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
use TikTok as a form of warfare. Think
Yep.
about that. I was like, okay, think of that's a key point. that people don't understand, right? See, like the cracker got weapons, right? And he weaponizes everything.
Yep.
These China motherfuckers, right? Who created TikTok? It was China, right?
Yep. China.
Right. So these Chinese motherfuckers studied American culture and said, you know what? We can manipulate their culture because they're so eager to be like, these celebrities.
Mm-hmm.
We could manipulate their culture by creating this app. So they create this app, right? They regulate how they use it, but then they just sell it to us because they know how we're gonna fuck ourselves up with it.
Yep. Giving all our information to these folks.
But it took a Chinese consciousness to do that.
Mm-hmm.
For them to not just trying to get a job in America. They understood, okay, we want domination. Let me study them and let me look at their weaknesses. Oh, a lot of them, they so obsessed with, personalities and, they're so self-centered. You know what I'm saying? Let's manipulate that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Idolizing shit so much.
Yeah, exactly. So it took a Chinese consciousness to figure that out. That's totally different. And this ain't about being smart or dumb. It's just about you knowing, being conscious.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So that'd be totally different from a black person with the same amount of knowledge, but he's using his knowledge to support white supremacy because he don't have an African-centered consciousness. So he's just a physician that's doing brain surgery for the cracker. Those are two different types of, you know what I'm saying? So until we get a black or African-centered consciousness, we're not even going to be thinking along the lines of doing something to put us in power.
Facts.
Like, okay, you know what I'm saying?
And that's where we behind.
Exactly.
But that comes too from being able, because part of what that is being human. And we just don't see ourselves as human. We still move as if we animals. And so we just get herded around like sheep wherever this country decides to go, as opposed to seeking our own destiny. And that shit is just, the lack of want for power is embarrassing.
Right.
What's good with you, Isaac? Facts, spirit versus flesh. Facts. Let me play this out.
The unexpected can still happen. Look.
So these genetic testing companies have become quite popular both in the US and in China, but for very, very different reasons. In the US, most people take these tests because they want to know a little bit about where they come from. They want to know their heritage, their lineage, and whatnot. Here in China, though, people want to know what their DNA says about them so that they can plan for the future. If people are, let's say, prone to heart disease or to Alzheimer's, they may change their lifestyles. I'm doing this because I want to know if I'm at risk of having Alzheimer's, like my father.
CRISPR it's certainly a game changer.
CRISPR is a tool that can alter physical traits, even life-threatening diseases.
We can use gene editing technology to let pigs suffer from human disease.
There's something really, really uncomfortable about this.
So for less than $1,000, you can genetically modify humans or human cells.
This gives us the power to control evolution?
Yeah, with this technology, human can do that.
The potential of this genetic editing tool is an ethical minefield that challenges the idea of life itself.
My concern is human enhancement.
Or designer humans.
Yes.
Just do it, see what happens. I've genetically modified myself with CRISPR. People say like you're playing God, and I love when people say that. I think it's so true and brilliant.
And see, I don't necessarily think that that's a bad thing. the issue is, once again, they can't be playing God over us. That's where the problem comes into play.
Welcome to the Global Community Bio Summit, everybody.
We came to the first global gathering of biohackers, a term for biologists who work outside of traditional labs.
Okay, awesome.
What the is going on?
Your last name?
Zahner.
Josiah?
Perhaps.
Very quickly, what I just wanted to do is to give a shout out for Marshall and what's going to happen. So at some point, Saturday morning.
How you doing, ma'am?
A little bit. How are you?
I woke up on the floor of the kitchen, so. Lord, I can't believe you came.
Josiah Zahner is a former NASA scientist turned biohacker. He's become a kind of a breakout star of the biohacker movement, a movement that he wants to remain in the hands of the people, away from the influence of the scientific establishment.
People trying to appropriate the biohacker movement. It's gross. I feel gross being here.
Let's say you may not buy into this, but does this sort of validate the work that you and other biohackers have done, that you've gotten the attention of an MIT?
I don't need validation.
What are the risks when working with living organisms?
None.
You know, when you talk about, hold on, let me remove myself. My check. Damn, hold up.
That's a good one. I may ask why. Keep dreaming. So you have about 20 seconds.
Yeah, so we converted the house into a scientific lab and company. We sell genetic engineering kits to people.
Josiah's kits contain gene-cutting tools and bacterial DNA.
So there's 5 of us. What we are trying to do is make genetic engineering technology accessible to people. We want people to be able to use genetic engineering technology as easily as they could use an app on their smartphone.
In the US, gene editing is technically not illegal, but federal funding is either prohibited or extremely difficult to obtain.
It's
And they saying that technically it's not illegal, which means that they could have been using it already on it. And in one way, I'll give you an example. How do we go from having so many babies to, because I'll ask you this, so hold on, I think you might have a, is it me with the echo?
Yeah, I'm muted out, so
Hold on, let me see. Let me change my audio. Mic check. I don't know where the echo coming from. Hold on.
it seems like you got the YouTube on.
Hold on, I know what I'll do. Yo. Yo. It's not happening now? No.
No, I think it's good now.
So I wonder if I play it would have happened though. But I was gonna say this. You think we having sex more or less than what we used to?
I think that shit's more sex. Yeah.
If anything, more, if not about the same. Now, how in
Right.
the hell are we having probably like what on average, what you say, probably like 2-3 babies now?
Right.
When what we used to probably have like fucking over probably over 10 was the norm, right?
Right. Right. Yeah, because my grandmother had 9.
Right. Right. My grandmama had 17 and her sister had 17 by my grandpa brother. So they definitely had a lot. You say we having less sex? TMKC?
Well, yeah, I think what it's plenty of factors in. I think the women's movement play a factor into that. I think remember because you know my grandma had 9 kids, but she started at probably like maybe 15, 14.
Right.
So it's like so that plays a factor. So I guess to TK's point, she's probably right because you know it was more likely for a person of that age to be having sex then than it is now. I'm assuming. So, you know, yeah, I think that would be a factor. Because by the time my grandma probably was 21, she probably already had 3 kids already. Whereas though,
Right.
a chick, she's going to college and she graduating out of high school. You don't want to have no baby in high school, so you got to wait till
Right.
at least after high school. So that's 18 right there. And then a lot of people want to go to college. So now you're 22, and then people want the master's degrees and doctor's degrees. So now you're about 27, 28 years old, and that's if you don't have to take no courses over and everything's just perfect, which we know sometimes ain't the case. So this is where you have that whole phenomena of a lot of successful women is unable to find a mate and they don't have any children because
Right.
so what they did was they structured the society to incentivize not having children. It's like, well, look at the per capita income of a woman that graduates out of college. So the goal, once a woman sees that, is that okay, I gotta graduate out of college. I can't have no child before I get my master's degree. So that
Right.
automatically stagnates her, or not necessarily stagnation, but in terms of birth, that lowers her. Because these are her producing years. So that's going to in turn give her less children because she's not procreating; she's getting her education. So, but they designed it that way. Understand? They designed it that way so you can have less children. So a person would pose the argument to me the other way around when a person like, well, yeah, well, why black women having less children? And
Right.
she'll say like, well, yeah, well, yeah, I gotta make money and go to college and do this and this and that.
More
So
responsibility.
she's saying that, well, in turn, she's saying, well, I don't want to bring a child in there that I can't provide for. This is what they would
Right.
say. So they designed the society, in a way to incentivize not having children because that to be a fact because in Europe, they incentivize women to have more children, meaning that
Right.
like when they become pregnant, they get a grant. Like I think it's in Sweden or somewhere. I think it's Sweden. When a woman gets pregnant, she qualifies for a grant.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
so now like okay, so it's people that like
You
let's
more
say that
so
they
want
just
to
want to
encourage it.
yeah let's say you want to hustle the government. Oh well, we just want to have a lot of babies and we're gonna eat off these grants and shit. And they got
Facts.
public assistance. So every 2 or 3 years we having a baby. Okay, we get like a a $10,000 grant. You know what I'm saying? Every other year, and
Facts.
you know what I'm saying. So they incentivize having more children there. They incentivize in America. They incentivize women to have less children. You know what I'm saying? So that's
Yeah.
even before you get into the but it complements, should I say, it complements abortion. It complements the day after pill and up because
Right.
we ultimately know that you can do what you want to do and say what you want to say, but you still got that biological urge. So in
Yep.
case you fuck up, we
There you
know
go.
we got this for you. In case you slip up, you could go and get this abortion. In case you fuck up, we got this day after pill for you.
And
So
them
they
mugs is
incentivizing
accessible
you having
now. The day after
exactly.
pill is just at the regular store now.
Exactly.
I'm like, shit. That shit crazy. So yeah, and that's what's crazy. Not only that, when you kind of look at even you listen to the discussion on how even kids is talked about, like everything apart, like having a family in general is looked at as a liability today. So it's like we're pushing, and that's why when you kind of look at what happened last time, the COVID situation came around and we all had to stay in the house. It was almost like they was like training us. What's good with you, Michael? It was almost like we was like being trained for the next phase because we stepping into a phase of where it's like it's just much more convenient to be alone. You know what I'm saying? And that's almost like where they kind of trying to push that to where you're alone and your communication outside with the outside world is strictly metaverse. You know what I mean? And so it's like I said, it's gonna be hard to even bring people together, especially with the way that they kind of even uh the advancement in the sex toys and shit now. You know what I mean? So now on both ends we can be connected through to each other online. You know what I'm saying? Via toys and shit. So it's a whole different ball game we playing in. Definitely. And then I think porn probably play a role in it too. You know what I'm saying? Porn probably drops the rates on how often people are having sex. They didn't really have as many distractions probably back in those days as we probably do now.
Yeah, yeah. Porn is like the fast food of sexual relations.
Right. Right.
It's quick. You ain't gotta pay for take the woman out and what I mean, do all this. You know what I'm saying? It's almost
Right.
like, but at the same time, it's not good for you. You know what I'm saying? But it's fast and it's convenient. You know what I mean? So yeah, that played a part into it as well. You know what I mean? Anything that anything that you do that don't produce children was used. That's why,
Mm-hmm.
they say the homosexual agenda. Like anything that result in you're not having children, we're going to use that. They
Right.
weaponized everything. Everything was weaponized. You know what I mean? So this is not like a thing about a specific lifestyle of a person. It's more so about an agenda that they're using and that they're weaponizing for a specific type of goal that they're trying to achieve. You know?
Right. No matter which direction you go, as long as the goal is don't have a baby. You know what I'm saying? It's like at the end you can't have one. So they don't mind if you go to the plan B. You know what I mean? You eating certain genetically modified foods. You not having sex. You just into the point, whatever it may be. Yeah, they definitely are trying. And I don't. And what's unique about it is it's almost like a double standard because on one end they want to push it for themselves, while at the same time trying to force us to have less because we kind of fallen into the society with them and now it's backfired. And so now they want to go again. They want to panic with Roe versus Wade and reversing that. And it's like You know, y'all numbers, y'all should have been thinking about that.
But what they're doing is very clever though, because they doing this along party lines, and
Mm-hmm.
we know, well, we should know that the Democratic and Republican Party are actually working together. They use the WWE back and forth that you see on the mainstream media as a tool of deception, because we
Right.
know that it was literally the Democrats who were for slavery, and it was
Right.
the Republicans. So now you have a whole change that occurred, post, the second civil rights movement, whereas
Right.
though
Right.
now they had a new form of oppression, which at that time was like drugs, and they was going to industrialize the prison, system. So now they could use a form of soft power. So what they did was they disbanded those white radical organizations, and they integrated them into the Republican Party in the form of
Right.
like conservatism. So that's why they have the same talking points, like you
Yep.
talking about a generation ago of like Klan members, because they disbanded the Klan because they don't need that form of aggression no more. They could just use the FBI and the CIA for that. They disbanded them. They cut off those, and this is why the poor whites have an issue with it, because they was part of this whole thing, whereas though they had a role within society, and this is all for the greater good of white supremacy. You see, so
Mm-hmm.
yeah. But going back to the Roe versus Wade, they also socialize us into not having children. I remember
Right.
back in the 80s, it was a thing where as though a woman had 5 kids, she was almost ostracized in the community.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
You know what I'm saying? So they create these benchmarks now. Now it's hard pressed to even find a woman with 5 kids now.
Yep. It's almost hard. That don't even really, you know what I'm saying? That really exists. 3 at the most. 3, maybe 4.
And
But 5.
I know various women that had more than 5 abortions.
Mm.
They would tell me how many abortions that they had, and there was a few that had more than 5. That's crazy.
Now, what you think they do like as far as like the process after that with the baby?
Well,
Do
what
they?
they were caught selling the parts. It was a clip where they was actually it was like these extremists or these radical groups that actually exposed. I think it was Planned Parenthood CEO or somebody. It was somebody, and they were talking about buying parts,
Mm-hmm.
and they caught them in it. They recorded the conversation, and so yeah, it's an element of that. Not, is it like, I think how they design it is like they allow the more smarter people to see the loophole within the system and allow them to figure out, and then they'll take advantage of it. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? It's almost like them putting the cheese on the floor
Right.
and then just letting the mouse gonna, he gonna sniff
It'll
his
be
way here.
out.
I ain't gotta look at the mouse hole and tell him anything. I just put this cheese right here and let him do what he do. And that's what they kind of do in a lot of ways to kind of keep their hands clean. So you
Right.
can't necessarily blame Planned Parenthood on it, but there's a person that works in there that does that type of stuff.
Yep.
So
And
you
so.
you have this whole thing where they selling now body parts.
Mm,
A baby's pineal gland, a baby's whatever. You know what I'm saying?
right.
I know that it goes on the market for probably hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not millions.
Right. And remember, they able to now create with remember the Xenobot situation. Remember, they able to use the xenobot and the stem cells together and well, the xenobots eat the stem cells and begin to almost recreate themselves and reproduce. So that's yeah, they got a lot of shit going on. And then I'm gonna read this part real quick and then get back to the video. So it says that yeah, Americans are having less sex. I couldn't find nothing that was race specific. I have to look for it another time. But it said yeah, we are having less sex than what we did 20 years ago. Said as if we did not have enough to worry about. A new study reports that Americans are having less sex now than they did at the turn of the century. Not only are more adults experiencing dry spells that last a year or more, but the adults who are having sex are having it less frequently. These changes have been most notable amongst men, especially under the age of 35. The evidence for this comes from the General Social Survey, excuse me, which conducted every other year of the National Opinion Research Center at the University of Chicago. Survey participants were asked how often they had sex in the past year and how many partners that they have it with. The response from a nationally representative sample of nearly 10,000 men and women ages 18 to 44 were included in the study, which was published Friday. About a half a dozen of the adults surveyed between 2016 and 2018 said they had sex at least once a week. That includes 46.7% of men and 53.3% of women. At the other end of the spectrum, 16.5% of men said they had not had sex in the previous 12 months. In the years 2000 to 2002, only 9.5 of the men who took the survey said they had been celibate for at least a year. So yeah, definitely, we can definitely see that's playing a role in how we was just socialized in general. Which one is it? This one? Yeah, this one. Oh, okay. Hold up. Yeah, I gotta unmute the screen.
Other things for our yeast CRISPR experiments, we're designing new kits that allow people to engineer brewing and baking yeast with CRISPR.
Josiah's business and the biohacker movement it helped service came to exist largely because of one new tool called CRISPR, short for Clustered Regularly Interspersed Short Palindromic Repeats.
What CRISPR does is it allows you to directly target any sequence in somebody's genome, in their genes that you want.
Yeah, for the most part, when we say they, we're gonna be in reference to the Eurasian, whether it's the Eurasian genetics or the Eurasian culture,
and make whatever change you want.
CRISPR consists of two key components: a protein, which works like a pair of scissors.
Now you notice how the DNA is moving around, right? Let me see if I can get a better pause on it. Oh, there it go. Right now, what's crazy about DNA, right? If you know what DNA is made of, is literally salts and sugars, right? Ribose sugars and what is it? Phosphates, right? Literally salts and sugars. So You see how this reads, right? So this would, let's just say this is an A at the top here, right? The green is an A. We'll say that this purple is a T. We'll say the blue is a C. We'll say the yellow is a G. Boom. Shout out to Professor Lady. Appreciate you in the building, sis. Right? So this will give you a genetic code. This code right here equal a gene. Right? They'll take this gene. Now what happens is, you see how it's kind of spinning? It spins in that way to almost protect anything from just being able to read the code easily, right? So it's usually something on there that'll block it if you try to put something on the gene to actually read it. Now, what's crazy is that what happens is it almost unzips, right? Just like your zipper, it almost unzips and splits in half. And because we know that T and A and T have to go together, the same thing for C and G, that they have to go together. That once it splits off in half and to make a copy of itself, it's easy for them to come in and read the code and put it in exactly where it's supposed to be at, right? Let's keep going.
Components, a protein, which works like a pair of scissors, and what's essentially GPS, which tells the scissors where to cut. It can precisely cut a gene that's responsible for a disease and replace or fix it. It can also alter genes that determine hair color, eye color, or body composition.
So it's a kind of film strip. You can edit the fate and the story of the life of a cell and organism with this technology.
Dr. Emmanuelle Charpentier at the Max Planck Institute for Infection Biology in Germany is one half of the duo that discovered CRISPR's gene-cutting abilities. She and her research partner, Jennifer Doudna of UC Berkeley, harnessed a naturally occurring defense system in bacteria.
It's a tool that really increases a lot the potential of research and development in biology.
That's a pretty incredible discovery.
Yes. It's very nice.
You're very modest about this.
Yes. I really expect, and this is maybe the most exciting aspect for me of CRISPR, is that there will be a lot of new mechanisms revealed, maybe former dogmas that will be challenged.
With the help of CRISPR, the floodgates have opened to all sorts of new experimentation previously unthinkable.
And just for the record, does anybody know why you would have a code? Why would a code exist in the first place? Right? If you had something and you let's just say you put it in a box and you put a code on it, why would you add a code to the box? It would be in a way to keep people, right? To not only identify it, but almost in a way, a code it can also act as like a form of protection, right? So like if you were leaving your home, before you would leave, you would probably put in the code, right? To kind of set up the barrier, right? To I am John, to conceal it, right? So you have DNA and the genetic sequences come with a code. That code is there to conceal it. Now, most people will tell you that it's just random, but remember, when we're talking about DNA, we're only talking about salts and sugars, right? Salts and sugars. So you have salts and sugars that are being put together in order to create an actual code that and this code is the blueprint on how a human body should be created. And what's crazy about this is that you got people who will tell you that this happens just by chance. Just by chance. But one thing that we can see is that there's somebody, well, I ain't gonna say somebody, but there is a programmer that programmed the DNA in the first place, right? Because one of the things that you see going on is chemistry, which we'll get into that in a second when we look at the periodic tables. Because when you look at how each molecule is structured, the adenine, the cytosine, the thiamine, how all of these things are structured, they come together perfectly, right? Based off of how many electrons each is needed to connect. So it almost connects them almost like a plug going into the socket in a way, right? And people will tell you that this just so happens to be random. And one of the things we might actually end up getting into in this episode too is kind of touching bases on some of the things that that Terrence Howard referred to, because he I want to get back into some of the stuff he talked about, because he was putting hydrogen at a very in a very important place. Is and facts. It's called the God Code. And one of the things that you do see that surrounds almost at each point of where carbons meet, you'll also see hydrogen bonded with oxygen, and then hydrogen bonded with nitrogen, right? We'll see that continue, which we'll continue this, and then I'll pull up a graph for us to actually be able to look at. But to be able to be trying to crack a code and say that nobody placed that code there, but that randomly ribose sugars, right, and other elements just randomly, I could see them bonding together, right? I could see things bonding, creating a bond. But it's one thing to create a bond, and then that bond creates a code. That's different. So anytime you talk about that, this is why I say it's part of understanding that we live in a program, right? We live in a program. And to be honest, depending on how far we able to progress, the way that they mapped out the particles in the earth, and what they was when they mapped it out, they drew out a quasi crystal, and what it showed was that we actually live in a shadow world, which I'll get into that in a second too. Let's just keep going. Like I said, it's an open panel too. Anybody got questions or they got something they want to say, it's an open panel.
China currently leads the way in gene-edited firsts, including CRISPR-edited human embryos in 2015.
Do you have pets at home?
No, my wife did not like dogs, but I have many fishes.
Unlike the US government's cautious approach, the Chinese government is all in on CRISPR research, providing most of the funding for dozens of the country's CRISPR projects.
Tango, Hercules. We lock down the muscle gene and do not let it work, so the muscle grows without limitation.
Researchers at this lab used CRISPR to isolate and manipulate the beagle's muscle, or myostatin gene. making these the most muscular beagles in the world.
He's incredibly muscular right here in his forelegs, I guess. But aside from being more muscular, everything else is okay? He's healthy?
Okay, healthy, very healthy.
Can you edit my myostatin gene?
As I jokingly contemplated enhancing my own muscles with gene editing, the rabbit hole of this technology revealed itself.
Do you worry that we're approaching a day when people say, I want a designer dog. I want a dog that glows in the dark. Or I want an extra muscular poodle.
Actually, it's us. It's us all of them. When we confirm that it's a CRISPR dog, it also is excites the world.
简单的就是说，你要克隆一个动物，比如说我要克隆你，我就在你身上切一块皮肤下来，然后呢，把你的细胞给你拿出来培养。
Dr. Lilang Shui is one of China's leading CRISPR researchers and a pioneer in the field. He runs several labs, including the one responsible for the mutant dogs. He also educates students about genetics research.
要我去克隆的话，我觉得我还是能做得出来。从技术上来说，没问题，是吧？
What's up, Dino?
So far, use CRISPR on dogs, pigs, rabbit, and mouse. The most excited that if I want to make something in animal, in biomedicine, now I can achieve very easily. Before, if I want to do that, maybe it will take me several years and millions of US dollars to just achieve one genetically modified animals. Now, very fast, yeah, and very inexpensive. 这就是我们的动的细胞。From scientific aspect, it's very exciting. Every scientist like this kind of technology, they can use this technology to make what they want. But from the society, maybe they have some safety concern.
Yeah. What are those concerns?
And the concerns, maybe some people will abusively use this technology to make something very weird.
Five words you pronounce wrong 2 years before your brain starts shutting down. Dementia is now known as type 3 diabetes, according to the Mayo Clinic, where doctors have made a shocking discovery.
I'm here in the market district in Guangzhou, and I'm seeing all sorts of dried plants, dried
What's that,
animals,
CB4?
and lots of animals that you might not expect to see, and it can be kind of jarring and uncomfortable at times, but it's important to remember that here in China, animals aren't viewed the way they are in the West. People don't have warm and fuzzy feelings about animals the way we might. Animals are largely seen for their utility or their function. They are a means to an end, and you can see that playing out across Chinese society, even across science, when you look at the application of CRISPR across all kinds of different animals.
Ready? Let's go.
Oh, these are cute.
These pigs are immune deficient pigs, so they will suffer from infection disease very easily. But with this model, we can do many experiments to do cancer research and immune research and infection disease research.
So mind you, see, this is how these different things pop up. When people try to tell you, oh, this disease, it just so happened to just jump from animal to human. No, things don't just jump from animal to human. It don't work that way. It's just not that easy. It's always something that happens in between in order for you to just carry something from a flu from a bird onto a human. Please believe that. So look at what they're doing. They're deficient. So they're just going to play around with different diseases. They want to put different diseases together to see what they mutate into. Now they play it like all of this has to do with just making cures, but also understand that this first has to, anytime you're dealing with any nation, anything that they're doing is first military. It's always going to be first, how can the military benefit from this? So these different mutations are going to be used and see how exactly what type of different biological weapons that they can actually create. All right, where is it? All right.
So this we use CRISPR to knock out 2 genes at one time, try to make Parkinson's disease and Alzheimer's disease.
Pigs and humans share similar genomes. We have the same immune systems and digestive systems, and suffer from many of the same diseases.
If we succeed in pigs, then we can transfer this technology into human. From the technology aspect, we should look to do that now. But so far, the regulation and the law don't allow us to do that.
That's crazy, CB4.
Seeing all these pigs being CRISPR'd, it is so wild. But there's still something very, very uncomfortable about this. I think that what makes Americans nervous about CRISPR and about gene editing
for humans, right?
For humans, yeah. But I also think, one of the concerns is because it is a very religious country, CRISPR allows humans, it puts so much power into our hands. It allows us to shape our world in ways never before imagined. And there are many people in the US who think, well, that's not for us to do. That's for a higher power. That's for God. So the idea that we could be playing the role of God makes a lot of people nervous.
Okay. But
clearly not here, though.
Yeah, not here. I think prevent disease is a good thing. It's really a good thing. Some genetic disease, if we can modify it, this couple have this kind of genetic background. If they get the baby will have some defect. Why don't we just change that?
And you see how he laughed at that thought, right? Which is why they don't even let. This is why they be banning religion in China right here. He don't even allow. He laughed at that thought. Like, okay, well then y'all don't do it, and see what we do with it, right? Because this thing, implanted embryos, which we're gonna have to look into those, because that was what I think that was like 4 years ago, about 4 or 5 years ago. So we're gonna have to look into those embryos that he created and see did they actually become babies at some point? Did they actually grow up? But they've already created embryos who will be who can't be affected by HIV, nor will they next generations. Now, when I say that's a form of warfare, that also means who you had intercourse with, they'll be able to not only go to country, they don't have to be careful of when they go to other countries who they make babies with. They don't have to be careful of that. So this is very strategic, and it's crazy how he just laughed that off when they said, well, it's y'all playing God. He said, okay, well, don't do it. Because one thing that they're going to do is they're going to play God however you want to see it. It was crazy because he thought that they could heal people. And this is where the lack of the spookism kind of plays a role in how dumb some people are, right? Because he would believe that some of that would be fake. But when you actually look at what they're able to do now with the with epigenetics, right? Because remember the genome is read at like a CD disc. So the epigenome causes scratches on the DNA, which is the scratches on the DNA is what starts to cause your DNA to not replicate as well as it once did before, which is what also causes diseases and different things like that. So they figured if they can get the DNA to break itself down, right? Clean it'll basically build itself back brand new without the scratches. Now this is how they're able to reverse age, um, and they can make you older and they can make you younger, right? They've already did it with two rats. We'll go into that one next. Matter of fact, yeah, we'll get into that video next because I ain't even brought that out on what all they can do with the DNA. I did it before and they took my video, so hopefully they don't take this one.
My whole life, I've never really had control of anything, right? I grew up like really poor, and religion tries to give you a semblance of control, right? Like the devil's the problem and God will help you. Pray and things will be better, but there wasn't a lot of control in that. James, come here. James. He's the cutest. He's only got one eye. And so I came upon science. It's captivated me. Science has really captivated me. If something went wrong, here's possible ways you can fix it. Maybe they work, maybe they don't, but these are possible ways you can fix your problem. To me, it allows me to take back control of my life and maybe.
And the reason why I say that is because they say things like alcoholism is something that is hereditary, right? But if you can see somebody that is able to heal themselves from alcoholism, which they can say is passed down, then that is literally that is them literally breaking down their own DNA without, because the way that they do it in a lab is that they send a virus to your DNA, right? That bypasses the messenger and convinces it to break itself down, right? and then rebuild itself. Now, if you're doing that, right, if you're able to break the what is it, the passing on, or you'll say the curse or whatever of alcoholism, then that's literally you breaking down your own DNA without help of a virus in the lab. So when he says that you can't do that shit, it's actually already being done when people are able to not only do that, but also using fasting and a change of diet also after they fast. That's why the first part, anytime you're going to change your diet, the first step before you do is the fasting part.
You help other people. This is pretty cool. What I got is a electroporator. It shocks your cells, and that helps DNA get inside the cells. Oh man, this thing is heavy. I got it on eBay for $400. It's pretty sweet. I think the shipping was the most expensive part. And it makes you wonder why scientists need hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars when you can get this stuff for hundreds of dollars working.
So he's getting ready to edit his genetics.
CRISPR is not a toy. It is so helpful to really boost the development of diverse strategies to treat diseases. Surely it is very phenomenal. Now, having said this, you have controversies with regard to whether the technology should be used for genetically modifying human embryos to design babies with certain genetic traits.
Advancements in genetic screenings of human embryos allow scientists to create organisms by design, not by chance. Coupled with the rise of consumer genetic sequencing and large investments made in the private sector, humanity's genetic toolbox is dramatically expanding.
Because CRISPR is such a powerful technology that has such enormous potential that you've captured the imaginations of so many people around the world, including large companies, private, wealthy private individuals. Can that research actually be contained and regulated because there's so much private interest in this?
And this is an interesting aspect, is that and that allowed a very, very fast way of scientists to adopt the technology in their labs, and the democratization of the technology extremely fast, because this is a technology which everyone can use, even a lab.
See, what they're saying is now is the privatization of it, right? Meaning the corporations getting their hands on this product and being able to sell it. Now, most of the apps and stuff that we use are free, right? As far as US dollar free. But what they get paid in is your information, right? So how YouTube, Facebook, and all of these different companies get paid is off of selling your information. So can you imagine if they have your genetic code? You think they're not going to sell that as a part of your information? They can find, if they can literally, you give them your DNA, they crack your genetic code. Do you think they're not going to sell that information? Because you got to think, they're trying to, remember what she said, they want to have this to where this is in your pocket almost, like your card is, it's in your pocket like your card, where it just reads your DNA. You're showing up at your job, spitting in something, and they're figuring out whether or not you have something that you need to go home with for the day. All it is you giving them giving the different companies and corporations your literal genetic code. Now, to think that they won't sell it when they already been selling your information without your knowledge. I ain't gonna say without your consent. I'll say without your knowledge, because we all consent to them giving our information. That's why nowadays they're asking you a lot more. Oh, will you allow this app to track your data? Because it wants to track you from here to there so it can personalize how they advertise to you, right? But it's just not. If you think it's only people buying your data just so they can advertise to you, you got another thing coming. It ain't just about them advertising to you. They buy their data also so they can read your patterns. They're trying to read human behavior. And not only that, be able to dictate what next move society might make, dictate where is society headed, dictate what a particular community or group is thinking, what direction they're thinking, what type of action they're planning on taking. These are all types of things that they're looking at whenever they're selling your information. So it ain't just so they can just send ads to your phone and sell you shit. Because half the time we ain't buying that shit. Half the time we not even buying that shit. So believe it's a lot deeper than that.
Lab with very modest resources.
Facts. That's what an algorithm is. Exactly. What's good with your Genesis?
Let's do it. See what happens. Biopsy punch. Ooh. Ow.
Josiah uses blog posts to chronicle his CRISPR experiments, including one he did on his own genome.
But I think I got the skin. So I use this CRISPR system designed to edit a gene in my muscles that would make them grow faster, be bigger, and make me stronger. It was just a localized injection and modification to my forearm. Oh man, that's gross. It was a proof of concept, a proof of principle to show people how easy it was.
What was the result of this?
Well, so the results take a while, right? So with
Now think about this, right? Some of the first forms of genetic editing that we seen and how they played a role was steroids in the sports. Remember that, right? Steroids in the sports. Once steroids is introduced into the body, you use it once and it changes the way how much muscle you're able to grow for life. For life. Right? That's why some people believe that once somebody is caught using it, they should be banned for life. Because even if you stop using it, the advantage that you gain still is that you're going to be able to create muscle still, even all after using it once, more than what you normally would be able to. Right? And if I'm not mistaken, I think it's by I think it causes a large amount of oxygen to flow to like certain muscle areas or whatnot for you to be able to do that, right? To create the mass. So that's one of the first forms of it. Now he's doing it at the level of the code. Remember how I told you the code will go, right? A, T, C, G, right? A and T always have to bond together, right? Same thing with C and G, they always have to bond together. So it doesn't matter what order the code is, you're gonna always know what goes on the opposite side because of how they have to be bonded together, right? And this is all based off of what this is all based off of basically what's pulling them together is based off of how many electrons is needed to stabilize the chemical, right? How many, right? Because everything needs, that's what your periodic table is there for, right? So when you look at the right side of your periodic table, it's showing you that is telling you how many electrons is needed in order for it to be stable. Matter of fact, hold on, let's look at that real quick. Oh, no, we'll keep going. We'll get into that in a second.
Human genetic modification, especially in adults, results take months, right? So it's kind of like shooting up with steroids or something, right? You shoot up with steroids, you're not going to see big muscles like in the next day or probably not even the next week. It takes a bit of time.
Can't believe I just did that.
This guy from community college sent me an email. He wants 1,000 students for a CRISPR lab. I think we're going to have our new CRISPR system hopefully in like the next couple weeks.
Sweet.
Oh, wow.
Switch over.
Some of the great scientific breakthroughs using CRISPR. Do you think that it's possible that some of these could emanate
all steroid
from labs like this?
Oh, they're definitely going to happen from bio.
Well, let me say this: all steroids that are built, that are meant to build muscle, because some are only for healing. But even in that instance, the rate that you would heal would continue to be faster. So it does. Steroids is introduced to the body. It changes the way your genes produce muscle forever.
Biohackers, and because the thing is, nobody else can do the clinical trials, right? Like, there's been, myself was the first ever human CRISPR experiment. First ever. Didn't happen in a big lab. I don't have millions or billions, even hundreds of thousands of dollars, right? But that's it. That's where the first human CRISPR experiment happened. It happened like from me, from a place like this.
So you think that we're grabbing evolution by the balls and just plowing forward into a whole new era?
I mean, we have been for a while, right? Like, humans stopped being involved in natural selection a long time ago, right? Any sort of human that's born that has problems or defects or diseases, we don't kill it. We try our best to keep it alive, right? And that's anti-natural selection. I get like 2, 3, 5, 10 emails a day about people who want to use genetic engineering in some way, right? Maybe to help them with their disease. You know what no person with cancer has ever told me ever? Like, hey, I don't want to try that out because it might hurt me. They've never said that to me ever. Hey, I don't want to try that out because it might be dangerous.
But you don't think this technology could spur a widespread movement to create the perfect human? 6'2", certain eye color, certain hair color, certain body composition, musculature.
Here's the thing. There is no, I don't think, perfect human, right? We all enjoy different aspects of ourselves. We all enjoy different aspects of other people. Who's to stop somebody from being the person that they see themselves as? Do I want to be big and muscly? Do I want to high endurance? Do I want to have dark color skin or light color skin or whatever you want? Now we actually get to take control and say, like, where do we want to go from here? And you ask these academics and commercial scientists in the US, you say, are we on the verge of do-it-yourself gene editing? Are we on the verge of everything changing? And they're like, no, it's never going to happen. It's like the night before the revolution, and everybody's outside with their, flashlights and torches, and you have all these people who still don't think it's going to happen. Like, it's going to create a whole new species of humans.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good.
Tell me that don't sound like some shit straight out of an X-Men movie.
Did you get the results of the gene test of yours?
Yeah, I'm just pulling up your email. Can you help me understand what all of this means?
Yes, of course. Are you ready?
Yep, I'm ready.
All right, so real quick, let me get.
My
this.
fitness trainer introduced me to Thorne products. I take
All
a lot
right, so we're gonna deal with a kid that actually.
Well, Health this morning, the FDA appears ready to greenlight the first treatment using gene editing. If approved, it would target sickle cell disease, which affects about 100,000 people in the U.S., many of whom are Black. Few treatments are available at this point, so this has the potential to be a game changer. CNN's Meg Terrell joins us now. Meg, you spoke to.
Now think about this, right? Remember what I told you. When you're dealing with with changing of a disease, they're changing the code, right? So your each gene is already sequenced a certain way. And so what they do is that they're saying that where there's an A, the A is causing sickle cell. So they want to, and that A should be a G. Now, how do they know that? They don't, but they're guessing. So now this is where, and this is, I knew that this was going to be a key point to it, was when they was when they kept using sickle cell as the example for the major example for the disease that they felt like they can eliminate genetically. Right now, this is the danger. Mostly pay attention to what he says. Who is suffering? Who is going to have sickle cell? Black people.
First treatment using gene editing. If approved, it would target sickle cell disease, which affects about 100,000 people in the U.S., many of whom are Black. Few treatments are available.
So the first thing that they would target, as soon as, think about this shit, as soon as it gets approved, the first thing that they are going to target is Black people. Don't get that fucking sickle cell shit fooled. The first thing that they are going to target is Black people. Oh, hey, the sickle cell trait is there. If you want, we can adjust that gene. If they even fucking tell you. So guess what? When it comes down to CRISPR, we will be the guinea pig as usual. No different than any other time. We will be the guinea pig as usual. So think about this. All of a sudden they want to say Black people. Think about that. They getting ready to find a medical revolution. And the first thing that they want to do is say Black people. Nah. No. You better believe this is all a test. Not only a test, but a chance to also see what all they can do and how far they can go with it. Using us as America's guinea pig. Understand this is why the fuck we're here in the first place. Exactly. Facts, Genesis. So why out of nowhere they all of a sudden America cares so much about Black people? They done spent all of this money developing something to be able to change the way human beings are created forever. And the first thing they want to do is present it to us. Nah, I'm having a hard time believing that. First.
Available at this point, so this has the potential to be a game changer. CNN's Meg Terrell joins us now. Meg, you spoke to a young patient. He was one of the first people in the world to have his genes actually edited, which sounds terrifying, but
Yeah.
could be a tremendous breakthrough. Why?
No, absolutely. I mean, he put it that way as well, and it'll be so exciting for everybody to get to hear from him. This is a huge moment in science and also in medicine because CRISPR itself, this gene editing tool, was really only discovered almost a decade ago. It won the Nobel Prize in 2020, and sickle cell itself has also been a neglected disease in the pharmaceutical industry. So this is a huge moment on multiple fronts. Check it out.
2 years ago, it was hard to imagine 15-year-old Johnny Lubin doing this for very long. Born with sickle cell disease, an inherited disorder affecting the red blood cells, Johnny has been in and out of the hospital his entire life, dealing with bouts of extreme pain and other serious complications.
It was kind of hard for me to like do things like have fun and stuff because I'd always have to be worried about if I'd have a pain crisis or not. It would mostly be in my back, like my lower back, and it'd always like be like really like a pounding pain in my back, so it hurt a lot.
How long would they last?
Sometimes days.
Until now, the only hope for a cure for the estimated 100,000 people in the U.S. with the disease has been a bone marrow transplant. But like more than 80% of patients with sickle cell, Johnny couldn't find a donor.
We were desperate. At that point, we were like, okay, what's going to be next?
Coincidentally, 80%. So that out of 100,000 people, 80,000 of them can't find a donor. That's pretty. It's pretty convenient. That's pretty convenient. So it just kind of gives you an idea how they felt about black people all of a sudden until we get to this point. Now they give a damn about us medically.
We thought that we were going to lose them.
So Johnny and his family...
And mind you, you got 80% that can't find a donor, but yet you got a Rothschild that then got like 12 different heart fucking transplants. Where the fuck is he finding 12 hearts at? And you got people that's been on the damn list since the damn 80s probably. And this nigga didn't at one point in time, this nigga had 9 heart transplants in like 9 years on everything. Cuz was just buying a heart every fucking year. Right. Why not osteoporosis? That is a bone degeneration that affects mostly, you said that is 90% of non-African American. Exactly. They don't want to try it out there first. They want to alter our genes first and see if they can get the coding right with us first before they fuck up on themselves. See, this is very crazy. But I'm gonna tell you too, this sound like some shit straight out of an X-Men fucking movie. Because remember, this is kind of how it starts when you get the what they call them, the mutants. When you get the mutants. They was like a lot of people were saying that, like, and I can't think of which elder it was, but one of the elders actually was referring to the X-Men story, and the X-Men is actually being anthropomorphic for black people. And one of the things that happened is that they were doing testing on them folks. Right, or if I ain't mistaken, they were either doing testing or they lied and said that they was giving them like the vaccine to a virus or something. And regardless of whatever it was, it changed their genetic code and they became mutants. Right, so we see the same type of game playing out. Now this could end up. This is where something right here. This is where some shit might backfire. Right. This is where some shit could backfire. You might fuck around and make a nigga immune to bullets and atomic fucking warfare, nuclear heads and shit. Don't fuck up and do that. You bet not fuck up and do that. I'm gonna tell you that right now, because
decided to try something that's almost never been done before.
I was worrying that I might be get superpowers or
as part of a clinical trial for a completely new kind of
see, they laughed it off, but we don't know what's going to happen as they out of 100,000 people and they alter your genes, we have no idea what is possible.
Treatment. Johnny is now one of the first people in the world to have his genes edited using CRISPR to treat his disease.
And I'm like, wow, that's pretty cool.
And scary.
and freaky.
You feel like a medical pioneer?
I don't know. I feel like a guinea pig.
In sickle cell, a genetic mutation causes red blood cells, which carry oxygen around the body, to be misshapen like crescent.
You see the shape of them? So at this point, your red blood cells, in order for them to properly carry oxygen, they need to be in a circular form, right? More like a donut shape. When they're like this, it's hard for them to be to produce the oxygen that's necessary for everything to function properly in the body, right? So that's why they got this little funny shape to them, as opposed to your red blood cells are going to be donut shaped.
Or sickles. They can get stuck in the blood vessels, causing severe pain and decreased oxygen to organs. CRISPR allows you to make a precise cut in DNA. In this case, cells are removed from the body and edited to turn on production of a different form of the oxygen-carrying protein hemoglobin, a type we have when we're babies, explains Johnny's doctor, Monica Bhatia. Then the edited cells are returned to the patient.
So in essence, it's a fetal hemoglobin induction process.
And that's good enough?
Fetal hemoglobin, we know, has oxygen, a higher oxygen carrying capacity than adult hemoglobin or sickle hemoglobin. And so, yes, it is more than good enough.
And so far, it has been good enough. 29 out of 30 patients, including Johnny, met the trial's goal, being free from having a pain crisis for at least a year after treatment.
How long has it been?
2 years.
Now Johnny and his family celebrate his treatment day as his second birthday.
October 4th is when I got the infusion. So basically I got the whole new dose of cells and stuff.
And while Johnny didn't turn into a superhero, what he got might be even better.
I'm starting to teach him how to drive, so that's another thing to worry about. So yeah, so we're stepping into the regular worrisome of raising a teenager.
The chance to be a regular kid.
He's a clown. My baby's a clown.
Yes, I am. Yeah.
So you guys.
And mind you, right? They're saying that so far he hasn't turned into a superhero. Now they just added something into his genes, right? They cut something out and they added something to his sequence. Now that is going to begin to be copied. That's going to be copied over and over and over again. And then that copy is going to be passed down into his seed. So we may not know what the effects of this is for another generation until he has kids or his kids have kids. We don't necessarily know what the effects is. You just change the sequence. And this is what I keep telling y'all, the important why you got to understand more on changing the sequence, because what they may have thought was just one gene that changed it. There may have been 15 different genes that was working together to produce that protein, and one of them was altered that created or you can say the T that they felt like shouldn't have been there, that was causing a sickle cell. Well, once they removed that and changed that to a G, right? When they changed that sequence, they don't know if that causes a butterfly effect that we have not yet seen. Because once again, it's going to take time for the genes to copy. Now, I'm happy that the brother doesn't go through the pain that he may have been going through and whatnot. But once again, we definitely got to be careful with us being the guinea pigs for products like
years
these.
since he's had a pain crisis. They don't know how long this is going to last. The hope is that it's lifelong. But, you have to get the cells removed from your body. They're edited and then returned. That comes with a lot of complications. Chemotherapy, you have to stay in the hospital for a month. So there are risks to that. This also could be very expensive, maybe $2 million per treatment. So there are questions about how widely it'll be used, but it is expected to get approved today, and it'll be a huge medical
deal. And you don't need a donor.
Right.
That is a game changer.
Yeah.
What a story. Thank
Great
you, Meg.
news.
Thanks, guys.
Hi everyone, this is Bisan.
She said that you don't need a donor, right? All right, so let's take a look. Was it this one? Let's take a look. Now let's see where we at today with it.
Important news for Black History Month. Sickle cell disease is a rare condition that impacts about 100,000 Americans, with African Americans the most affected. Now, a cutting-edge gene therapy is offering new hope in combating this painful disease. This father of three, Jimmy Olahair, who suffered debilitating pain from sickle cell disease his entire life, now lives pain-free.
Any sickle cell-related issues? Any pains, aches? No, none of that.
I felt like I was living a nightmare. I had just constant lingering pain where even pain medication wouldn't touch the pain.
Determined to be a healthy dad, the 38-year-old undergoing groundbreaking gene therapy, recently approved by the FDA.
Today I'm feeling great, fantastic, probably beyond my wildest dream.
The inherited condition turns what should be healthy round red blood cells into a C shape, limiting hemoglobin in the body, which blocks oxygen and clogs blood flow.
There's tremendous suffering, largely from pain and chronic organ damage. And so something like gene therapy really holds the promise of reducing or eliminating pain and potentially improving survival.
A medical revolution in the making, transforming the lives of sickle cell patients.
Those cells are removed from the patient's body. They are modified in the laboratory.
Now, with cutting-edge technology called CRISPR, dubbed genetic scissors,
we bring the cells up here to the stem cell lab, we process them, and then we put them in these liquid nitrogen freezers,
creating the potential to cure other genetic diseases.
And then these genetically modified stem cells.
And you know what's sick is look at when they trying to sell you this shit during Black History Month. Right? During Black History Month, after the Tuskegee experiments, you're trying to, the same way, look at it. That's the same type of face that sold it to us last time. They look just like us. Came right on in and sold us some bullshit. So we're moving into a time period where we are going, where we are the guinea pigs of a new technology that's getting ready to be introduced to the world on genetic editing. So even though we can say that it's FDA approved, you can still say that it's actually only been FDA approved so it can go into a trial, right? Into a trial period. This is a trial period and we're the damn guinea pigs. Like, how do we get all of a sudden we're the face of a scientific medical breakthrough? Nah. I'm not following this one.
Are returned to the patient.
It was probably a week and change. I started noticing that lingering pain just disappeared.
About 1 in every 365 African American babies born in the U.S. has sickle cell disease. Aware of the stigma, Jimmy found the life-saving clinical trial on his own.
So the article was actually about a patient named Victoria Gray, first patient to get her genes edited to alleviate her sickle cell. People say I'm brave. Victoria was brave. She was the first.
Little does Jimmy know.
It's good to meet you.
It's good to meet you
Oh my God.
Victoria, who in 2019 became the first to volunteer for the then experimental CRISPR gene therapy,
Thank you for sharing your story.
here in person to meet him for the first time.
You don't understand how your story has completely changed my life. Seeing how excited you were to be the parent you've always wanted to be.
Yes.
I was in the same stage of becoming a father.
I chose to do the gene therapy treatment for my kids. I wanted to fight to live for them. No matter if that meant being the first to try something new. I had no more time to wait on someone else to be brave. It was my time to be brave for my children.
Wow.
Both traveling out of state to Sarah Cannon Research Institute in Nashville for treatment. Despite the long-term unknowns and accessibility concerns, a new hope in treating an often overlooked condition.
It's amazing to have been brave enough to open this door. And me personally had the feeling that no one would come for me who would want to invest in disease for people who have been overlooked throughout history. My life has been complete.
Fucking exactly. You just said it. She just said it. Listen to her question. She asked herself this and went through with it in it. And I understand, and I'm very happy for the fact, and I'm not even gonna say that. I hope that this is actually legit. I kind of hope it's some X-Men shit and these niggas save us. But I hope it's at least legit. Because I can't ask myself this question she asked herself and then go through with it.
Had the feeling that no one would come for me who would want to invest in disease for people who have been overlooked throughout history. My life has been complete.
Yeah, who the fuck would want to invest in a disease that saves black people? And think about how expensive they said it was. This shit could cost up to almost $1 million a person. Who is investing in that? You think that they are investing millions of dollars in saving black people? No. This investment is in the technology. They are investing in the technology. They don't give a goddamn about us. Goddamn. I feel like you gotta have the Hebrews out this motherfucker, yo, or something. Where the Hebrews at? They said he is the devil that the Bible speaks of. Like, for real. They don't give a damn about us. This shit, the investment ain't into us and the cure for something that affects black people. The investment is in the technology in itself. They only open this up. You might as well see. And the devil is so goddamn slick, right? This nigga will open it up and say it's FDA approved, and the first thing they're gonna use it on is sickle cell. Sir, that means black people. That was no different than using a term like war on crime or some shit. Right? You said Professor Letty said, oh, let me get to y'all real quick. Let me start. You said, okay, so go with that. The backfire results of the person in delusion is dissatisfied with who they are. Edited genes make them someone else altogether. Facts. Right. It's given scripted or a little encouraged. And I hope, yep. I'm talking about it being on black. It just so happens to be a part of Black History Month. Same thing they tried to do with us with the COVID, why we should go get vaccinated. Have written extensively about the hidden and evil agendas of, medical doctors. and genetic scientists, right? And remember, I don't know if you was here, Professor Letty, for when Sola did the presentation, but remember, geneticists are only eugenics, right? Eugenicists. They changed the name from eugenics to genetics, but it's the same science. They're doing the same thing, right? Geneticists slash scientists, a sad demonic world we live in, and when none are to be completely trusted. That's a fact. That's a fact. That is a fact. So yeah, when we talking about, so remember, right? This is what we're looking at. This is eugenics, right? Now, if you think maybe if they had presented this to her like it was a eugenics program, do you think that we would be so eager to join? But see, this is why they changed. This is the slickness of the devil. This is why they changed the name from eugenics to genetics. Because if eugenics said they had something that came out that was going to target specifically black people, we'd be looking at them side eye. Like, what? Man, get the fuck up out of here with that Margaret Sanger shit. But now they present it as genetic science under a different title. And then they do it the same way. Well, we're getting ready to have a war on crime. Well, right now they're getting ready to have a war on sickle cell. You know what that means? Right? This is no different when they said they having a war on drugs. They're getting ready to have a war on sickle cell. And not just any war, biological war. They're getting ready to commit biological war on sickle cell. And they really want us to sit down comfortably and be like, oh yeah, they're here to save white. They're going to save black people. They don't even want us to have babies. You think they give a fuck about us walking around in pain? Come on.
Transformed.
Now I wake up, I get the kids ready for school.
Like, you got folks complaining about giving away government aid, financial aid, government benefits, right? Government benefits to black women. They don't even want to get her food stamps, right? They done came up with a whole story on what was it? The we was just talking about yesterday on Bond's channel, the welfare lady. They don't even want to give you food stamps, but they finna invest $1 million into your pain. Stop. They don't. They just. I hate to break it to black people. They just don't care that much about you, not your pain. But they definitely will invest $1 million into their product and to see how to see what it produces.
It is complete night and day. It is a completely different life.
We're so happy we could arrange for them to meet like that. And gene therapy, it could be a game changer for them.
Ain't no way I could just slip by that. What we doing, bro? Yeah, these niggas. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say, I think that nigga from I think he came from the continent. I'm just gonna say that. I think bro from the continent or something. He not ADOS. So he not ADOS. I'm not taking responsibility for this nigga right here, yo.
Different life.
I hope his genes got edited.
Meet like that. And gene therapy, it could be a game changer for sickle cell disease. There are many long-term complications, including stroke, severe impairment of your organs. Sickle cell can take about 2 decades off a person's life. That's why making treatments like CRISPR available to sickle cell patients, as well as for others with genetic conditions, is so important. Patients who live overseas, including in Africa, which is most affected, hope that it will be approved all across the world.
How available is it here in the U.S.?
That's such a good question, and that's one that people want to know. It's very challenging right now, but according to the Health and Human Services Department, many sickle cell patients already have difficulty accessing effective health care. You know, some insurance providers have already opted to cover. It's a multi-million-dollar treatment, and the Biden administration has created new ways for people to access with Medicaid and designed to lower.
So you got a bunch of different companies, insurance companies, that have already decided to cover it. Very funny. Very funny. All of the things that insurance companies don't want to cover anymore. They don't want to cover your braces no more. They don't want to cover your glasses no more. None of that. They finna cover $1 million treatment so you don't have to walk around in pain.
Medication costs and improve access. The program is set to begin, that program in particular, in January 2025. States then will decide to join the program at that time.
Well, we hope they do it.
But it can be such a game changer. I know you all are involved too with things like that, with medical things, and you just want something that you think can make an impact. And it's not
help.
just with sickle cell, which is important, but it also can help other gene therapies.
It's really revolutionary.
Right, could be.
Facts.
Well, hey there, GMA fans.
It's nothing less than actual war. Nothing less than actual war. And they were very slick with how they used the wording. Oh, we're gonna run it on sickle cell. Oh, really? Okay. No, and they gonna say which affects mostly black people. No, it affects black people. Like, what are we talking about here? Who else is it affect? Who else got sickle cell besides black people? Anybody know? Anybody know? I don't know anybody else that carries sickle cell besides black people. Thought that was some African shit, if I'm not mistaken. Like, it's a little bit weird, but let's see. Let's just make sure. Let's just make sure. Actually, what was right here? The origin. Let's check it out real quick. Let's see if we could get the origin of sickle cell. It's probably here. All right, so sickle cell, also called sickle cell, is sickle cell disease, or also called sickle cell, is a group of hemoglobin-related blood disorders, typically inherited. The most common type of sickle cell anemia. Oh, the most common type is known as sickle cell anemia. It is a result of normality in the oxygen-carrying protein hemoglobin found in the red blood cells. This leads to a rigid sickle cell. Yeah, we know that part. All right, let's go. We just need to get to life expectancy in the developed world is 40 to 60 years. So you talking about something that puts a life expectancy on black people from 40 to 60 years. They want you to live longer, black people. They really want you to live longer. They care. All right. They care. They don't even want to properly distribute your goddamn the taxes that you pay into your community and to your school. But they care. Sickle cell disease occurs when a person inherits two abnormal copies of the B globin gene, HBB, that makes hemoglobin, one from each parent. This gene occurs in chromosome 11. Several subtypes exist depending on the exact mutation. Hold on, let's see what that is. Chromosome 11 is one of the 23 pairs of the chromosomes in the humans. Humans normally have 2 copies of this chromosome. Chromosome 11 spans about 135 million base pairs, the building material of DNA, and represents between 4 and 4.5% of the total DNA in cells. The shorter arm is termed 11p, while the longer arm, Q arm, is 11q. At about 21.5 genes per megabase, chromosome 11 is one of the most gene-rich and disease-rich chromosomes in the human genome. So they're saying that not only do you get a lot of your inheritance comes through chromosome number 11, but also or like, you know, you getting the shit from your parents and all of that, but also the diseases come through gene 11, right? Facts. Let me read that actually. It said, no way. I could have bad breath and bad eyesight and maybe even have bad health all together. Pay co-pays, out of pocket expenses and premiums, but my sickle cell treatment is covered. You're right. The most expensive treatment that's gonna be on the table. Your insurance companies are already covering you, black people. Don't even panic. They got you covered. Right? Cool. All right, so we've seen that. Oh no, hold up. So what I do? I gotta go back. All right. So several subtypes exist depending on the exact mutation in each hemoglobin gene. An attack can be set off by the temperature change, stress, dehydration, or high altitude. All right, boom, boom, boom. We just need the origin. All right. As of 2015, about 4.4 million people have sickle cell disease, while an additional 43 million have sickle cell trait, right? So they're saying 43 million carry the trait, but only about 4.4 actually have the disease. About 80% of the sickle cell disease cases are believed to occur in sub-Saharan Africa. Where they talking about now? When they say sub-Saharan African, let's see, or non-Mediterranean African. That's funny because remember, sub-Saharan African, they try to corner us into one specific. Oh, my fault. We're good. What you saw? I got you. My fault. I didn't even see. They try to corner us into strictly West Africa when they say sub-Saharan African, right? What's good with you? You heard what's going on?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know you want to say. Yeah, I know you wanted to say something about that.
Well, when you're talking about the sickle cell trait, you're talking about a genetic mutation that is, for the most part, amongst people of African descent, right? And it was a genetic mutation because it helps them fight off malaria. So it wasn't like wasn't like sickle cell was just, some type of deformity that had no purpose. The reason why we kind of adjusted to the environment where there was high cases of malaria. So the sickle cell helps us fight off malaria.
Right, the
So
rice fields, what you get from
exactly.
working in the rice fields. Yep.
So malaria is one of the reasons why the European couldn't, and along with the sun, was one of the reasons why he couldn't really penetrate into Africa. He needed the Arab to do that for him. You know, when we talk about like the taking of the slaves, so they was able to,
Right.
colonize, parts of the Congo, and that happened kind of later on. But like, yeah, so I'm saying that to say that, okay, if they take away the sickle cell trait, what effects is it going to have on the people on the continent who kind of developed, that mutation based off of the environment that they live in? So certain things you got to keep in mind, you know what I mean?
Right.
Because they
Because
just kind of willy nilly, and they got to, playing Dr. Gavorkian and like,
yep, that would
Dr.
make them.
Dickens.
Because think. Oh, matter of fact, here it is, right here. It says, hold on. It occurs in a lesser degree in parts of India, Southern Europe, West Asia, North Africa, and among people of African origin living in other parts of the world. In 2015, it resulted in 114,000 deaths. The conditions were described in medical literature. Da da da. It says in 1949, its genetic transmission was determined by EAB and J.V. Neal. In 1954, it was a protective effect against malaria. A sickle cell trait was described. So now let's see where high cases of malaria is at. This is where really the dagger gonna come in at. Because remember, the goal is to take the resources of. They already want to sterilize us in Africa, which equals not having babies. They already given us different diseases, which equals us being deleted. Now they're going to cure the sickle cell trait, right?
Now, remember Bill Gates? He was using the mosquitoes to,
Mm-hmm.
they put the vaccination. This was like a test. They put vaccination into the mosquitoes, right? And it was like a test to see if it would have an effect on the general population. Like, you know what I'm saying? So these mosquitoes that we know normally bite humans, and so they tainted them with allegedly a vaccination. This is all the stuff you can look up. So they're creating now these mosquitoes where they're kind of genetically modifying their DNA to administer certain stuff to groups of people. So
Mm-hmm.
now you have a situation where, okay, mosquitoes give off malaria, and now they're taking away the sickle cell trait that helps us fight off, the stuff that mosquitoes give us. So all
Right,
that stuff you got to take into consideration when you're dealing with this beast. You know what I mean? Because how does it fight off the malaria? Maybe it's something, within the sickle cell that, kind of cleanses out whatever the mosquito is giving you.
right,
So they got to first get rid of the sickle cell trait, then maybe taint the mosquitoes with something to administer to Africans. You know what I'm saying? That could be their real plan. We don't know. And that's
right,
the dangerous thing about allowing these people to just willy nilly be mad scientists without us understanding, like, or investigating what they doing and doing our own version of that shit. You know?
right. No control. And so, yeah, when you look at it, look, it says the history of malaria extends from its prehistoric origins as a zoonotic disease in the primates of Africa through to the 21st century, a widespread and potentially lethal human infectious disease. As its peak, malaria infested every continent except Antarctica. Its prevention and treatment have been targeted in science and medicine for hundreds of years. So they don't even have a fucking treatment for malaria, but yet they gonna take our treatment. See, this is the bullshit. Because think, we in Africa where my cousin actually caught malaria when she was in Africa. That's where her kids she had her babies at. And it is crazy. So you're gonna take away our ability to fight off something that's prevalent in the country that we live in, which would, because they saying they not only rolling this out. Shout out to, what's good with you, Sif Lord. The panel is open and y'all make too. You want to come in and drop something? Um, they literally on the continent where malaria is highly prevalent, and you're gonna remove the one gene that gives us protection from it, which will leave us just as vulnerable as they are when it comes to entering in the center of Africa, because they still really can't go. That's crazy. Let me see. Hold up. Oh, okay, I'm just making sure. All right, so yeah. So it says Sister Discovery. So yeah, let's just say for 1,000 years. Hold on, where was I? Its prevention treatment have been targeted by science and medicine for hundreds of years since the discovery of the plasmodium parasites which cause it. Research attention has focused on their biology as well as that of mosquitoes which transmit the parasite. Right? What's good with your hood therapy? Shout out to you in the building. So this leaves us at an all about disadvantage in our own homeland. And not only that, this is something that acts as a protection, right? It acts as a protection. So it's one thing to be able to manipulate the disease, but if you change the actual genome to where they can't, because what all it is that we're seeing is a defect in a part of our evolution. We evolved to have uh um I can't even say it, sickle cell. We evolved to have the sickle cell trait in our body to in order to fight that off, and that's to fight something off that does not have a cure. So now, one of the ways, now you think that they haven't been studying us and our genetics and comparing it to the mosquito to see exactly what it is that's different, that's allowing us to be to be whatever, immune to malaria, or to help us fight off malaria. Let's keep going. It says for thousands of years, traditional herbal remedies have been used to treat malaria. The first effective treatment for malaria came from the bark of the shanoa tree, which contains quinine, quinine, quinine. After the link to the mosquitoes and their parasites was identified in the earlier 20th century, mosquito control measures such as widespread use of insecticides, swamp drainage, coverage, or oiling the surfaces of open water sources, indoor residual spraying, and da da. Yeah, we already know how to keep mosquitoes away. Gotta quit. Can't have standing water, right? That's always gonna be an issue. But that's kind of hard to have in Africa when you're talking about a place that has tropical weather. So it's liable to rain almost every day, right? So it's just a place where mosquitoes breed. So not having babies, being killed off by malaria and other diseases that they're giving us, not to even mention the effects of them changing our genetic code in the first place. We still don't even know what other effects that's gonna have until you copy that code into your seed, or into your, into what you reproduce, right? So yeah, we dealing with of sub-Saharan Africa, we still end up being the target once again. So when they say that they just had this breakthrough, and the first thing that they want to do is invest millions of dollars into you, just know for sure that they're not investing that in your health or in your best interest. No, their investment is about
Fans, Robin Roberts
their
here. Thanks for
technology.
checking out our YouTube.
And not only their technology, but also our detriment. Because now we just clearly put together the side effects that it could have on us globally. Right? We just witnessed the effects that it can have on us globally. Because this ain't just about though the people who actually get the treatment. The people who get the treatment are going to have babies. Number one, they're going to go back out into the regular world. You're not gonna know that. That's not gonna be the first conversation that you have on the first date. Oh, hey babe, did you get your genetics your genetic code modified? That's not exactly gonna be the first thing that you ask. So now the people that you're gonna be reproducing with, that means a lot of them may actually have had their genetic code modified. So the baby, now let's say that same gene that was copied in order to get rid of the sickle cell trait. What if that code now reproduces in the seed that you bond with them with? Now you are creating a baby that is devolved according to the environment. That would be devolving as opposed to evolving. Why would it be devolved? Because if you're becoming weaker to your environment, that means you're going backwards. You shouldn't be weaker against your environment. Now, I'm gonna hit on this though. I want to get on the age. What was it? So we're just looking at what all they can do.
Diego, combat Marine, dad, husband, and son. I know that.
You said quinine is in soft drinks of today. It's in tonic water. So a little bit every day. See? See? These folks ain't playing. They already introduced the shit into you without even telling you. Oh, and then we gonna hit this next. This evidence, that consciousness. We definitely got to see what that's talking about. But this is gonna deal with the aging, right? So remember earlier I was talking about basically, when you're dealing with epigenetics, right? The epigenome is reading the DNA, right? Like a CD. And so every time it reads it begins to build up scratches over time. Those scratches on the DNA is what causes diseases, right? And stuff like that, because the DNA is now not copying as well as it was. So what they've been able to do is create a virus that goes in and tells the DNA to break itself down and then rebuild. And so it breaks itself down and rebuilds itself without basically what you get is a resurfaced CD, basically, right? So your CD was scratched up and stopped playing. You just took it to the little Arab dude. He resurfaced it for you. Now your CD playing A1 again. You know what I mean? That's pretty much what we're getting ready to look at right now.
That every second counts for Arizona families. I get it because I've lived it. In the Senate, I'll spend every second fighting for you.
Harvard scientist David Sinclair has spent the last 20 years working to defy aging.
How many times have you heard if you're over the age?
And before we even put considering that their population growth is stagnant and declining, right? The agenda is full force ahead to disrupt the population of the growth of the highly melanated nations. Facts. Facts. So and it's to a point they didn't even think about first creating genes that would help them with their birth rate. The first thing that they did was create something to attack yours.
Age of 40, well, you're getting sick, you're getting this pain, your eyesight's degrading. Don't worry, that's just normal aging. I really don't agree with that approach.
Sinclair believes the root cause of aging and health decline stems from damage to the so-called epigenome, the part of our cells that turn genes on or off.
Our bodies have two different types of information. We all know about the DNA. Now, there's another type of information that most people don't know about. It's called the epigenome, and it's the reader of the DNA. Like if you have a compact disc, it's like scratches on the compact disc, so you can't read the music. As we get older, we lose the ability to read our DNA correctly.
And so how do we get those scratches off?
We had this breakthrough a couple of years ago, and so we found that there was a way to get the scratches off and reverse the age of cells.
In his study, Sinclair restored optic nerve cells and sight in mice with vision loss from both aging and a condition that stimulated glaucoma.
The way we did that in the mice, and we cured blindness with them, was to turn on 3 genes that are normally on in embryos. And when we turn those 3 genes back on in the adult tissue, the mice regenerate and they get their vision back.
And now, in what the researchers are calling the first study of its kind, Sinclair and his team were able to age the mice and then make them younger again. In this video shared by Harvard, these mice are the same age, yet one is visibly older. How did they do it? By literally breaking up the DNA, forcing the body to repair itself, which he says accelerates aging.
The mice actually do not just look old, but they literally are older by about 50%. They get gray hair, they get wrinkled skin, their organs are old.
The results were shared at a conference earlier this year and are under review for publication. This groundbreaking technology builds on the Nobel Prize-winning work of Japanese scientist Shinya Yamanaka, who discovered how cells can be reprogrammed to be stem cells, which then can develop into cells of any type in the body. Using this method, Sinclair showed me how his team is trying to study memory loss by turning skin cells into...
Notice the term that was used again. Cells could be what? Reprogrammed. Reprogrammed. Remember, the title of this is we're finding God in DNA. The cells are reprogrammed. So who programmed them the first time?
To tiny brains.
Here they are, these little beauties. So these are mini human brains we've grown for a number of months. And these ones have been aged so that they're 70 years old. And we can measure their activity. And their brain activity is slowing down as they get older. They're full of inflammation like a normal old brain would be. And in this experiment, we're now testing, can we reverse the age of those brains so they work again? And the answer is, yeah, we can do that.
In early experiments, his team says they're using electrodes to measure activity in cells from the brain.
As those get older, they fire less. And then we can reverse that and get them to work again.
And so you've seen that by reversing it, they start firing more.
That's right. Yep, we can make them young again and work like they used to.
While much more research is needed, Sinclair hopes that one day, reversing aging could be as simple as a pill at the doctor's office. So maybe once a year you go get a prescription for your doctor, you take it for a week and it reverses your aging. Is that your vision here?
Well, it's not just a vision, it's going to happen. It's like asking the Wright brothers, are we going to fly? Well, of course we are. It's just a question of when.
Dr. Akshay Syal joins us now. I have seen Resident Evil too many times. So, of course, I'm wondering, you want to edit my gene?
So they approve the product. And before they start, they're still testing out the editing of genes on rats still. But on the other end, it's okay it's FDA approved to use on black people. Y'all don't see what's going on here? 6 years ago, they approved it. This is the same science. We're not talking about a different science right now. This is the same science. It first gets approved for black people, or we'll say, oh, what did they say for sickle cell? But now when we fast forward in the same product that they could be using to change to alter age, they're only using it on rats. They're telling you you're the goddamn guinea pig. They don't care. You're the guinea pig in the situation or in this whole equation. They're not playing no games about it either. So they're gonna take their time and get it right on when they change the genetic codes when it comes to everybody else, but they're rushing it with us. No, we're no different than those rats that they just tested it out on. We're the experiment, and then next phase they'll be running it like he said. It ain't a matter of when. No, they just don't want to put they ain't gonna put any. They gotta find somebody who they're gonna put in the plane. Right? He said it's like the Wright brothers. It ain't a question of if we're gonna fly, it's when we're going to fly. They don't want to be the first ones in the plane. So they just put niggas in the plane and started the engine on us. They didn't put us in the plane and started the engine on it. So we in the first model right now. Hopefully we don't even know if this motherfucker can land. Did the first model even have wheels to land on it? Like we're flying right now. That's what's going on.
Even for anti-aging, what? This sounds like it's both really tough science and potentially quite risky. Like, what's the flip side of all this?
Well, so, the qualifier here is there's a lot more work that needs to be done. But to your point, I mean, it sounds like science fiction. I mean, he's taking these mice who couldn't see from getting older, from getting glaucoma, which is damage to the optic nerve, and he's restoring their vision. I mean, it does sound a little bit like science fiction, to your point.
What is the timeline, though, for making this a reality? I mean, for something like a drug, like there's a whole process, phase 1, 2, 3 trials, but what does the doctor say the timeline is for this?
Yeah, so he's hopeful in the next 10 to 15 years, but the thing is, you do need more rigorous studies in animals. You really need to prove that this works, and then after that, you need to trial this in humans. You need to prove it's not only working as it should, but it's also safe and it doesn't cause any unwanted side effects, like you just talked about. You're editing your genes. I mean, that's probably going to be a big concern for a lot of people.
Although, on the flip side, just so the sci-fi nerds among me don't have the last word, we have come a long way in terms of what we can do with genetic editing, with procedures like CRISPR and so on, really being able to manipulate genetic codes in fairly stable and replicable ways, right?
Yeah, and so Dr. Sinclair has been studying this for the last 20 years. He started out at MIT and he's had this lab at Harvard for decades now. And what he's basically saying is that if you'd asked him 20 years ago, would I be here today? Would I have restored vision in mice? I think he'd tell you he was pretty surprised. He didn't think we'd come this far so quickly. So, yes, it does sound like science fiction, but it's really, really promising at this point.
How does this compare to some of the other science that's going on in terms of anti-aging? Actual laboratory bench science, not like the infomercials we see at 2 a.m. Where else does the research lie?
I think you and I could do a whole show on, the creams that are available and the potions they sell over the counter about, take this and you reduce your aging.
Pills and potions and lotions and everything and anything. But setting all that aside, where's the science?
No, we'll leave that to Professor Snape.
Exactly.
This is it's a Harvard funded.
Man, nothing make me sicker than a nigga happen to get on code like that. Like, bruh. You know that nigga don't laugh like that. Come on, man. Look at this nigga, man. But we want respect. This what we want. We want respect.
They sell over the counter about, take this and you reduce your aging.
Pills and potions and lotions and everything and anything. But setting all that aside, where's the science?
No, we'll leave.
But she watching you be a bitch every day, nigga. Every day. This ain't you. This ain't your energy. That ain't how the fuck you laugh. You don't even find this shit funny. But they tell you to put your shoes on and dance.
Leave that to Professor Snape. You know, this is,
Exactly.
this is, you know, it's a Harvard-funded lab. These are people who are actually going in and altering your DNA in a way that, you know, they develop these biological clocks. And these are, you know, to be fair, things that need to be validated still. But they've come out with a way that they think is you're able to tell somebody's age just by looking at a DNA sequence. So, you know, when you compare that to these creams and these things that you're selling over the counter, it's a separate world.
And are there other applications for this kind of epigenetic technology other than anti-aging? This isn't new technology, as you mentioned. This is just a new application.
You know, so it's been a theory for a long time, and we're still working to prove that theory. But it is something that Sinclair has, you know, coined called the information theory of aging, where you take these epigenetic changes and that, you know, accelerates aging, as we've seen in the mice that's coming out. But to answer your question, it's the uses outside of this. It's still so new that we really don't know yet.
I know that he mentioned kind of like popping a pill, but is that what we expect it would be, like a pill, or more like a treatment like dialysis or something long term? Like what would the delivery device potentially be?
Yeah, so, you know, the delivery device so far in the mice has been, it's actually an injection. It's a harmless virus encoded with 3 reprogramming genes. And you take that injection, and then you take an antibiotic called doxycycline. So it's an antibiotic that you would give by mouth that turns on those genes and allows the anti-aging process to commence. So we don't really know what the future is going to look like, but that's what they've done so far in the animals.
Now, you already said a virus, and I know that immediately made some people's ears perk up, but this is just kind of a genetic vessel, basically, because a virus is just
done so far anti-aging process to commence. So we don't really know what the future is going to look like, but that's yeah. So, you know, the delivery device so far in the mice has been, it's actually an injection. It's a harmless virus encoded with 3 reprogramming genes. And you take that injection, and then you take an antibiotic called doxycycline. So it's an antibiotic that you...
So it's just a harmless virus. Let's listen to that again. It's a harmless virus.
Like a pill, or more like a treatment like dialysis or something long term. Like what would the delivery device potentially be?
Yeah, so, you know, the delivery device so far in the mice has been, it's actually an injection. It's a harmless virus encoded with 3 reprogramming genes. And you take that injection, and then you take an antibiotic called doxycycline.
With 3 reprogramming genes. 3 reprogramming genes. They're saying that, hey, those 3 reprogramming genes being added to your DNA is no threat to you whatsoever. Appreciate that, TMKC. There's no threat to you whatsoever. How is that possible? When you're telling me you're going to introduce something that could potentially reprogram my genes. Now, I don't know that you got that what's going to be doing the reprogramming coded correctly. What if the code is actually off? And it reprograms my shit to damn for my skin to start, for nails to start growing out of my skin or some crazy shit. Like, we don't know.
So it's an antibiotic that you would give by mouth that turns on those genes and allows the anti-aging process to commence. So we don't really know what the future is going to look like, but that's what they've done so far in the animals.
Now, you already said a virus, and I know that immediately made some people's ears perk up, but this is just kind of a genetic vessel, basically, because a virus is just kind of a bundle of genetic material, right?
Yeah, it's a harmless version of what's an adenovirus. It's commonly used in science. You know, it has other applications as well, but, you know, I don't want people...
A virus is something that tricks the DNA to produce a protein that it should not be producing, or something that it shouldn't be producing. Let's take a look at this and see what they talk about right here, though.
I chose Wix for my business because of its massive scope for functionality and freedom of...
So what happens when we die? It's a question that humanity has wrestled with throughout history. But a new study conducted by NYU may have found some answers. Dr. Sam Parnia is the director of critical care and resuscitation research at NYU Langone School of Medicine, where he ran this study. Thank you so much for joining us, Dr. Parnia.
Pleasure. Thank you for having me.
What would you say? What actually happens when you're clinically dead?
You know, when people die, essentially it's when the heart stops.
So this has been going on for, as far as we know, millennia, not longer. And when the heart stops, you stop breathing and your brain shuts down, and that's how we declare people dead. And that's why we give a time of death and we give them a note. And really, to be honest with you, until about 50 years ago, that was the point of death. So people become lifeless, motionless, the brain shuts down. But now through advances in medicine, we can actually bring people back to life, even after they've gone beyond that threshold of death, and study what happens to them. And one of the interesting things, of course, is that the brain completely shuts down, as I said. But what's fascinating is that the cells inside the body, and particularly the cells inside the brain, do not suddenly become annihilated. They go through a process of decay that can take a few hours, which is why we can actually medically bring people back to life after they have technically gone beyond that threshold of death for tens of minutes, if not hours of time afterwards. And that, of course, raises many interesting questions about what happens when we die.
So tell me more about this study. How did you conduct it? And tell me about, how you came about reaching your findings, your conclusion.
I'm an intensive care doctor, so my job is to essentially save people's lives and prevent them from dying. But unfortunately, people do die, and we try to revive them. What we have found is that over the last few decades, many millions of people have now come back.
That nigga said,
And many of them have
unfortunately,
reported,
people do die.
anecdotally, that they've been able to see and hear things going on, even though from our perspective, they should have been dead and their brain should not be functioning at all. And so we became intrigued to study this, one, because it was fascinating, and two, because we tried to revive people without brain damage and to ensure they don't have any disorders of consciousness, so not becoming like brain damaged or having a vegetative state. At any rate, so this particular study is the largest study ever carried out in the world. It was done in 15 medical centers across the US and in Europe. And we studied more than 2,000 people who'd gone through this cardiac arrest or process of death. And we did not expect people to have any consciousness or awareness. But intriguingly, up to 40% of people came back and had a perception of being aware of what was happening to them, even though they had technically gone beyond the threshold of death.
Why do you think
this
that
nigga
is?
speak real English.
Well, there's a lot to it. I should also add that among that group, 10% had a very deep, profound mystical experience that was very true to them. But interestingly, 2% actually had full awareness, could describe all the events that were going on that were validated. So, of course, the question is, why does that happen? And we don't have the answers, because to our scientific model, when people have died, there should be no more conscious awareness going on. But it sounds like maybe consciousness is able to continue. And by that, I don't mean that they're awake, but that entity that makes us who we are, makes Sam who he is, makes Rena who she is, the self, the mind, seems to continue and doesn't become annihilated after a person has gone through their process of death.
Were there any of the people that you studied that completely lost all consciousness?
Well, that's what I was trying to explain.
Yeah.
Everybody loses consciousness immediately as soon as the heart stops. It's not like they're awake and watching us.
Well, you mentioned that there were some people who remembered there was some sort of mystical experience that they were going through. Were there some people who said, nope, didn't feel it?
Wait a minute, because what he just said is very keen. If you notice what he just said, when your brain shuts down, you're still conscious. But according to them, they say that consciousness is just neurons firing off in the brain. Don't that kind of kill that whole idea? See, and this is where, once again, people go too far. They go against religion and then just go all out and be like, well, God just don't exist at all. Nigga, God don't exist. Intelligence does not exist. Really? So what are we looking at? What are we listening to here? The same intelligence that he's talking about, this mind or this sense of self, is the same entity or presence that programmed DNA in the first place.
True to them. But interestingly, 2% actually had full awareness, could describe all the events that were going on that was happening to them, even though they had technically gone beyond the threshold of death.
Why do you think that is?
Well, there's a lot to it. I should also add that among that group, 10% had a very deep, profound mystical experience that was very true to them. But interestingly, 2% actually had full awareness, could describe all the events that were going on that were validated. So, of course, the question is, why does that happen? And we don't have the answers, because to our scientific model, when people...
You know why? Because we share a consciousness. You know what that is? The source. We share the source. So even though the brain was shut off, the source was still present. The spirit was still present. And we was able to share that experience through the other beings that was in the same room. This is why.
People have died, there should be no more conscious awareness going on. But it sounds like maybe consciousness is able to continue. And by that, I don't mean that they're awake, but that entity that makes us who we are, makes Sam who he is, makes Rena who she is, the self, the mind, seems to continue and doesn't become annihilated after a person has gone through their process of death.
Were there
Boom. AKA, you are more than your brain. That's what that means.
any of the people that you studied that completely lost all consciousness?
Well, that's what I was trying to explain. Everybody loses consciousness immediately as soon as the heart stops. It's not like they're awake and watching us.
Well, you mentioned that there were some people who remembered there was some sort of mystical experience that they were going through. Were there some people who said, nope, didn't feel anything, didn't?
So some people don't have any recollections. What we don't know is whether they had experiences and forgot it afterwards, and that may be what's happening. Because of course we forget a lot of things, and most of the people who are brought back have issues to do with their treatments. We give them sedative drugs, which wipes out their memories. So that's part of what we're studying now is, does everybody have this experience? And how long does mind and consciousness continue in some format, even though we've gone beyond the threshold of death?
Do you have some sort of conclusion as to how far the mind and consciousness goes?
Again, from what we can determine, which is actually fascinating, and it raises questions about our whole science, about what happens when we die, is that it appears that even though people have gone beyond that threshold of death and their brain has shut down, that entity that we call consciousness.
Right, Professor Letty, remember you got, I'm gonna rewind this a little bit. I was running to the baby. Right though, remember you got, you literally got who they call Rob Zombie. Remember who they call Rob Zombie was an actual a zombie from Haiti who had been dead for, I believe they said, a week, if not, and came back. So yeah, but this is very, very key. What he's saying here is because the argument that science is making is that you are just a brain. And so all of these different things that go on are just chemicals going off in the brain. But what he's showing you is that after your brain is shut down, they are still being able to be conscious or aware of what's going on. This is once again when I tell you that reality is an agreed upon illusion. What does that mean? That means that we all agree on what's outside of our brain because we all share a consciousness, right? So there's a common consciousness that we all share. And then we also, inside of that, we have our individual experiences. But our individual experiences are based off of what we all agree consciously. Right. So that's why when somebody is dead, because there is still consciousness in that room, we're able to tap into that, share that experience with the doctors and the people that are working on your body. And then when you actually, and if they're able to bring you back and bring your brain back to life, you're able to recall that because you tapped in to the agreement that we all made, which is what? The programming in the first place. I keep telling you, we are the programmer. All this talking about is them going into their higher self. That's how they were aware of what was in the room without a brain functioning. You say you're not dead till you're warm and dead.
So some people don't have recollections. What we don't know is whether they had experiences and forgot it afterwards, and that may be what's happening. Because of course we forget a lot of things, and most of the people who are brought back have issues to do with their treatments, we give them sedative drugs, which wipes out their memories. So that's part of what we're studying now is, does everybody have this experience? And how long does mind and consciousness continue in some format, even though we've gone beyond the threshold of death?
Do you have some sort of conclusion as to how far the mind and consciousness goes?
Again, from what we can determine, which
Yeah.
is actually fascinating, and it raises questions about our whole science, about what happens when we die, is that it appears that even though people have gone beyond that threshold of death and their brain has shut down, that entity that we call consciousness, the mind, the psyche, whatever you want to call it, does not seem to become annihilated. From the evidence we have, that at least tens of minutes, if not hours of time afterwards. How long beyond that, we don't know at this point.
For the folks who have lost consciousness and come back, have there been any long-term effects afterwards?
Well, those people who have these very deep, profound, mystical experiences, often they describe a sensation of being very peaceful, seeing a bright, warm, welcoming light, sometimes deceased relatives. And intriguingly, some of them describe a sensation of a being that they describe as being perfect and full of light and love and compassion. Those who have that experience are often very positively transformed for the rest of their lives. It's very profound, it's real to them. They become less afraid of death. They lose their fear of death completely. They engage in altruism. They're more helpful to people. They engage more with family. It completely changes them. So there's something very profound about this experience that they have.
We often hear people say, I saw the light, some sort of light. Why do you think it is that some people see that and some people don't?
Well, there are two possibilities. One is that, as you said, only some people see it, and we think that, it might be 10%. But the alternative is that everyone sees it. But unfortunately, because of the medical treatments that they get afterwards in the intensive care unit by doctors such as myself to save their brain, they forget it. And one of our new studies is trying to actually decipher whether people have had it but just forgotten about it. And so I think there is some evidence that more people are having it, but unfortunately they just forget it afterwards.
It's a fascinating study and a fascinating look into death and those final moments as well, and returning back. Dr. Samparnia, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here.
And this is me in my 60s.
Right.
I just started
Straight up word salad.
Go app.
I man had no intentions on answering that question whatsoever. But we definitely see, let's see what else we got here. This one was 6 years ago. So let's go to this one. This one is 2 years ago. Let's see where we are as we get closer today.
A new study may provide answers to the age-old question, what happens to our brains when we die? The revelatory research suggests that near the time of death, rhythmic brainwave patterns may generate memory recall of important life moments. The study's co-author, neuroscientist Dr. Ajmal Zamar, says that these findings challenge our understanding of when exactly life ends. And joining us now is the organizer of that study, neurosurgeon and assistant professor at the University of Louisville, Dr. Ajmal Zamar. Welcome. Thank you so much. Before we even get into the details of what happens, I want you to walk us through a little bit about how it happened, how you were able to get this data, because I thought that part of the story was almost just as fascinating.
Thank you very much for having me. It's been a complete accident. We had a patient who had a so-called subdural hematoma, a bleed between the skull and the brain. So we went to operate. The patient did well for 3 days. The patient developed seizures, and we attached what we call a EEG, an electroencephalogram. During this, the patient had a cardiac arrest and died. That was what led us to the first ever recording of a dying human brain.
We've heard about people before who have faced near-death experiences describe this moment where the important moments in their life flash before their head. Is that what we're talking about? Is that what this is?
We have a case of one, so we got to be very cautious about making big statements. But from what this case of one tells us, we record an activity that is very similar to healthy humans that have undergone experiments and testings, that have done out-of-body experiences, hallucinations, memory flashbacks, all the things that are consistently being described by people who undergo near-death experience. these guys have exhibited these brain waves that exactly the same ones we're measuring when we record the activity of this patient 30 seconds before the heart stops beating and 30 seconds after the heart stops beating. That we found was quite astonishing.
And I understand that the greatest questions about what happens when we die have not all been solved through this research, but it is really so interesting, especially that moment that you said 30 seconds afterwards that you recorded the heart had stopped beating, the patient was declared dead at that point, but the brain was still functioning, and you could record those brain waves. You've said that it might have implications for our understanding of the timing of death, and that might even have implications for the timing of organ donations. Please explain that a bit more for us.
So I think we have to be at least starting the discussion to say, in a traditional sense, we always think when the heart stops working, when the EKG that shows us the function of the heart having a flat curve, we see this in movies, we grew up with this notion that that is the time when life ends. The recording shows that in our case, 30 seconds longer, we record brain waves that potentially could be either a way of the patient continuing to have near-death experiences and memory flashbacks. It could also just merely be a response that the nerve cells are dying. We can't tell what it is right now. We can just tell there is a 30-second span where the brain shows activity. So it opens a discussion to saying, would it be worthwhile, beside the EKG that shows the heart activity, to compare it to EEG that shows the brain activity to see which of these really determine the time of death?
Dr. Zamar, I know that this was accidentally recorded. It's sort of a finding that was stumbled upon, and then you and your team were wise enough to look into that data. You, though, plan to continue it by investigating similar cases in the future. Tell us more about what research lies ahead, what questions you hope to answer, and what else you hope to be able to share with people about that tremendous question: what happens when we die?
We have waited for a long time with the hope that there would be other cases like this, so we didn't have to go out with just one case. It is, from a scientific point of view, very thin ice to make conclusions on one case. So my hope is, through the conversation with you, through the conversation, the unimaginable media coverage that this has had across the globe in the past days, other scientists would come and say they may have a similar case, and we could analyze it together and get further insight to either prove what we have or maybe disprove what we find. What does it get for the future, and what implications does it have? I think there's the implications we already talked about, the time of death. There's the implication of every human being experiences death during life of a loved one. We experience death from ourselves at some point. It's something that in life, it's sad, but it's the nature of life. I think it is just as birth. Death is something that we all are interested about. So the neurobiology, the neurophysiology underlying death is an interesting phenomenon that's completely unexplored almost. It will be interesting and fantastic to know more about it, and I hope I can contribute. And to me personally, I think when we have patients, as a neurosurgeon, we see at times patients that we can't help. They have accidents, they have untreatable brain cancers. It is very difficult in those times to stand by the family, be the bearer of bad news. There's nothing we can do. If this research would allow me to go to the patient and say, your loved one has memories of the most memorable moments in their lives, and if that gives them a little bit of calm to know that they're not in pain, but they're flashing back kind, nice memories, that would be a nice gift that I could give to my patients.
That's a fact, Akashi. Your ass will end up being another heart donor for a Rothschild. I ain't even a fan of giving your blood, to be honest, when people go into the hospital and shit. Hospitals are privatized, man. You going into them places, if you think that the person who owns, let's just say you walk into a hospital, right? The dude who owns that hospital is probably a billionaire or something. You think if he needs your lung, your kidney, or your heart, he won't get it when you walk in? and your blood type just so happens to fit his, and your kidney is just so happen to be healthy enough for him to be able to use, you think he's not going to take it? Yeah, I'm almost positive that's going to be the first thing that he tries to do. Let's see here. Let me see. I'll find one more. Hold on.
Yeah, Blue, you just dropped off, Blue. Yeah, I don't know what happened to Blue.
Oh yeah, now you go ahead.
I know. I was just going to say that when you was talking about just what you was talking about with the death thing, it made me think about that Quranic verse. It says, "And in that day they shall seek death but cannot find it."
Yep. Yep.
I always like kind of like certain verses freak you out a little bit. That's one of them. Like, what the fuck is they talking about?
For real. So how about the whole Antichrist in general? What happened to all of the Obama was Antichrist clowns? Because it's looking like your boy Trump right now, ain't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Let me see. Let's pull that up, man. Okay, we on a hunt today. Let's pull that up. And it said the Antichrist take the wound to the head and shit. I said the ear is the head. Let's see what they pull up on that shit.
My freedom is so free.
Ted's really enjoying his student loan freedom thanks to Laurel Road.
My freedom is so free, so free.
Yo, was you just talking?
No, I wasn't talking.
Oh, okay. My shit switched out because I couldn't hear shit.
Free 30-minute consultation could free you from the stress of student loan.
One of the heads of the beast appeared to be fatally wounded, but the mortal wound was healed, and the whole world was astonished and followed the beast. In February 1798, the papacy was almost fatally wounded by Napoleon's forces. The power of the church was nearly destroyed when the Pope was expelled from Rome. However, the church did not die. In 1929, Mussolini restored Vatican City to the Catholic Church and declared it to be a sovereign state. Since that time, the healing of the deadly wound has made steady progress toward recovery. Today, the Pope is regarded as a significant figure in world politics, and even more, is considered the most influential religious leader in the world. All this.
Now this is where it gets confusing right here. So I guess he's making the argument that it's the Pope, right? But it's funny because the Pope is who ordains exactly what he's reading. So how are you gonna put it on the Pope? Like that's crazy right there.
Hi, friends. Doug Batchelor here. I thought it was important to come back in the studio and give a little prophecy update because there have been some new recent developments. You may have heard that on May 23rd this year, this is 2015, that there was a special group called the John 17 Movement that gathered in Phoenix. Religious leaders from the Catholic Church, evangelical churches, apostolic churches, and they received another personal message from the Pope encouraging Christian unity. Now, I'd like for you to hear, we can't play the whole 8 minutes of the message, but I want to just give you a couple of excerpts of the message that the Pope sent to evangelical and Catholic Christians in North America.
Queridos hermanos, la desunión es una herida en el cuerpo de la Iglesia de Cristo. Y nosotros no queremos que esa herida permanezca.
Okay. You notice right away he begins to talk about that the division that exists among Christians is a wound in the body of Christ. Very specifically, notice that he says the division that exists among Christians is a wound. This reminds me of the verses, I should say, you find in Revelation 13 regarding the beast. Revelation 13:3. And I saw one of the heads as it had been mortally wounded, and his deadly wound was healed. And all the world marveled or wondered after the beast. Revelation 13:12. And he exercises all the authority of the first beast in his presence, and he causes the earth, this is the second beast of the U.S., he causes the earth and those that dwell in it to worship the first beast whose deadly wound was healed. And then you go to verse 14. He deceives those who dwell on the earth by those signs which he was granted to do in the sight of the beast, telling those who dwell on the earth to make an image to the beast who was wounded by the sword, and he lived. So here it talks about this wound. And so it caught my attention when you have a leader of the Catholic Church, a Jesuit Pope, appealing to evangelical and Catholic Christians in North America to unite, saying that this division between our churches is a wound in the body of Christ that needs to be healed. Well, the Bible says that wound was caused by the sword. And the Bible is very clear. It says in Ephesians chapter 6 that the sword of the Spirit, which is the Word of God, the Bible tells us in Hebrews 4, the Word of God is quick and powerful and sharper than any two-edged sword, and that sword divides. Jesus said, think not that I'm come to send peace, but I came to send a sword. The message of Christ will sometimes bring division in a family, and this is what happened to Christianity.
You know what's kind of crazy, though? The breakdown ain't all that off. You can kind of play with it like that if you kind of think about it, right? If you say in the head, technically, you could say that the head of the church is the Catholic Church. You could say that. If you're going to look at it as the church is a body, you could say that the head would be the Catholic Church. And now where you get the wound at in the Catholic Church, I guess he's saying in the division caused the wound, but I guess that would lead a wound in the head. But I don't know. I could see that. But if I'm just going to go off of what we read, I'm going to have to go with Trump. I'm just going to say that. I'm going to say that's Trump type.
So we know that in prophecy in the last days, there's going to be an appeal that we disregard, that we downplay the
All right, so the next phase of this was the debate. I gotta go. It was what was it? Here it is.
My goal tonight is to teach you something about science in general and evolution in particular. I'm going to assume that you're intelligent, but to some degree uninformed about these fields. There's some common misconceptions about the theory of evolution, but basically it just says that all living organisms on Earth today are descended from a few species that lived many millions of years ago. One big misconception about evolution is that it's somehow anti-God, but in fact, nothing in evolution argues against the existence of God. I believe the process of evolution is part of God's creation. Another big misconception is that evolution is, quote, just a theory, unquote. But in fact, there's extensive evidence for it, and that's what I'm going to tell you tonight. When we want to understand or explain something, we use the scientific method, which is really just careful application of common sense. First, we form a hypothesis, and then we test it. We do this by deriving deductions or predictions that follow logically from the hypothesis.
No, I'm gonna have this banner up because I ain't sure if I could show this exactly. So I'm gonna have this banner up. But this is a debate about creation versus evolution. And the point of this is we gonna see if we could find the truth somewhere in between. Because I don't think it's a either or scenario, but we're gonna let them debate it and we'll just commentate as we go through it. But like I said too, everybody, the panel is open.
And then testing those predictions by observations and experiments. A good hypothesis has to be, in principle, falsifiable. That means there must be tough tests, which, if the hypothesis were really wrong, would disprove it. Then, if the hypothesis passes all those tough tests, we conclude that it must be true. So let's take a look at the hypothesis of Dr. Hovind concerning the history of life on Earth, creationism. This says that the Earth and all living species were created in 1 week, about 4000 BC. Species don't change, and the Earth's features were shaped pretty much by a worldwide flood about 2400 BC.
So this is where the first issue that we kind of have with this starting out, right? So the only way that they're making it seem like you can argue creationalism is from strictly a biblical standpoint. And so I think right here this already kind of, you know, uh it kind of puts a little dagger in what we getting ready to hear, because it does give the other guy the advantage when you held down to just these few points, because that's what he's trying to say. The earth was made in a week. But mind you, this becomes righteously irrelevant to the point, because we don't really want to deal with when or how and all of that. We just want to deal with if it was created. So now, instead of them being able to get into consciousness and DNA, it looks like they're going to be kind of stuck on the Bible. And and if that is the case, then it's gonna be hard one. This gonna be a hard one. But like I said, we'll listen and see if we can find something in the middle.
Now, 200 years ago, pretty much everybody accepted this. Even Charles Darwin was a creationist as a young man. But then people began to test it as a scientific hypothesis, and it failed all the tests. It became clear that the Earth is much older than 6,000 years. It's millions of years old, that living species can change over long periods of time, and that there just isn't any evidence for the supposed worldwide flood. So Charles Darwin came up with the hypothesis of evolution by natural selection. This says the Earth is very old. Living things can change over generations, many generations. Living species can diversify into two or more separate species, and all species on Earth are descended from a few ancestral forms that lived in the distant past. The idea of evolution had been around before Darwin, but he made two big contributions. First, he proposed a plausible mechanism for how living things could change, natural selection. This says there are inherited variations among individuals. We now know that this is due to chance mutations, chance genetic mutations. And second, variations which favor survival and reproduction will be selected because they have a better chance to make it into the next generation. Similarly, unfavorable traits will be discarded. Darwin's second big contribution was that he followed the second he followed the scientific method very explicitly, deducing predictions from his hypothesis and then testing them. And I'm going to go through Darwin's deductions as well as some more modern ones. Darwin's deductions number 1 through 4 were tests of natural selection. There isn't time to discuss them now, but it has been well established by field studies and mathematical models that natural selection works. In fact, it's got great practical relevance to understanding things like antibiotic-resistant germs and pesticide-resistant insects. Even creationists acknowledge, as they must because of these examples, that natural selection works, but they claim that it can only lead to small genetic changes. In fact, given enough time, major changes are not only possible, but inevitable. For example, in human cells, about 50 to 100 mutations creep in per human generation. That's not much, but if it goes on for 1 million generations, several % of the human DNA will have changed. So small changes can accumulate, and given enough time, the character of a species can change significantly. Now, this implies, from this it follows that if evolution is true, the Earth must be a lot older than 6,000 years, and it is. Astronomy, geology, and biology together provide us with a coherent and consistent view that the Earth is about 4.5 billion years old. Now, we can actually date rocks fairly precisely using radioactive atoms, and I want to take a minute to explain this. Radioactive decay is where one kind of atomic nucleus decays into another, like rubidium-87 decaying into strontium-87. The decay occurs at a constant rate, which is expressed as the half-life, the time it takes for half the remaining rubidium nuclei to turn into strontium. And we know the half-life of rubidium-87. That can be determined. So basically, if we measure the ratio of rubidium-87 to strontium-87, we can figure out how old the rock is. In practice, rubidium-87, strontium-87, and another strontium isotope are measured in many different minerals within the same rock. And the results are plotted. If the rock is just formed, those will form a straight line. But if the rock has been around for a while, and if the composition hasn't changed since it was formed, the points will fall on a straight line called an isochron, and the slope of that line tells the age. Here's an example of a rock from Michigan that was dated this way at 3.5 billion years using 30 different minerals within the same rock. Results can also be checked by using other isotopes. There's quite a few different isotope systems that can be used. The take-home lesson is that radioisotopic dating is really far more sophisticated and reliable than creationists would have you believe. Okay, so far we have a mechanism for gradual genetic change and enough time to account for lots of such changes. But has evolution really occurred? Well, Darwin's deduction number 6 is that if evolution has occurred, then species that lived in the remote past should be different from those that live today. And we can test this because we have fossils. It turns out that the vast majority of fossil species are different than those alive today, and that doesn't just include dinosaurs. Now we can actually make a more sophisticated deduction. Deduction number 7. If evolution is true, that predicts that the percentage of fossil species that are the same as contemporary species should be lower in the older rocks than in the more recent ones. Note that the older rocks are those that are lower down because they were laid down first, and the newer ones were laid down on top of them. And this has been tested many times and confirmed always. Here is some data from Lyell in 1854, which was before Darwin published his work. In the more recent Pliocene rocks, you can see here, 96% of the fossil species were the same as species that are still alive. And in the older Eocene rocks down here, only 3% were the same. Okay, deduction number 8. If evolution is true, it must be possible to demonstrate the slow change of one species into another. In Darwin's time, there weren't enough fossils to test this prediction, but now there are. The ancestry of the modern horse shown here is one of the best known examples, but there are lots of others. But we don't even have to rely on fossils to test this prediction. Here's an example. Herring gulls and lesser black-headed gulls in Europe can't interbreed, and that's what defines them as separate species. But the herring gulls of Europe here can interbreed with gulls in North America, and they can interbreed with gulls further west, and so on in a continuous chain around the Earth until you get back to the lesser black-headed gull in Europe. What this demonstrates is the slow change of one species into another geographically. And there are many similar examples. Okay, deduction number 9. If evolution is true, there must be a mechanism by which species can diverge by which one species can diverge into two species. Well, there are such mechanisms. Here's how it works. Remember, a species is a population of individuals who can all interbreed. The first step is that such a population gets separated into two subpopulations by a natural barrier, for example, or maybe by occupying different niches in the environment. And then, once they're separated like that, gradual genetic changes will take place in the two populations, and they will be independent because they're not interbreeding. They will change in different directions, and that can lead to chromosome rearrangements, things like incompatibility between the eggs and the sperm, and other physiological changes which result in the subpopulations then becoming unable to interbreed. So the result is two separate species. The classic example of this is the finches of the Galapagos, which Darwin studied, which got isolated on the different islands of the Galapagos, and so they diverged into multiple species. Here's another example closer to home. The leopard frogs of Nebraska can interbreed with the leopard frogs of Wisconsin, and the leopard frogs of Wisconsin can interbreed with the leopard frogs of New England. But the leopard frogs of Nebraska can't interbreed with the ones in New England. So if something were to happen to wipe out the ones in Wisconsin and others that might be in between, you would have two separate species. And that's how speciation can occur. Okay, deduction number 10. If all today's species are descended from a common ancestor, as evolution says, there should be connecting forms between the major groups. Well, this was Darwin was going out on a limb when he made this prediction.
Did y'all just peep game on what they just did? So if a frog from Wisconsin, hold on, let me make sure I got that correct. Right? So if a frog in Nebraska, hold on, no. I want to make sure I get exactly what he said correct. Hold on, let me play it one more time.
Islands of the Galapagos, and so they diverged into multiple species. Here's another example closer to home. The leopard frogs of Nebraska can interbreed with the leopard frogs of Wisconsin, and the leopard frogs of Wisconsin can interbreed with the leopard frogs of New England. But the leopard frogs of Nebraska can't interbreed with the ones in New England. So if something were to happen to wipe out the ones in Wisconsin and others that might be in between, you would have two separate species. And that's how speciation can occur. Okay.
Boo. Did you peep what he just did? The frogs in Wisconsin can reproduce with the frogs in Nebraska. And the frogs in Nebraska can reproduce with the frogs in New England. But the frogs in New England cannot reproduce with the frogs in Nebraska. So there's almost like the one in Wisconsin almost is like the mediator between them both. But they're saying that this all is a part of of them and how they developed in evolution. But mind you, in that where it kind of contradicts itself, right? is because so when people spread out and then they begin to intermingle, because remember what he said, it's a species, right? That intermingles with each other. So we stop intermingling for all of this time and then come back. What is the middle ground to where the frog in Africa is able to mate with the frog in Europe? What is the middle ground? Is it the Asian frog or something like that? What would be in between?
Deduction number 10. If all today's species are descended from a common ancestor, as evolution says, there should be connecting forms between the major groups. Well, Darwin was going out on a limb when he made this prediction. There were no transitional fossils known in 1859, but just a few years later, Archaeopteryx.
Right, transitional. Right, what would be the transition human in between us if this is true?
Was discovered, which has dozens of skeletal characteristics of reptiles, such as a bony tail and teeth, but it also has obvious characteristics of birds, feathers and wishbone and wings, for example. And many other transitional fossils have since been discovered. Now, deduction 11, if there's a unity of life based on common descent, then this should be reflected in the structure of cells. And it is. All cells have similar features. I won't go through them in detail, but then within these similarities, there are similar features. I won't go through them in
Oh, my fault. Right. So cells do have uh different different structures, right? So the membrane structure and transport, right? You also have the intercellular transport, the cell division mechanism, right? So you do got a few different phases of it, but we'll just keep going.
detail, but then within these similarities, there are patterns of differences which are explained.
And remember, inside the inside of a membrane is where your the DNA is housed inside of a membrane. The membrane almost acts as a protection, but then it also has these little slits in it that allows the information, like the proteins, to come in, get the message from RNA, and then when they come out, they turn into whatever the message that whenever they they got from the translation.
By the theory of evolution, but not by creationism. Deduction number 12, unity of life based on common descent predicts common molecular processes. This too is what we find. DNA, RNA, and proteins are in all organisms, and common mechanisms of metabolism, control mechanisms. This last part means that we can learn a lot about human cancer by studying yeast. Interestingly, the genetic code is not quite universal. It turns out there are some exceptions to the universal genetic code, and evolution can predict how the pattern of those exceptions occurs, but with creationism, they ought to be all the same, or else no similarities at all. Okay, deduction number 13, it should be possible for proteins to evolve new functions if evolution is true, and it's possible. Genes can be duplicated. This involves transposons, and the mechanism is well known. And interestingly, many of these genes become pseudogenes, which don't do anything. They just sit there because the sequences that promote the gene activity have been lost. Once a gene has been duplicated, then the two genes can evolve in separate ways, and sometimes you get new proteins with new functions. There's a lot of examples of this, but it's even becoming important industrially, as in the reference that's here at the bottom, for developing new enzymes that don't exist in nature. Okay, deduction 14. If members of a group share common ancestry, this should be reflected in their anatomy. And there's a lot of examples of this. It's very familiar. The homologous bones in vertebrate limbs is just one example. Deduction 15. Common ancestry should be reflected in embryonic development. Again, there are tremendous similarities. This is because evolution works by modifying what's already there. So since mammals descended from fish, it's not surprising that an early human embryo has gill slits and a tail, which later disappear. Interestingly, astonishing progress is made just in the last 10 years in understanding the molecular biology of embryological development. So we are now beginning to learn how new organs and body plans can evolve by modification of previously existing genetic programs. This is the cover of one of the many new textbooks in the growing field of evolutionary developmental biology. Okay, evolution predicts a unique and consistent family tree showing the relatedness of different species. This sort of thing used to be done by comparing anatomy, and the idea is that there's always nested patterns when you compare different features. But the best and most reliable and objective family trees of this type come from similarities in proteins and DNA. Suppose we compare three species, a particular gene in species X, Y, and Z. We measure genetic distance between each pair of species by counting the number of differences in the DNA sequences. For example, here, 4 differences between X and Y, 4 between X and Z, and 2 between Y and Z. And based on that, we predict a relatedness that Y and Z are more closely related. I should point out this is usually done with genes with thousands of DNA subunits, and this is shown with only 6 just for illustration. But this would predict a family tree like this. And once you have that family tree, that in turn predicts that the same pattern would be observed in all genes, not just this particular one. This is pretty surprising from the creationist point of view. Compare the shark, the dolphin, and the mouse. If these were created independently, you would expect the shark and the dolphin to be more closely related in at least some genes, but they aren't. In fact, dolphins and mouse are more closely related in all genes because they have more recent common ancestors.
You see how stupid shit starts to get? You see how stupid shit gets when you jump out the window and you just completely disregard. And this is what I mean by I don't believe that there's an either or. I believe that we see creation and then we see evolution. But when you try to eliminate one to get to the other, you start looking pretty stupid. So this dude finna convince us that a fucking mouse is closer related to a dolphin than a shark. This is what we gonna do. See, this is when you know you took a wrong turn. If you're gonna look me in my eye and tell me that that a dolphin and a shark, though they're close, the dolphin is a lot closer to the mouse. To it really, really. You think that's a smart answer? Now, if you want to say the dolphin and the mouse is related, I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that. But right now, if you think you finna convince me that the dolphin is closer to a fucking mouse than it is to a shark, like this is a lot of schoolwork for nothing. That's all I'm saying, bro. Because I'm feeling like you bumped your head at some point. Because you put the and hold on. Let me just show y'all. This nigga had got the picture up. Hold up. Let me take down the better so y'all can see. Look at the picture. Look at the picture. So you gonna convince me that the dolphin is closer to the mouse than it is to the shark? I wouldn't even have put that picture up, dog. That's all I'm saying. I wouldn't even have put that picture up. I'd have just said it and kept going. But if you're gonna give me the visuals on that, I cannot believe you. I'm sorry, but this is where I'm gonna jump off the boat at. And yeah, you could try to show it to me in the genetic sequences and all that good shit. But this right here is why I'm gonna go fuck the analytics. I'm gonna stick with the eye test right here. The eye test tells me that the shark and the dolphin are a lot closer. The shark and the dolphin are. I'm just gonna jump out the window and say that. You know what I mean? And hey, I could be totally wrong, but right now I feel safer if I was to teach my baby that the dolphin and the shark were closer. They just cousins or something like that. You know, the shark is the mean cousin or something. Dolphin is the. But then they try to tell my babies that no, the dolphin is closer to the mouse. But okay, let's run it.
Also more closely related in all genes because they have more recent common ancestors. Here's another example of a family tree of vertebrates based on a few proteins. And here's one for the entire, all the kingdoms of life based on ribosomal RNA. Okay, another deduction, this is the last one. Sets of chromosomes in related species should differ by a small number of chromosomal rearrangements. And this is always found to be the case. In fact, you can use these kinds of similarities in the same way to create family trees. And there's another example up here on this poster board you can look at later. It doesn't matter whether you use chromosomal rearrangements to make these trees or DNA or protein. You always come up with the same family tree, which is exactly what evolution predicts. An important and useful consequence of this evolutionary relatedness is that we can use lower organisms as models to learn about human diseases. There are 280 genetic diseases in man for which the gene has been identified, and it has recently been found that the fruit fly has 2/3 of those genes. Now, Dr. Hovind might say this is because they have a common designer, but a nuclear power plant and a light bulb are both designed by General Electric. Do you think we can learn about 2/3 of the things that go wrong with a nuclear power plant by studying a light bulb? I somehow.
And this is when these people begin to get dumb. Shout out to Afro Asiatic in the building. Appreciate you, God. Peace, peace. You can hit the link if you want to, guys. Open panel. Solar up here too. But this is where, like, so you're going to compare. And mind you, this is the false equivalency, right? He's going to compare a human being and the connection between a human and a fruit fly to a power plant and a light bulb because they're both made by the same company. And he really thought that was a good point. And I'm going to take the banner down so y'all can see it. I won't try to see this because they keep making a good point right now. And as the creation is, I think where I'm a little upset, we ain't even got to him yet, right? So it's going to be a dude that's going to, where I'm upset with him at is he tied himself down to religion. And that's where it's going to get a little bit difficult. You know what I'm saying? These people, they have to put you in a box, right? Remember that. The box is so that they know how to deal with you. It's witchcraft. So that's why when you're having, the whole time you're having a conversation, they're putting labels on you while you're talking. Oh, you're a preterist. Oh, oh, that's Calvinism.
Every time you say one word, they try to put you in a box. You're an apostolic. You know what I mean? You don't, you know what I mean? You don't celebrate holidays. Oh, you're a Jehovah's Witness. You don't eat pork. Oh, you're a Muslim. See, people do that so they know how to deal with you. So they have to first put you in a box. It's witchcraft. So don't allow people to put you in a box. Force them to deal with the argument. And see, right now, he got old buddy in a box. So he feels like he could force him to deal with the argument. But the point where he would die on this is that whoever made the power plant and made the light bulb, their likeness ain't the reason why, or their very consciousness or spirit ain't what's animating the light bulb or what's animating the or powering the power plant. But if you talking about the fruit fly and the human, when you talking about the programmer, is essence is literally embedded inside of both. Those are two different things. So you talking about something that the programmer programmed, and then you talking about something that you've been able to harness based off of what's already inside of the simulation. And don't get this fucked up. You are in a simulation. This is why they're using words like code, program, reprogramming. Anytime you're dealing with that, you're dealing with a simulation. That's just why the moment that they create one, like everything that they're doing is only showing you that that this is how shit got here in the first place, right? What they're showing you that they can do with DNA is only showing you that how DNA was programmed in the first place. So don't get it fucked up by any means. This is where we live inside of technology. Your house. Remember what they told you. Once the dude. See, in the last video we watched, they was just talking about what happens when the heart stopped. But in the first video, he talked about when the heart stopped and the brain was dead. And outside of the brain, there was still that consciousness. That's what's behind this. That's the force. That's the force. That's why you see the same way we have a messenger, what they call RNA, which comes in as the messenger. It's the same way in the universe. It has messenger particles that end up creating, you know what I mean, that end up telling shit, changing the communication and telling shit what it needs to be. That's why I changed how I look at a black hole. If you really look at a black hole is information being transmitted. Some would say distorted. But the time of the distortion is when it comes through on the opposite side, coming out of the black hole. What happens? That's where the information is being dispersed again. But let's keep going.
Both designed by General Electric. Do you think we can learn about 2/3 of the things that go wrong with a nuclear power plant by studying a light bulb? I somehow doubt it. In conclusion, evolution is a good scientific hypothesis because it makes many testable predictions. It suggests experiments and observations that we can do, and most importantly, it's potentially falsifiable or disprovable. This means that it makes such strong predictions that if they were not confirmed, the hypothesis would have to be rejected. And I challenge Dr. Hovind to tell us why creationism deserves consideration as a scientific hypothesis. Tell us what predictions it makes. Tell us how it could, in principle, be falsified. Tell us what observations or experiments could, even in principle, disprove it. But evolution is more than just a hypothesis. Its major predictions have been confirmed, as I've shown you examples. It has withstood people's best attempts to disprove it. It stood up to some really rough tests that could have easily disproven it if it hadn't been true. For example, suppose the world really were only 6,000 years old, like Dr. Hovind says. Then we would have determined the ages of lots of rocks, and none of them would have been more than 6,000 years ago, more than 6,000 years old, and so evolution would have been in the trash. But that's not what happened. Another example, if species were really created independently, then we might have found that dolphins had half their genes similar to sharks and the other half similar to mice. And so evolution would have been disproved, but that didn't happen. Another thing about evolution is that it explains things that no other hypotheses can. And as I mentioned, it's been extraordinarily useful in guiding productive research. This is why evolution is accepted by virtually all biologists, geologists, and biochemists. And that's why it deserves to be called a theory. A scientific theory is not just a hypothesis, it's something that's been well established. And indeed, it's not only a reasonable theory, as we are debating, it's one of the most important and the best established theories in modern science. Thank you for your attention.
All right, so now
Dr. Holden will have 10 minutes for rebuttal, and then he will also be allotted 20 minutes to present his side of creation.
Right, so now we finna get Dr. Holden on the creation.
I apologize for being late.
So just so y'all know, who y'all just first listened to is James Paulson, right? He's an evolutionist. So now we're getting ready to hear Dr. Kent Holden, right? He's finna come in and defend creationalism, right? So let's see how good of a job he does.
Didn't miss. The first flight was canceled leaving Pensacola. So they said the quickest we can get you there is 5 o'clock. I said, well, how far a drive is it from there to Oshkosh? They said, 2 hours. I said, let me drive. We will cut that down some. Amen. But it's an honor to be here tonight, and I appreciate you all coming out. What we're supposed to be discussing tonight is basically the question, is evolution a reasonable scientific theory? I think we need to first of all define a few terms here. Evolution has quite a few different meanings. I got these straight out of the dictionary here. An unrolling and unfolding process. The one we're discussing here tonight is probably more relates to number 4. It has to do with biology. The development of a species, organism, etc., from its original to its present state. Now, this definition of evolution is a little bit deceitful. What happens, as I'll show you in a minute, a lot of other things are smuggled in along with this definition. There is no question the organisms we have today are descended from their ancestors, obviously. And there is no question there have been some changes. Now, the question is, how far do the changes go? And where do you leave science and enter religion, speculation? The Christians have no argument, the creationists have no argument with organisms changing, but we think they're limited to the same kind. Several times, Dr. Paulson tonight emphasized the changing of species, the changing of species. Well, now, species is kind of a nebulous term. A dog, a wolf, and a coyote are different species. Look them up. Canis lupus, Canis domesticus, but they're interfertile. Nobody's ever nailed down a good, hard, solid definition of species. The examples he gave of the gulls, not being able to interbreed, well, stand 30 feet away and look at it. It's still a bird. Okay, it's a gull. That's not evolution. The Bible never says they're going to bring forth after their species. The Bible said they bring forth after their kind. And just because you get two animals that end up being slightly different variety, that some scientist today decides to call them a new species, it doesn't mean they're a different kind. I did not see one example this evening so far of any evolution showing a different kind of animal. It's just what somebody calls a new species. So if we're going to deal with the development of species, organisms, etc., from its present from its original to its present state, or that all species descended from earlier forms, I'll go along with that. Evolution happens. But that's not what the textbooks teach. They go many steps beyond this.
Bingo. Now that's a good point, right? That's a good point. If it's just talking about the development of a species, organism, etc., from its original to its present state, the theory that all species develop from earlier forms, then that's a good point. We can all agree with that, right? We can agree with even, hold on, matter of fact, let's go over what he got on. I want y'all to be able to see this before I press play. Even so, he's dealing with number 4, but even if we deal with 1, an unfolding process of development or change, we don't have to disagree with that. A thing evolved, we don't have to disagree with that. A movement that is a part of a series, we don't have to disagree with the definition of evolution by a long shot. So what is the problem? Why do they have to disagree with creationalism is really the question. Because, yeah, I can see at some point things develop, but what did they develop from? Creation.
Evolution happens. But that's not what the textbooks teach. They go many steps beyond this and teach the kids that all life forms came from one common ancestor. Probably all the dogs came from a common ancestor, and it was a dog. It doesn't mean the dog and the banana are related, okay? Let's define a few more here, a few more terms. Reasonable, able to reason, fair, just, wise, sensible, not excessive. To say that a dog and a wolf have a common ancestor is reasonable, it's wise, it's sensible. To say that a dog and a banana have a common ancestor is not wise and not reasonable and not sensible. Now, if you want to believe that, that's fine, but that's not science.
Thank you. And I'm going to go with him on that. Trying to convince somebody, if you just try to do it right now, go put up a picture of a dolphin, a shark, and a mouse, and ask your babies which one is the closest related. Which one is more closely related? You think they're gonna say the dolphin and the mouse? Like, no. That's not sensible. It is excessive. It's not fair and just, and there's no way you're able to reason that. Period. There's no way you're gonna be able to reason that a dolphin is closer to a mouse, a house mouse, than it is to a shark.
And not reasonable and not sensible. Now, if you want to believe that, that's fine, but that's not science. Science means to know things that we can observe or test or demonstrate. A branch of knowledge, one that systemizes facts, principles, methods, skill, or technique. The basic word is knowledge, things that we can know. What can we observe? We can test, we can prove. I will contend tonight that absolutely nothing in evolution above the species level, if you want to use that word, can be proven. It's all speculation. It's all fairy tale. It didn't happen. Now, if you want to believe it happened, that's fine. You're welcome to believe that, but quit calling it science and quit using my tax dollars to put it in our school system with real science, because it doesn't belong there at all. Theory. A speculative plan that has been observed to some degree. By the first definition of evolution, yes, we have observed, there's no question that animals can produce a lot of varieties. But I contend the variations have limits. Here's how science is supposed to work. You observe the universe, you create a hypothesis or a theory to explain the observations, and then you present evidence to support your theory. He asked in his closing remarks if I could provide some, why should creation be considered as a scientific theory? He wants me to present some predictions. Let me give you in a nutshell what the creationist model presents, and then we'll make a few predictions. The creation view says about 6,000 years ago, there was an instantaneous creation. All organisms were created together in 6 days. I would predict, based on this, that we would find billions of examples of symbiosis relationships of certain plants that require certain animals and certain animals that require certain plants that defy explanation by slow, gradual evolutionary accumulation of mutations. I think we'll find lots of examples in nature, if you just open your eyes and look for them, things that could not have evolved bit by bit. Read Darwin's Black Box by Michael Behe. You'll see the irreducible complexity exists all over the universe. Then the creationists teach that these animals will bring forth after their kind. Keep that word kind in mind, not species. The argument is not about species. The argument is about where do different kinds come from. And I don't know if the kind is the same as our family level or genus level or where exactly it is. I'm not sure that our classification system that Carolus Linnaeus developed is the same one that God intended or that God made. I don't know. But I think it's pretty obvious to a 3-year-old that a dog and a banana are a different kind and a dog and a wolf are the same kind. A horse and a zebra might have a common ancestor. I wouldn't argue about that. Stand back and look at it. It's still the same kind of animal. So I predict we will find animals able to produce only after their kind, and that there will be no examples found of anything producing a fundamentally different kind of animal. A black gull and a white gull are the same kind of animal. And then, according to the creation model, there was a flood 4,400 years ago. The world was totally destroyed. I would predict, because of this worldwide flood, we will find sediment layers all over the world containing trillions of fossils of dead things. I predict that the pre-flood world was loaded with trees, and they would be buried and form layers of coal. I predict if we dig down in the ground, we will find coal, and it'll most often be found in layers, stratified layers. I predict, based upon this model of a worldwide flood, we will find petrified trees standing straight up, running through multitudes of layers, proving the layers are not different ages, like the textbooks teach. And I taught earth science for 15 years, and I'll show you pictures in a minute. I predict, based on this flood, we will find that all people in the world descended from a common family. And when you look at mitochondrial DNA and the way it slowly changes, they find, sure enough, we got a common ancestor. There's been big deals in the newspaper about that. Mitochondrial Eve. They say, oh, everybody descended from a common woman. Well, I could have told them that. I can even tell them her husband's name. And a couple of the kids. So with science, you're supposed to observe the universe, create a hypothesis, and present the evidence to support your theory. There's my theory. I predict we will find billions of dead things buried in sediment layers laid down by a massive worldwide flood. I predict we will find erosion marks that cannot be explained by the current rivers that are flowing through, like, for instance, Grand Canyon. The top of Grand Canyon is nearly a mile higher than where the river enters the canyon. That river didn't make that canyon unless you believe rivers flow uphill. The top of the Kaibab uplift is 6,900 feet at its lowest and 8,500 feet at its highest. It ranges between 7,000 and 8,000 feet above sea level. The river at the base of Grand Canyon is 1,800 feet above sea level, but the river enters the canyon at 2,800 feet above sea level. Check it out. Rivers don't flow uphill. The strata are not bended like they were slowly uplifted. It's all horizontal bedding. That Grand Canyon was formed by the flood as the flood waters ran off. Grand Canyon is a breached dam across the Kaibab uplift. There's no possible way that river made that canyon. Go to north side of Mount St. Helens, where I was a few months ago, and you'll see the little bitty Toutle River, about 15 feet wide, flows through this massive canyon that's 1,000 feet wide. The canyon was made in 15 minutes. After Mount St. Helens erupted and blew all the mud down into the valley, dammed up the little creek, 5 days later, the river backed up far enough, it got over the top of the dam, washed out a miniature Grand Canyon in 15 minutes. And at the bottom is a little bitty creek called the Toutle River. And I guarantee some brilliant professor someday is going to bring his kids down there and say, kids, you see this little bitty river? It made this big canyon, took millions of years. No, teacher, this took a few minutes of a massive worldwide flood. The evolution view says we all came from a rock as the earth cooled down 4.6 billion years ago and hardened into a rocky crust. And all life forms come from a common ancestor. I think that has been proven wrong numerous times. We see no evidence of that whatsoever. The Bible warned us about science that is falsely so-called. I'm convinced this evolution theory is a great exaggeration from the facts. The facts are we see animals produce variations. Darwin noticed a lot of varieties of finches, 14, varieties of pigeons. But then he extrapolated that way beyond the facts, and it became a religious worldview that destroys Christians' faith in the Bible. And it keeps non-Christians from even examining the claims of Christianity. And I think this evolution theory is not only dumb, it's dangerous. Most kids that go from Christian homes to secular schools will lose their faith by the end of their first year of college.
10 minutes for rebuttal is
okay.
up. So you can be able to start with the presenting your case, unless it's just a continuation.
Yeah, I think he got a fired rebuttal. Um, I think he had a lot of points where he was able to fight back at. I think the other dude did. He looked dumb. I mean, if I'm just gonna be honest, but like right now he's proselytizing. Like now he's finna get in on the effects of evolution and how it's gonna affect religion. At this point, you're getting off topic. Like I would prefer him go into. I mean, to me, a stronger argument for creation is you have to show human beings being more than the brain. And if you can't show intelligence outside of the brain, then I think that's where the evolutionist kind of gets to play around. So we'll see what happens if it gets brought up. But I just kind of wish that he would just kind of stick to some of the science and pushing back on the science and even what science is even saying in a way. You know what I mean? So as opposed to kind of going in. I do agree that there was a worldwide flood. I don't think that it was Noah's flood at that time. What they got at 4000 BCE. I don't believe that. I think it was more like somewhere between like 12,000 and 18,000 years ago. It is recorded in a few different places, but um, outside of that, he do make a good argument for a flood. There's no question that it was a flood and shit that caused like the Grand Canyon. There's no question that there was a worldwide flood at some point. Um, I think though him putting up that timeline kind of hurts him, the 4,000. But I get it. I get it.
But our people is beginning now to start picking up questions. But I want to remind you that Professor Paulson will be finishing with his rebuttal, and we'll make a couple of go-throughs for picking up the questions. So be sure that if you still want to wait until after Professor Paulson is done speaking, we will be picking up those questions again and going through those to be fair. I just want to remind again, save the applause for afterwards. And I also wanted to mention that we're using this debate as a fundraising function for our student organization. And we ask that if anyone here or everyone here that enjoyed tonight's program would like to see such things as this brought to campus more often, we're doing this, we're trying to do this as best we can in a very unbiased way to moderate. We will be having tables outside where we can take your kind contributions. Thank you. And Mr. Hoven, then you have 20 minutes for your presentation. Then.
All right, thank you, sir. Let me give you a little history of what happened to make this evolution theory become so popular in the last few centuries. Charles Darwin, fresh out of Bible college at age 22 in 1831, set sail on the HMS Beagle. As Darwin sailed around the world, he came to the Galapagos Islands, where he counted 14 different varieties of finches based on their beak shape. Charlie counted the finches, killed all of them he could find. He hated birds because he loved worms. He was kind of a strange fella. But Charlie shot lots of birds and collected them and put them into piles and said there were 14 different varieties of finches. He concluded that all the finches had a common ancestor. Well, I bet you're right, Charlie. It was a bird. And then Charlie said in his book on page 170, it is a truly wonderful fact that all animals and all plants throughout all time and space should be related to each other. Want to hold on just a minute, Charlie. You see 14 kinds of birds and you conclude the birds and the bananas are related? That's quite a stretch, don't you think? He's going way beyond the observed evidence. He left his science and went into his religion. And textbooks are really good at that, about mixing science and religion all the time. They say we can't have religion in schools. Well, we've got religion in schools as long as we have evolution in there. See, Charlie observed microevolution. Dogs produce a variety of dogs. Roses produce a variety of roses. This is a fact, folks. It happens. It's observable. And some people might call these different kinds of roses a new species, and they get all excited. Wow, we have a new species. Or a gull in this example. It's still the same kind of animal. That's not the real issue here behind evolution. The Bible says the animals are going to bring forth after their kind, not species. See, evolution is religious. There are 6 different meanings to the word. We have cosmic evolution. That would be the Big Bang. That's what the textbooks teach. 20 billion years ago, there was a Big Bang. Now, if Mr. Paulson does not believe what I'm about to share for definitions for evolution, if he doesn't think that's really fair to call that part of evolution, then please join me, Mr. Paulson, in getting this kind of garbage out of our textbooks. Because this is included with the evolution theory as far as the kids are concerned. They think that's part of evolution. Then we have chemical evolution, if evolution really happened, and the Big Bang produced hydrogen and helium.
Have you heard Yahra's breakdown on the flood, on Noah's flood? You get a chance, look that up. I think Yahra agrees with the worldwide flood, but I think when it comes to Noah's flood, he says
Said
that
it was a local flood, right?
yeah, he said Noah's flood was a local flood. Right. He said it was a local flood. So you ever get a chance, check out his breakdown on that.
You know about the
Yeah.
Decadon?
Yeah. Yahra. Hey, look.
And then he was talking about the whales had the big fish had feet and shit.
Yeah, I forgot about
And I
that. What
posted
was
up
it?
the picture. I posted up the picture.
Uh,
It was like a whale with like human feet on the motherfucker.
Leviathan. Leviathan. Yeah, the Leviathan. Straight up.
Yeah, that was great.
How did we get the higher elements? There are at least 92 elements naturally occurring, plus the synthetic ones. How do you get those? It's true that some of these higher elements form in stars, but now you've already got a star factory to produce this. Originally, from your Big Bang, how did you get all these higher chemicals? Or if the stars evolve first, then you can replace 2 and 3, you can switch order. What about stellar and planetary evolution? Nobody has ever observed one star forming. None. We've seen lots of them blow up. Nobody's ever seen one form. And there's several out there. I mean, step outside and take a look. There's enough stars out there that right now everybody on Earth could own 2 trillion of them to themselves. That's the ones they know of. Then you'd have to have organic evolution. That's the origin of life. Nobody's ever seen non-living material come alive. The definition he chose for evolution was interesting because it started with living organisms changing. Well, okay, then if you don't believe this is part of the real evolution, then help me get this out of the textbooks, because the students are taught that non-living material came alive. They are taught spontaneous generation, I assure you. Here's typical textbook. 4.6 billion years ago, the Earth cooled down. As the Earth formed, it was like the moon, and there were hot pools of bubbling lava. And oceans formed as it rained on the rocks for millions of years. Yes, boys and girls, millions of years of torrential rains created great oceans. Now, if this is not really part of the argument about evolution, then help me get this junk out of the textbooks. If you really want to make the argument about evolution, variations, 1, 2 species coming from a common kind, well, then I'll join you on that. That happens, okay? But they're sneaking in a lot of other stuff under this umbrella of evolution. This textbook says the first self-replicating systems must have emerged from this organic soup. Swirling in the waters of the oceans is a bubbling broth of complex chemicals. Progress from a complex chemical soup to a living organism is very slow. Well, I guess it is. It's totally stopped. It doesn't happen at all. That's how slow it is. But the kids are taught this kind of stuff. Now, you have to really watch this. I've learned in the last couple of years, the evolutionists are backing off.
Hey, yo, bruh, cooking right now. He cooking for real. Hey, so you stop. You can let me know anytime you want to stop it too and say so.
Of pushing their whole theory, and they're trying to get the kids to bite off a little bitty chunk and believe in microevolution, which is certainly true. They're trying to change the definition to mean only changing and living organisms after they've come alive. But I'm telling you, this other stuff is in the books, folks. This one tells the kids the humans, the birds, and the crocodiles have a common ancestor. Now, that's not observed. This is somebody's religion. They've mixed it in with science. Everything inside this circle is religious speculation. You might see a variety of crocodiles, and you might see a variety of humans coming from a common ancestor, but that doesn't prove the crocodile and the human are related. See, these evolutionists are really good, and I must admire their enormous faith. They're able to take a little bit of evidence and extrapolate it to mean a whole lot more than is obvious. They assume, because they see, several different species of gulls, that this proves the gulls and the bananas and the people are related. Then we have to have macroevolution. That's changing between major kinds of animals. That's never been observed. Speciation is not macroevolution. Microevolution, variations within the kinds, not species, that has been observed, and that one is scientific. The first 5 are religious. So when I say evolution is a religion, that's exactly what I'm meaning. And trust me, all 6 of them are put in together. This one is science, and I object to calling it microevolution, but we're kind of stuck with the word. It's just a variation, folks. That's all that's ever been observed. And I guarantee by the end of the evening, you will not have heard one example of anything above this level right here. There are no known examples of any kinds of evolution above the speciation level. The evolutionists believe all life forms came from a common ancestor 3 billion years ago. Now, today we have 250 varieties of dogs. Some say more than that. Depends how you count them. And they probably had a common ancestor. It was a dog. And some people might say they're different species or subspecies. Okay, well, you can pick any terms you want, but they're the same kind of animal. That certainly doesn't prove what the evolutionist theory teaches, that all the dogs of the world, yeah, you got a variety, big dogs and little dogs. And a 3-year-old will tell you it's the same kind. Let's take a test here. We got a dog, a wolf, a coyote, and a banana. Which one is not like the others? And a 3-year-old can figure it out, okay?
I gotta take the banner down because he cooking right now. Hold on, y'all gotta see him cook. Bro, I just got through saying it ain't no way you gonna be able to convince your kid that the dolphin and the and the mouse is closer to the dolphin than the shark. But look at this shit.
Let's take a test here. We got a dog, a wolf, a coyote, and a banana. Which one is not like the others? And a 3-year-old can figure it out, okay? They're the same kind. And this is where the argument comes in. See, the evolutionists believe all forms of life came from one ancestor, and that ancestor came from a rock. It rained on the rocks for millions of years and produced soup in the oceans, and the ocean soup came alive. That's exactly what they're teaching. And I resent that. See, they try to make the kids make a gigantic leap of faith and logic to going from the observed microevolution into believing in macroevolution. And that's where the whole problem comes in. Macroevolution is a fantasy. It's based upon imagination. And they keep arguing about where is this line? I'm sure I'll get the question later on. What's the exact definition of kind? Well, I don't know exactly. I think from the Bible we would have to conclude it's those that were originally able to reproduce and produce viable offspring. And they may have diversified now to where a horse and a zebra maybe aren't, interfertile. Maybe they still are, I don't know. But it's obviously the same kind. I think the kind was the original reproducing pairs of animals. So the number 6, microevolution, is true, but other 5 get smuggled in, and the kids are deceived. They're given one definition of evolution, like descent with modification. Like this one says, evolution is change over time. In other words, there is no doubt that living things have changed over time. Notice this now. They're starting with living things, aren't they? Well, if you want to start there, then great. Everything before that, let's help me get it out of the textbooks. All this origin of life from non-living material stuff, that stuff ought to be removed. This one says evolution is defined as a change in species over time. Now, folks, I'm here to tell you that is not really what they mean. They're using this as a hook to get the kids to believe in evolution, and then they're going to switch it to the real definition. They're going to include cosmic evolution and organic evolution, and anybody that doesn't believe in all 6 definitions is going to be told, well, you don't understand science. Inevitably, in every debate I do, the opponent, somewhere along the line, will say, well, the average audience just doesn't understand the complexity of these things. Translated, that means, I'm smart, you're too dumb. I guarantee you'll get that impression somewhere along the line. If you listen to the evolutionists talk long enough, they want you to think you're just too dumb to understand it. You need to come to this college and take a bunch of courses so you can finally understand all the complexities of evolution. See, in advertising, it's called bait and switch. If I said, I'm going to give you a new Mercedes for $10, you showed up at my house and I said, well, I'm sorry, how about this one? It's only $99,000. That's called bait and switch. That's illegal. People go to jail for that. And I think some of these textbook authors ought to go to jail for baiting the kids to believe in evolution.
Y'all let me know if it go out.
Midstream. Then trust me, that's exactly what they do. We got no quarrel with truth, folks, and I've got no quarrel with science. I love science. But tonight, I suspect you're going to continually hear evolution trying to be smuggled in with science. And I assure you, I won't let it happen. Not under my watch, anyway. Evolution is not science. I object to lies being included in the textbooks. There is no real evidence for evolution. I'd like to find out from you asked me several questions, Mr. Paulson. Dr. Paulson, here's some for you to answer. What real evidence do you have to show the Big Bang, macroevolution? Matter came from nothing, which is what the evolutionist has to believe. What's your best evidence that any chemical has ever produced a different kind of chemical, i.e. chemical evolution? What's your best evidence to show that one star has ever formed? That would be stage 3. What is your best evidence to show that life came from non-living matter, i.e. organic evolution? What is your best evidence that any animal has ever produced a fundamentally different kind of animal? If the gulls, getting from a white gull to a black gull that can't breed together, if that's your best evidence, well, then I win. I'd like to see a whole lot better than that. There's still a gull. I collect public school textbooks. I have hundreds of them, okay? Here's the type of thing the kids are exposed to. They're going to say, we have evidence of evolution. They have whole chapters, sometimes whole units on this, sometimes entire courses just about evolution. But look at the stuff they give these kids as evidence. Evidence from fossils, from structure, molecular biology. I could not believe he brought up some of the things he did. We'll get into those in a minute as his evidence for evolution that had been proven wrong years ago. Here's the typical stuff they use. Evidence from fossils, evidence from vestigial structures, embryology. I can't believe you brought that one up. That was proven wrong in 1874. DNA similarities, similar structure of limbs, the homology argument. We'll sort of deal with that one in a minute. And then oftentimes they'll say, well, there's poor design. Darwin said, if my theory be true, numberless intermediate varieties must assuredly have existed. Well, you're right about that, Charlie. Where are they? Well, even David Ropp, who's a strong believer in evolution, said, in the years after Darwin, his advocates hoped to find predictable progressions. In general, these have not been found. Yet the optimism has died hard. Boy, that's the truth. And some pure fantasy has crept into textbooks. Oh, you're kidding. Fantasy in our textbooks? Their evidence they use, they say fossils prove evolution. Now, hold on just a minute. Let's put this in a court of law, okay? I'm going to be one of the attorneys, and the opposition stands up and says, Your Honor, we have evidence from evolution because we found a fossil. Like he mentioned Archaeopteryx, which again, I can't believe that one. We'll show about that one in a minute too. Okay, here's my proof for evolution. We have a fossil. I'd like to point out the obvious, Your Honor. If you find a fossil in the dirt, all you know is it died. You don't know that it had any kids, do you? You certainly don't know that it had different kids. And how come the fossils in the dirt can do something the animals today cannot do? Animals today can only produce the same kind. Why do you think the fossil in the dirt could do something that the animals today can't do? Why can it happen long ago and far away, and it can't happen today? I mean, if ape-like ancestors produced humans, let's have them do it again. I'd like to see it this time. Only let's get an observer now. Apes are still having babies, you know. Make another one. Then they're going to say there's evidence from vestigial structures. This one says the appendix is vestigial. The word vestigial means you don't need it anymore. Well, that's just simply baloney. You do need your appendix, okay? The appendix is part of the immune system. And people that have their appendix taken out are much more susceptible to all sorts of diseases. There's all sorts of research on that in the last 10 years. There aren't any vestigial structures. This one says the whale used to walk around. Here's typical stuff the kids are exposed to. Look at the whale's vestigial pelvis. This is what it says in the textbook. The whale's pelvis is evidence of its evolution from land-dwelling animals. Four-legged land-dwelling animals. Well, just hold on a second. Those bones right there in the abdomen of the whale are anchor points that muscles attach to. And without those muscles and those bones, the whales cannot reproduce. That has nothing to do with walking on land. It has to do with getting more baby whales. And the author that wrote that is either ignorant of his whale anatomy and should not be writing about it, or he's a liar trying to push some kind of theory off on these kids. Is that your best evidence for evolution, a vestigial structure? This one says humans have a tailbone that is of no apparent use. Well, my wife broke hers 3.5 months ago.
Hey, yo, man, he just kicking this nigga around right now. Like, bruh gotta fight back. Like, for real. He gonna have to fight back. Cause that little presentation, I know he wish he would have came a little bit harder to start out than what he did originally. Cause that wasn't it. Cause this nigga that came out punching. That nigga said, "This, look at this one right here."
Ago, and she's in excruciating pain tonight, 3.5 months later. Trust me, you need your tailbone. I was in a debate in North Alabama with the president of the North Alabama Atheist Association. He got up in front of God and everybody and said, "Folks, we got proof for evolution. The human tailbone, you no longer need it." I said, "Mr. Patterson, I taught biology and anatomy. I happen to know there are 9 little muscles that attach to the tailbone, without which you cannot perform some very valuable functions." I won't tell you what they all are, but trust me, you need those muscles. I said, "However, Mr. Patterson, if you believe the tailbone is vestigial, I will pay to have yours removed." Bend over. Won't take you but a minute to figure out that's not vestigial. There aren't any vestigial structures. And if there were, that's the opposite of evolution. That's losing something, not gaining something. Then the evidence from DNA similarities. Similar DNA proves the same designer wrote the code, folks. If God didn't make everything out of the same amino acids, we could only eat each other. God made it so the brown cow can eat the green grass and give the white milk and churn it and get the yellow butter, and I eat it and get the blonde hair because it's all made from the same amino acids. That's why there's similarities, not because they all have a common ancestor. I mean, a freshman law student in a court of law could tear that one apart, folks. That's not proof for evolution. And listen carefully tonight, because there is no evidence for any changes above the species level. Now, if you want to believe there is, you're welcome to believe that, but that's not science. That's your religion. And I think if you're going to keep my religion out of the school, we ought to keep your religion out of the school also. Evolution has no business being in the school. Oh. 5. I have just begun. Dr. Paulson mentioned evidence from development. This is often called the embryology argument. This textbook tells the kids the similarity between early stages in development of many different animals helped convince Darwin that all forms of life shared common ancestors. I was surprised. I guess I shouldn't be, but it's brought up in every debate I've ever done, but they still don't seem to get the message. This was proven wrong in 1874. Those little folds of skin under the jaw of the human embryo are not gill slits. They develop into bones in the ear and glands in the throat. They never have anything to do with breathing. They are not gill slits. And it ought to be criminal to call them gill slits. And any textbook author that puts that, any teacher that teaches that to his kids in school, after he's exposed to the truth, he should be fined at least or expelled from teaching if he's going to deliberately lie to the kids. Ernst Haeckel, embryology professor at Jena in Germany, at the University of Jena, he read Darwin's book in 1860. He loved it. It converted his whole way of thinking. His lifestyle was changed. Ernst Haeckel taught embryology, the study of embryos. Ernst Haeckel made this drawing right here, similar to the one Dr. Paulson showed us a moment ago, about the embryos having gill slits and tails. Haeckel made up this entire thing in 1869. He was trying to help Charlie out because Charlie said we should find evidence for my theory. 10 years later, they had none, so Haeckel made some up. On top are Haeckel's drawings. Underneath are actual photographs of those creatures. Now, either Haeckel is a lousy artist or he is a liar trying to promote some kind of religious worldview. Having studied it quite a bit, I'm convinced he was just a liar, that's all. He was actually convicted of fraud by his own university. In 1874, they had a trial, and Haeckel was convicted of fraud. I mean, convicted their own professor. But Haeckel's drawings still appear in textbooks today. They appear tonight on the screen. I can't believe this. This concept of embryology, proven wrong a long time ago. Then they're going to say natural selection causes evolution. The fruit fly is often brought up as an example. They nuke these flies and microwave them and x-ray them and get them to have all sorts of mutated babies. They get flies with curled wings. They can't, fly around. Flies with no wings at all. What do you call that? A crawl? You can't fly. But you get all these mutated flies, and every fly they get's worse off than the original fly. And that's proof of how we get ahead. Folks, that's not evolution. It's still a fly, and it's a worse off fly. This one about the peppered moth was proven wrong several years ago. The guy had to glue dead moths to the trees in order to take the picture for your textbook, kids. The peppered moth experiment is baloney. It didn't happen, didn't work, but it's still in the textbooks. Then the evidence from structure, called the homology argument. He mentioned this as one of his evidences for evolution, his lines of reasoning. Similar four-limb structures in the human, the cat, the whale, the horse, etc. It's true, there's a similar design in the forelimb. I don't argue with that. I agree. I taught biology for years. But similar structure proves a common designer. Doesn't prove a common ancestor. And if you were in a court of law and you brought this up as evidence for evolution, I'm telling you, a freshman law student would poke the holes in this one, say, excuse me, Your Honor, this doesn't prove we had a common ancestor. Couldn't it prove the same guy designed everything? I could point out that the lug nuts on a Chevy will screw onto a Pontiac. It doesn't prove they both evolved from a Honda 21 million years ago. The same guys are designing them, folks. And I could probably point out that if you looked at the code of Microsoft Windows as opposed to Microsoft PowerPoint, you'd find billions of similarities. Probably spell check is exactly the same in both programs because they're coming from the same designers. That's why.
That's time.
I got more.
That was a strong, strong rebuttal. Yeah, he came with it. He came with it. Let's see how the evolutionists come back. He gonna have to fight back, man. He got kicked around.
Thank you. Please, Dr. Paulson can begin.
So I have 10 minutes. Okay. Well, you can probably tell that Dr. Hovden's given his presentation hundreds of times, thousands of times. Is this still on? And this is the first time I've spoken publicly about evolution. But so he's got some good jokes. But unfortunately in science, truth is not determined by who can tell the best jokes. So
Hey, anytime you go up to the mic and you start making excuses for why you getting your ass whooped, that ain't a good sign. That's all I'm gonna say. That ain't a good sign, bro. And yeah. Let's see.
we have to look at evidence. Mr. Hovind, Dr. Hovind has, to be quite frank, he's made a lot of false and misleading statements. And I would like to be able to rebut them all, but I don't think I can do it in 10 minutes. I couldn't even write them down as fast as he was saying them. I told you at the beginning that my goal for tonight was to teach you something about science. And
You probably could have if you wouldn't have wasted your first 2 minutes complaining about how bad you getting beat up, bro. I don't know what's going on right now. We don't want to hear your sob story. It's time for you to fight back. Now you making excuses about how much time you got, man.
I think I can claim to have some experience to do this because I've been doing research for 28 years almost. And probably the most important lesson, which I hope I've impressed upon you, is that science is not just a body of knowledge, it's a method. It's a process, the scientific method. And I told you about forming hypotheses, testing them, and so forth. What I told you on the slides was obviously just an outline of all the deductions and predictions and evidence that has been put forward. Dr. Hovind will cite one small piece of evidence and say, this is all they got. But that one small piece of evidence is just an example. There are libraries full of reports, research reports, that back up all these things. As I showed you, there were some tough tests that evolution has been put to. We can't show that a dinosaur turned into a bird because it took millions of years and we can't wind the clock back. Maybe Dr. Hovind seems to expect that we ought to be able to do that. Nobody says, evolution doesn't say that you can see a dinosaur turn into a bird or a lizard turn into a mammal before your very eyes. It takes a long time and people went around then. So it has to be inferred from other kinds of evidence. And that's why we do this scientific approach. That's the way to learn about things that you can't observe directly. He might just as well question what we know about the stars, about the sun. Nobody's ever been to the sun. How do they know there's helium there? But there are ways to test these things indirectly. You don't have to go to the sun to find out its composition. You can use the
I'm just gonna be real, bruh, sounding defeated, but I don't know. Let's see what he do.
methods of physics and chemistry and analyze the light and the other radiation from the sun. Dr. Hovind has ignored or belittled most of the points that I made, but I can assure you that none of his arguments would stand up to scrutiny if we had time to scrutinize them. Let me come back to his arguments a little later, but first, let's look at his hypothesis. Did he make one example of a prediction made by the hypothesis of creationism? Even one prediction that would distinguish it from evolution. He predicted that there would be fossils. So what? Evolution predicts that too. Did he show one way that it could conceivably be disproved? Well, maybe I missed it, but I don't think it was there. So he hasn't put his hypothesis to the test. Evolution has been put to the test many times for the last 150 years. And despite what he says, it hasn't been disproved. Creationists could put their theory to the test. I can suggest some experiments he could do. Dr. Hovind has this fairy tale about how the fossils were all laid down in the Great Flood. Of course, he never comes up with any explanation of where all the water came from, where it went, where all the mud came from, how it turned into rock instantaneously, how the intrusions of granite into the sedimentary rocks formed instantaneously. There's so much granite around the world. We know that granite forms at 1,000 degrees Celsius.
Facts, Akasha. The only thing we done heard so far from this nigga is what we could find. He ain't told us what it's based. This man said, we don't know. I can't show you how a bird evolved from a dinosaur because I can't rewind the clock. Well, you could at least start off by showing us the dinosaurs. Let's start there, sir.
Celsius, that's when it solidifies. The granite that's in the earth today, intruded into sedimentary rocks, presumably must have formed after the flood, after the rocks were laid down. you can calculate that all the heat in those granite rocks would have been so much, all the heat released by cooling those rocks would have been so much that the oceans would have been boiling. At least it solves the problem of how Noah fed those 20,000 species of terrestrial animals and reptiles, birds, and animals. He fed them boiled fish. So he could test his hypothesis, for example, by looking at.
We're gonna give him that one. He tried. he fumbled it out, but at least he got through it. God damn, that was bad, dog. That was bad. That nigga said he fed a boiled fish. Okay. Okay. You've already been kicked around, bro. Like, he used real examples and made fun of real examples. Like, you ain't doing it right now, bro. You could disprove, maybe you could disprove Noah's flood. You can't disprove, though, a worldwide flood, bro. Only thing you can disprove is the time period. Yeah, he could say 4,000 BCE it didn't happen. Okay. Well, what about from like 12,000 BCE to 18,000 BCE? Was there a flood then? He's dead. He's dead right on that point.
Coprolites, or by looking at tree pollen. His hypothesis predicts that dinosaurs and modern plants were on the earth at the same time. And so in the coprolites, which are fossilized dinosaur dung, you should predict, his theory would predict, that the pollen of modern plants should be in there. But it never is. Of course.
Anybody get that? I gotta rewind that.
Pollen of modern plants, which are fossilized dinosaur dung, you should predict, his theory would predict, that the pollen of modern plants should be in there.
Yeah, and I ain't gonna lie. One of the things I'm surprised, bro, the other dude didn't even beat up. Like, the fact that they are arguing that fossil fuels comes from the dinosaurs that were buried. That's what they're saying. Fossil fuels come from the dinosaurs that were buried. I'm kind of finding that very hard to believe.
But it never is.
So just that's why conveniently we don't have no goddamn dinosaurs. They turned into oil.
Of course, the creationists know that their predictions won't be confirmed if they're too tough, so they don't do any experiments. Aside the fact that Dr. Hovind's trying to avoid having his hypothesis tested, is that he goes through some amazing mental contortions to explain away the data that's staring him right in the face. And all these, it's kind of hard to even begin to list them all. So many of these things that he comes up with, all the fossils being laid down in the flood. There are so many fossils in the rocks of the world. The sedimentary layers are on average miles thick, and the number of fossils is so great that if they were all alive at the same time, well, there wouldn't have been any standing room for Noah to build his ark. In fact, the animals would have been piled on top of each other. So those kinds of things just doesn't make sense. He comes up with a good answer to every little thing, but altogether they don't add up to anything. Sorry, I don't know what caused that. Dr. Hovind says that evolution is a faith. Well, it's absolutely clear that creationism is not science. There's no evidence for Dr. Hovind's creationist hypothesis. And if you don't believe me, you can check out the public record of McLean versus the Arkansas Board of Education, Dr. Hovind says in a court of law, scientific evidence wouldn't stand up, which happens to be false. In that trial, the top creation scientists in the world were brought in and asked under oath, under cross-examination, what's the evidence for your theory? And they said, well, of course, they had to tell the truth. They were under oath, so they said there isn't any. So, I just want to mention two other things. The big problem that it all comes down to is that Dr. Hovind has made up his mind that his interpretation of the Bible has got to be literally and absolutely true. He puts his own interpretation of the Bible ahead of the truth. He puts his own ideas on a pedestal and worships them instead of God. Creationism is a dumbing.
What? Is he playing right now, yo? Like, bro, you already having a, like, bruh, you don't have nothing. This is what it sounds like. He has zero argument. So now you ain't made not one point yet, bro, that proves evolution or to disprove anything that he said. And now you getting ready to go in on whether or not he believed that, like, you finna test the connection between him and his God based on the Bible that I'm almost positive you don't really know, but you gonna claim he don't know it? See, this is where it gets iffy, bro. Iffy.
Down of God. Creationism says that, well, he's always using the argument that if you can't explain something, he'll say, well, God can do anything, so God could have put the fossils in the rocks or whatever. God could have made the light from the distant stars getting here, even though they're more than 6,000 light years away. Of course, that means that these star explosions that he referred to never really happened. They were just, they never really happened because they're more than 6,000 years away. So there's one thing that he says God could not have done. He says that God could not have created a world where creatures evolve into different kinds or whatever they are. He never tells us what a kind is, so I'm afraid I can't respond to whether kinds can change. I guess if I could show that they change, he would revamp his definition. So, in conclusion, I want to say that we need evolution in our schools because it forms the basis for modern science and medicine. There is so much research going on model organisms like yeast that should have no applicability to humans if there's no relationship between the two. But it is. Valuable advances have come from that. Applying evolutionary theory to the study of influenza virus has led to predictive ability to show how flu is going to change so we can make better vaccines. Those are just examples, but in conclusion, if we don't teach our students about evolution, there's no way that they can understand modern biology or medicine. Thank you. Is it okay?
We will now enter into a question and answer period, which will last approximately 1 hour. We will give each individual 2 minutes to respond to the question. The first question, we'll start with Dr. Hovind. What does the second law of thermodynamics, entropy, help to conclude? The question is, What does the second law of thermodynamics, entropy, help to conclude?
There are three laws of thermodynamics. The first one basically boiled down says something to the effect that matter slash energy cannot be created or destroyed. It can only be changed. The second law is a corollary of that, which says that in any exchange, things become less ordered. There's something lost in every exchange. When you burn gasoline, there's an awful lot of it wasted as heat. About 30% goes to turn your wheels, and the rest is lost as heat, irretrievably lost. The sense every known exchange leads toward more disorder, the obvious conclusion is that the universe is winding down, and therefore there must have been a beginning. Typically, the evolutionist response will be that this only takes place in a
No, wait.
system. Well, I'd like to point out the universe is.
Wait. We gotta bring that back. Yeah, he came in though, man. He cooking. Like for real. Right. 30% is just not enough. Right. Especially to be pressing nobody about what they got going on. And you trying to convince me the banana is the closest thing. He said nope, because the creationists did improve God. He spent his time tearing apart the evolutionists. Yeah, he did. He did that. But at the same time, it looks like the evolutionist is the affirmative. So he just coming in, just kicking down doors with that. So I can't. Cincinnati, they suck for that. But yeah, they got it into So yeah, let me run it back.
Here.
I'm doing like 3 things at once.
Is it okay?
Yeah, but that's what I was saying. By him being a negative, he just coming in like shit. I'm just finna kick down anything you say. Swat it, swat it, swat it, then clowned on him. And then I think he said enough though. I think when he made it was a slight. I would have liked to have heard him make more though of a stronger DNA argument. He mentioned DNA and how it shows you that it has to be a programmer. But I'd have liked for him to go in on that more. I just give him the advantage right now. He just got more command and control over his argument. He more comfortable. Other dude is just, I don't know, he already been shot. Like he don't even seem like he want to be out there no more. Facts. That's a fact. That's a fact.
We will now enter into a question and answer period, which will last approximately 1 hour. We will give each individual 2 minutes to respond to the question.
It seemed like it was a little bit of smoke in that last message, though, Akasha. What you trying to say? Because I don't have no trouble proving God. I kick down evolution and prove God. I did it once. I did it. I don't know what we're doing. Do I need to go back to our debate? I cooked you once.
The first question, we'll start with Dr. Hovind. What does the second law of thermodynamics, entropy, help to conclude? The question is, what does the second law of thermodynamics, entropy, help to conclude?
There are three laws of thermodynamics. The first one basically boiled down says something to the effect that matter/energy cannot be created or destroyed. It can only be changed. The second law is a corollary of that, which says that in any exchange, things become less ordered. There's something lost in every exchange. When you burn gasoline, there's an awful lot of it wasted as heat. About 30% goes to turn your wheels, and the rest is lost as heat, irretrievably lost. Since every known exchange leads toward more disorder, the obvious conclusion is that the universe is winding down, and therefore there must have been a beginning. Typically, the evolutionist response will be that this only takes place in a closed system. Well, I'd like to point out the universe is a closed system, unless you want to speculate some outside energy source outside the universe. They'll say, well, the sun supplies energy to the earth. Well, yes, I know, and it's 100% destructive unless there's a very complex mechanism to utilize this energy called chlorophyll. Filling your front seat full of gasoline will not make your car run faster. You have to have a complex mechanism to utilize that energy, called a carburetor system in a drivetrain, engine, transmission, etc. So to argue that second law of thermodynamics can be overcome in an open system by adding energy is ridiculous. Adding energy only works if there's a very complex mechanism to utilize the energy. The sun will eventually bake the paint off your car, destroy the roof of your house, break up the concrete in your driveway. It's 100% destructive to everything on earth except chlorophyll. So before life is here, very complex life, the evolutionists really at a brick wall as far as explaining. The second law of thermodynamics is evidence there had to be a beginning, and there will be an end, an ultimate heat death, and it could not have created itself. Time up.
Do I have a minute? 2 minutes? I didn't quite follow that answer, but the second law of thermodynamics does say that there's a difference, and it's what it says is different from what the creationists usually say. The second law of thermodynamics does say that in a closed system, disorder increases, and living things are not closed systems, and that's why in
He just died. The dude just told you that they believe that we are already in a closed system. And then your next statement is that, yeah, we're in a closed system, but in a closed system, it causes chaos. Bro, that's a that Christian argument, bro. Like, nigga just took that and just went straight spiritual with your statement. You can't even, this dude, hey, he get kicked around today.
living things, disorder can decrease.
Disorder.
Dr. Hovind doesn't know the difference between an open system and a closed system. I suggest he make him.
Think about what he said. If you in a closed system, disorder begin. I ain't worried about none of that. I ain't worried about none of that. Because I can easily pull up the debate. It's that easy. But I don't think everybody want to see how bad that was. I don't want nobody to look at me no different. So I'm just going to stay away from it. But I'm just saying, I could show that debate. It's still there. It's still there. Yeah, I was cooking. I cooked. I proved God in the universe. Look, this is all I'm saying. We know where we know where the debate at. You know, we know exactly where we could debate at. No, I ain't got to show it TMKC. I moved on. That was a debate. It happened. It's in the past. I got my body. That was it. Now, if we want a part two, we can do that. There ain't even no question. Nah, you ain't gotta go look it up. Just know Just know I'm telling you, it wasn't even close. Just know that. But don't go. You ain't gotta go look at it. Ain't that go look at it. It was a debate. But what we can do, we can run it back. We can run it back. What's good with you, Czar? It ain't nothing to run it back. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. We can definitely do that. But let's see. Let me stay focused. All you got to do is tell Solar what's the time and the date.
Himself into a closed system right now. Stop eating, drinking, and breathing. And about 10 minutes from now, we'll check back and see if his disorder has increased.
It will.
But the point is, disorder can decrease, order can increase. It happens all the time whenever any living thing grows, because it's taking in energy and food from its environment. And this has nothing to do with whether or not evolution could have occurred or not. In fact, it could have occurred because order can increase and when energy goes in. And as he said, we get energy from the sun. I'll stop there.
Next question is directed for Dr. Paulson. Simple question. Please explain the dating procedure of the geologic column. It's from Eric.
Okay, the dating procedure of a geologic column. I'm not a geologist, but from what I know, the geologic column was put together in the early 1800s before Darwin. It was based on the observations of the guys who were building the canals around Britain, and they discovered that in the cutaways for the canals, the same layers of rock were seen everywhere. And that had some practical usefulness for them because some layers of rock were more porous and they didn't want to cut into those when they were doing the canals. So they studied this and figured out the different layers in the different parts of the country and how they corresponded. They also noticed that there were fossils in these layers and that some of them were, and that the fossils were found in the fossils were distinctive for the layers. So the geologic column was putting together all these layers. Now, not all the layers occur in every place because not every place was building rock throughout the whole history of the Earth. And some of the rocks have eroded somewhere along the way. But they could be put together. And that was before the theory of evolution came along. Later, it became clear why there were the different changes in the fossils in the different layers because evolution had taken place. And much later still, radioactive dating came into play, and that confirmed the relative ages. If all those rocks were laid down in the flood, it's quite astonishing that they formed such nice layers and that the ratios of radioactive elements just happened in all the layers to fit the older to younger pattern.
I have a very long answer to this question. Or you can get on my website, drdino.com, and get a long answer. He's right about the history. The geologic column is actually the Bible for the evolutionist. Everything must be interpreted in light of this geologic column. It can only be found one place in the world, that is in the textbooks. The geologic column does not exist, and they know that. If there were a column of sediments, unfortunately, no such column exists. There are a few places where you can find the index fossils in some kind of order that they have arranged, but that doesn't prove the geologic column exists anywhere. These layers of strata, like you see in Grand Canyon, all form very quickly. There are no erosion marks between the layers. If that layer sat there for 10 million years waiting for the next one to come on top, don't you think it'd rain at once or twice in 10 million years?
I mean, like, yeah, I don't see how in the hell are you gonna make an argument that water did not cause the Grand Canyon And if you and like you can't say that those aren't erosion marks from a flood. The water at some point was that high. Like this is crazy. To even think you can make that argument is just crazy. Of a gigantic bone. Of the gigantic boat. I think it's in the Caucasus Mountains. I forgot what mountains it is. It might be I think it was Mount Ararat. I think they found it on Mount Ararat. It was in Turkey. Wherever they found it, it was in Turkey. Which I mean, you might as well say the Caucasus Mountains is close. Yeah, they found the boat there though. But that's where the boat landed at, which is ironic. It never. Remember, it said that the boat never moved. It rose and then it landed. But see, like I said, I don't necessarily agree with him on his time period because he's saying that this flood happened and he's putting Noah and them in 4000 BC. So I don't agree with that. But where he is right is that water caused the Grand Canyon to form the way that it formed. He's right about that. It was definitely a flood. I just think his time period is off. But I don't think you can make an argument that it wasn't a worldwide flood. This is crazy to me. So I think this is where, as an evolutionist, he's so hell bent on, what the biblical argument is. He not making enough of his own arguments, and he could be making his own arguments and kind of getting rid of where the dude is, because he could kind of trap him on that timeline that dude got set up. Because to me, that timeline is just off. It's just off. I mean, you saying 6,000 years, everything happened. Now, do I believe like the million? Yeah, I think it's a long process. I definitely think it's a process from creation to how things evolve to where we at today. So I do. I definitely do. You said it isn't necessarily the art, though, but it may be. Yeah, I think I seen they had it like it was like buried in snow at one point in time. I think now you can't see it unless they show it like through like X-ray or something like that. But at one point it was visible back in the early 2000s. I remember. But yeah, dude right here is right, and he been cooking. He, like I said, right now I gotta give it to the Christian because number one, he's had more command over his argument. He's controlled. We talk about like he's really controlled the ethos, right? He also been able to control the theos in a way, right? Because he almost has like controlled the logic part of it also, along with like the emotion of the room. And so, oh buddy, he feel that and he been trying to fight back ever since, and he just ain't got it. He really just ain't got it. They needed somebody else to come and defend evolution. This dude was just, he was just somebody at this point is kicking a dead body. Like, we just gonna be real.
I mean, there are no erosion marks between these layers. The geologic column all took place during the flood. I don't have time to cover all the information we have on this, but geologic column is based on circular reasoning. Circular reasoning is where you use the fossils to date the layers, then you turn around and use the layers to date the fossils. This is exactly how it's done. I'll show you from their own mouth here. Page 306 of Earth Science, Glencoe Biology textbook says you date the rocks by the fossils. On page 307, it tells the students to date the fossils by the rocks. The intelligent layman has long suspected circular reasoning and the use of rocks to date fossils and fossils to date rocks. The geologist has never bothered to think of a good reply. There is no good reply. They're arguing in a circle. I'll just take a few more here. By the way, radiometric dating is not possible without the geologic column. The evolutionists themselves understand that. Let's see, how about this one? The rocks do date the fossils, but the fossils date the rocks more accurately. It's based on circularity, folks. I'll show you that it's not correct. Petrified.
I mean, the man is just cooking. This shit is crazy. Like, bro, don't have nothing. He just ain't presented a solid argument for evolution yet. But yet, evolution is just being kicked around from all different angles. Like, it's just ridiculous at this point. Like, Sheesh.
Trees are frequently found standing up, and I'll show you something that it's not correct. It's fossils, but the fossil evolutionists themselves understand that. Let's see, how about this one? The rocks do date the fossils, but the fossils date the rocks more accurately. It's based on circularity, folks. I'll show you that it's not correct. Petrified trees are frequently found standing up, and I'll show you some pictures of them here, so don't tell exactly what I'm saying here. Lobe fin fish. We cover all this in great detail on video number 1 minute. I went past it. Petrified trees standing up, running through multiple layers in the geologic column. I have been to many places where these trees are. Petrified trees standing up, running through multiple layers are proof positive those layers are not different ages. Pastime? Okay.
This next question does go for you, we'll start with you, Dr. Hoven. You seem to be refuting single-step evolution. What do you have to say about cumulative evolution?
I would say there is no cumulative evolution. It takes place in the imagination. They would like to believe that it happens if you give it billions of years, but there's no proof that it's happened. If you ask an evolutionist, if we really came about by gradual changes, why do we see no kinds of animals changing today? Would you please give me your best example of a transitional form alive today? Lots of animals are still having babies. I mean, let's see one today, okay? If they say, well, we don't live long enough to see this change, okay, well, then let's see one in the fossil record. Archaeopteryx.
And I'm going to tell you where they got a good point, right? Because people in the Bible will make the argument that, these miracles were performed back in the day and this and that. And an evolutionist or atheist will come in and argue and be like, okay, well, show us those same things happen today. Why ain't God talking to us today? This and that. And you'll say that, well, we can't rewind the clock. So it's funny that the evolutionist, when it comes down to you being able to show evolution today, your argument is that you can't rewind the clock. It's just a funny, and this is where our buddy is making a solid point. It becomes a lot of circular reasoning.
Archaeopteryx is a lousy example. First place, it's not a missing link. It's a bird. It's 100% bird, a perching bird with toes. One toe goes backwards to grab the tree branches. I'll prove that if you'd like, if I get a minute. But absolutely 100% modern birds are found in rock layers that they date at 130 to 140 million years old.
Dead on that. So either they're wrong on those dates, or ain't no goddamn pterodactyls ever existed. It's one or the other. Simple and plain. It's either either they were wrong on how they dated that rock with the bird in it, or the pterodactyl theory, dinosaurs mutating into birds. We might have to throw that one right on out of the water, because it's funny how they don't have a dinosaur, and conveniently the dinosaur bones and shit that we would have, all of those just so happen to melt down and turn into fossil fuels. And the bones that they do have ain't nothing but a tiger with longer teeth and an elephant with a longer goddamn stout trunk, a longer trunk, or whatever you call it, the horns. So no, I'm not buying it. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I haven't seen it. Like that mammoth, that's a goddamn elephant. They just drew it different. The saber tooth, that's a tiger. They just tried to draw it different. I'm not buying it, yo. I'm not buying it. They don't have anything but shit that just develops slightly different. But like he said, they ain't showing no different species. They may show different species, but they're not showing something that's of a different kind.
Which is way before dinosaurs went extinct. So he said several times tonight that dinosaurs turned to birds, and I'm telling you folks, even by their geologic column, the birds were already here 130 million years ago. And I've got the evidence for that in a different presentation. It'll take me a minute to find that, but it didn't happen. There is no evidence whatsoever for this macroevolution. It only takes place, you have to imagine that it happened. And I'm sure we'll get a response like, well, we see these little changes, and if we had long enough time, time is the hero to the plot. And I'm telling you, it doesn't help, okay? Everything falls apart with time. It doesn't get better.
And so when you look at it and you talking to scientists or the atheists, time ends up being their God. He replaces God, time. Every time you ask them a question, just like they're gonna say that, oh, the Christian is his only answer is God. Well, the atheist only answer is time. They playing the same role, making an excuse. Facts. You said I feel like timelines are a problem. We had to understand that a day in the Genesis is different to our measures of a day. I noticed that science eventually confirms what is in the ancient texts. Yeah, I think they say it's like 1,000. A day equals 1,000 days. So we say science is constantly in a state of conjecture and refutation. So yeah, right. Nah, you good. You good. All right, you good. We definitely need the engagement.
Let me address a couple of the false statements that Dr. Herman has just made. He said that Archaeopteryx was 100% bird. That's absolutely not true. Archaeopteryx has many characteristics of reptiles and not of birds. In fact, most of its skeletal properties are those of reptiles. Claws at the end of the arms or wings, teeth, bony tail. Find me a bird that has those, and then I'll admit that it's 100% bird. But until then,
See, and this is right here where you sound silly, because you're talking on one end, you're saying things evolve, and then when he says that, yeah, it's a bird, it's still a bird. It evolved into a newer bird. It don't need the teeth no more. It don't need the claws on the end of the wings anymore. But that don't mean you call it a fucking reptile. And so then your argument is that, oh, it didn't. Right? Well, show me one that basically you saying didn't evolve today. Like, that's crazy. He arguing against himself at this point. He's literally arguing against evolution as we speak. Because you can't say like that. Like, yo, man, just horrible.
he says that dinosaurs couldn't have evolved into birds because the birds were there before the dinosaurs were gone. Well, so what? There were dinosaurs there 200 million years ago, and some of them evolved into birds.
See what I'm saying? Now you're gonna admit to there was birds there. So how long does see? So now when it's convenient, it didn't take that much time for the dinosaurs to evolve into the birds. Now that it's inconvenient, it took so much time. And now tell me this: what the fuck you think was gonna survive all of that shit that killed the dinosaurs? The pterodactyl or the bird? You gonna take I'm taking the pterodactyl for 1,000, Jeffrey. You gonna try to convince me that the bird survived over the no, man. Come on. It don't even make sense. It don't even make sense. If the moment you place birds there at the same time is the moment that we should be able to see evolution currently, that's a horrible argument to make.
140 million years ago. Other dinosaurs were still there. So what? Let me use the rest of my time to just point out that these.
And so you brought up that point to just say, so what? So you didn't bring it up to rebut it. You brought it up to just say, so what? No, it's not so what, stupid. It's not so what. Your argument is that the dinosaurs evolved into birds. Then when we say, well, why do we don't see these things evolving today? You said, well, it takes time. It takes a long time. It could take millions to billions of years, basically time that we don't have. Then he goes back and places birds at the same time as dinosaurs. The same birds at the same time as the dinosaurs that he claiming exist. And then goes back and says, well, so what? That they existed at the same time. That they evolved so fucking fast. So what? So what? See, this is where time is their God. So they try to play the game with the Christian like, oh, they just lean on God. No, you're leaning on time when it's convenient. You just keep moving the goalposts on time. So 1 minute it was 1,000,000 years, 2,000,000 years. Now it would never happen in our lifetime. Now it happened in the lifetime of the dinosaurs, though. At the same time, they were still pterodactyls and birds. But the birds evolved from the pterodactyl. Man, get up out of here.
So-called circular argument about the geologic column is totally false. The geologic column was not.
No, I don't think that I don't even think dinosaurs existed. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I don't think dinosaurs existed at all. I think they got stuff and then they build a whole replica of stuff based off of false, off of estimations. But as far as actual dinosaurs, the only thing that they've shown is a tiger with long teeth and an elephant with a long snout or horns. That's it. And they call one the saber tooth and the other one the what they called it, the other one the mammoth. But as far as a T-Rex and that stuff is all Jurassic Park. They don't even have the bones to none of that stuff. They're lying. The bones, they said, turned into fossil fuels. It's crazy.
Not based on fossils originally. It was not based on evolution. He may have managed to find some really bad textbooks to quote, but no scientist no geologist would tell you that the geologic column is based on evolution. It was there before evolution was even thought of.
Going back to starting with again, Professor Paulson, the question simply, how does evolution explain symbiotic relationships? And by that, I take it that they're talking about relationships such as the honeybee and flowers that are utilized by the honeybee, totally different separate species.
I'll give an example.
Exactly.
Again, I'm not an ecologist, so I don't know specific examples, but there's one example of an insect and a cactus, I think it is, that that are totally dependent on one another. The cactus needs the insect for pollination. The insect needs the cactus for food. And the argument of the creationists is, well, how could they have evolved? Because if you took either one away, they wouldn't be able to survive. But all you have to think about is that in the past, some point in the past, there may have been several insects that fed on that cactus and several different plants on which that insect, several different insects that could pollinate that cactus and several different plants on which that particular insect could survive. But
You notice how he's going off of a could? You see how now the Christian didn't turn him into a Christian? This nigga talking from faith right now. We don't know how many or if these, he can't even get it out. He's trying to say what type of insects, and if there were insects that could have been used to pollinate the cactus at some point. We don't know. But bro, just say that then. You need to say that about your whole argument. You just don't know. So you don't know if God did it. That's what you're saying. You don't know if God did it. Like, that's crazy. We can both use the same information. I don't have to come to the same conclusion that you came to. I come to the conclusion that, okay, I see DNA. There's a programmer. You're giving me a code, and you're telling me that this code it can be broken to the point where I can rearrange my future genetics. Literally. And you're telling me that this code that you're breaking, or this code that you also reprogram when it's convenient, they'll reprogram a gene. You're going to tell me that that there was no programmer to program it in the first place? Nobody put the code there. The code just magically appears. Like, this dude's argument is horrible.
with time, some of the other plants and insects died out. That cactus changed gradually so that it became more dependent on just that insect, and that insect became more dependent on just that plant. So there's no contradiction. In fact, those are good examples of how evolution can work.
Okay, I think this illustrates clearly what I said earlier. You have to imagine that evolution happened. It could have been, might have been. Go back and play the tape when you get it. That's all they have, folks, is speculation. All you have to do is imagine there might have been another insect. Of course, we don't have any proof of this. This is my point exactly. Evolution is a religion. You have to believe in these things. There's certainly no evidence for it. The fact is, we do have an enormous...
He got him. Bruh just reached. He just literally reached and tried to act like he wasn't. Like, nah, bro, that was clear. You just said we don't know. It could have been this. It could have been that. It could have been God. The moment you start saying what it could have been without any evidence, well, it could have been God. Like, and this is where you can't, and this is why I say I don't think you need to have one without the other. But it looks bad when you're trying to just completely dismantle a programmer being the one that encoded itself into this simulation. What's good with you, Al? Facts. He said the dinosaur was the dragon.
enormous number of symbiotic relationships. Termites cannot digest cellulose. They can only chew it up and swallow it. The critters that live in their intestines digest the cellulose. Now, those little critters cannot live outside of the termite, and the termite cannot live without those critters, so which one evolved first, and how did it survive without the other one? You'd have to go through all sorts of imagination of how, well, it might have done a different purpose, might have something else. Okay, you can imagine all you want, but this is my point. You're outside of science at that point. And just because a person has really good science in some areas does not mean he doesn't frequently try to sneak his religious worldview in with his science. And that's what's happened. That's what happens in all the universities, and it's tragic, and somebody ought to put a stop to it, and I'm working on it as hard as I can. And again, the hero to the plot was time, as if time is going to do it. How much time do I have left? We're leaving an awful lot of stuff hanging here, and I'd love to go back, and I've been accused of being a liar about 10 times tonight. I'd love to go back and get a specific example and stay on just one. But this article says, dinosaurs are alive as birds. USA Today, October 99. Dinosaurs, they found a new missing link. National Geographic, new missing link, proof for evolution. A couple months later, oops, sorry, it's a fraud. This stuff happens all the time, okay? We can go through this a bunch if you like. Textbook says dinosaurs turn to birds. There we go. Alan Fiducia, one of the world authorities on birds, said at University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, he said, paleontologists have tried to turn Archaeopteryx into an earthbound feathered dinosaur, which is what you're trying to do tonight, but it's not. It's a bird, a perching bird, and no amount of paleo-babble is going to change that. Archaeopteryx had...
Time is up.
Watch video number 4 to get the rest of it.
This next question again is for you, Dr. Hoven. If you believe that the universe was created 6,000 years ago, how do you explain rocks dating back millions and billions of years? Doesn't carbon dating prove millions of years?
I've had this one open 3 times, hoping we'd get to this, and now here we are. It's going to take me a minute to get there. I cover this in great detail on my website, or video number 7 about carbon dating. Carbon dating, I wish we had 2 hours to go through how it works. I'm very familiar with it. It doesn't work at all, and I'll show you why. Based on several obvious assumptions, and a freshman law student could take it apart in a courtroom. Living mollusk shells, carbon dated 2,300 years old. Science Magazine, volume 144. Freshly killed seal, carbon dated 1,300 years old. Antarctic Journal, volume 6. Shells from living snails, carbon dated 27,000 years old. One part of a mammoth, carbon dated 29,000 years old. Another part dated 44,000 years old. Geological Survey, professional paper 862. Baby Edema, carbon dated. One part was 40,000, another part's 26,000, and the wood next to it is 9,000. The lower leg of a mammoth, carbon dated 15,000 years old. The skin was 21,000 years old. 2 mammoths side by side gave ages of 22,000 and 16,000. The living penguins dated 8,000 years old. They had in Berkeley, California, the most advanced dating center we have. Tried to date Homo erectus fossils. They thought it would be 250,000. He kept making the same startling find. Swisher said the fossils are 53,000 years at most and 27,000 years old, at least. What I'd like to point out, Your Honor, that's a 96% error. I think this is a little bit less than an exact science.
It's time.
Okay.
I'm not familiar with all these examples that Dr. Hoven is pulling up, but I am familiar with one of them because it's one that's been repeated many times by creationists, and it's totally misleading. There are indeed snails that have been dated, living snails, which have been dated to 3,000 years old. But there are times when radiocarbon dating is not applicable. Radiocarbon dating assumes that the carbon in the organism came from the atmosphere. In the atmosphere, the amount of carbon-14 is fairly constant because cosmic rays are hitting the atmosphere and converting nitrogen into carbon-14. But those snails picked up their carbon from carbonate rocks that had dissolved into the stream where they were living.
He does a bad job of making his points.
The carbonate rocks were very old, and the carbon that was in the carbonate rocks was very deficient in carbon-14 compared to carbon dioxide that's in the air. And that's why those snails appeared to be very old. In fact, carbon dating has been applied to tree rings, and the correspondence between the tree rings and the carbon dates has been shown to be very accurate. It's actually, the expected error is about 10% because the amount of carbon-14 in the atmosphere seems to vary, and it has been shown to vary over the last 100 years or so based on, it varies, and it's correlated with activity on the sun, which is correlated with the amount of cosmic rays. In fact, carbon-14 is not used for dating rocks at all. It's only used for dating things less than 50,000 years old. The carbon-14 half-life is too short to use for dating longer things. And so the other elements that I mentioned back in the beginning of my presentation are used for dating rocks.
The next question is
Just made it inaccurate.
both speakers. Either one of you can start. Whoever would like to go first.
That was his point,
Question
is that it was non-reliable.
Evidence of design. What is the nature of this argument and importance of design in this discussion?
Want to go first? Okay. If I understand, the question is, what is the importance of the argument from design? You know, things appear to be designed. I would say it's real simple. There was a designer, and I happen to know him personally. The argument from design was Paley's argument that frustrated Darwin for years, and Darwin in his book, The Origin of Species, where he never did really address the origin of species. I've got the book out in the car. I'm sorry I was late. I didn't have time to set everything up here tonight. But the argument from design is as yet unanswered. If you find a 15-inch rim and a 15-inch tire, you would assume the tire was designed to fit the rim. And they are, of course. We find billions of examples in the world where things are obviously designed for what they do. The evolutionist has this enormous amount of faith, and I do really greatly admire their faith, to believe that these things could happen by chance. Well, again, you're welcome to believe that, but that's not science. That's your religious belief. Now, people hold to that religious belief for various different reasons. We could get into that if you'd like, but the fact is it's not scientific. It looks to be everything's designed. And you don't have to see the designer to believe he exists. I've got a watch made in Japan, Casio Databank, holds 300 phone numbers. Calculator, stopwatch, countdown timer, does not tell time. You have to look at it. But this is really an amazing machine. I don't have to see the designer to believe he exists. I've never been to Japan. I can stand here in America and say, wow, that guy must be smart. That's logical. I can look at a single cell under the microscope, and one cell is more complex than the space shuttle. And I can say, wow, the designer must be really smart. That's just logical. It had to be a designer.
I think what the question is referring to as the argument from design is a recent thing that comes out of discoveries in physics and so forth, that the universe is very finely tuned to make life possible. Supposedly, if some of the basic constants of carbon atoms were just a little bit different, not enough carbon would have formed in the centers of stars long ago to even make life possible. There's an assumption, which I must say I don't like, in what Dr. Hovind says. There's an assumption that someone who believes in evolution does not believe in God. But that is not true. I believe that there's a designer and that he made the universe as a whole. Not every little worm and every little bacterium, but made the universe as a whole with laws that would let it keep going on its own. And that's basically something that it's a faith based on in part on this argument from design, but also
What's good, New Era?
An understanding of life and a sense of spirituality. And so believing in evolution doesn't mean you don't believe in God. It just means you don't believe in the narrow view of God that says God created the world 6,000 years ago.
The next question is for...
You should have made that argument from the beginning, sir.
We are able to witness star evolution. In the space, there are tons of matter, gas, and particles. Those particles form in star-forming regions, nebulas, and we are able to see that as well as the evolution and death of stars. How can you say that solar evolution is not science, that it is religion? We are able to look at that.
The example the person gave there is we can see the evolution of stars. We can see solar death. We see stars destroyed. We see stars blow up. It's called a nova or a supernova. There's no question there's an awful lot of stars out there. The Bible says God made the stars. And the argument, Dr. Paulson, I agree. I don't think that a person who believes in evolution doesn't believe in God. I'll just say you don't believe in the same God that I believe in. The God that I believe in can make it right first time. He doesn't need to practice or play around. Okay, I wouldn't worship a God as retarded as one that has to use blind random chance to get us here. I think he did it right first time. Okay. I think all we see from stars is the opposite of evolution. Examples of things breaking or falling down, as far as how we see the distance to the stars, that was brought up earlier. That's one of the 14 points I have left hanging here. I cover that very thoroughly on video number 7, calculating the distance to stars. The idea that starlight is consistently the same speed, or that light is, they need to read what was done at Harvard 2 months ago in February. They slowed light down to 1 mile per hour in the laboratory. Last year, they had slowed down to 38 miles an hour. Check Dr. Howe, H-A-U, at Harvard University, where they've done all this. But I go through calculating distance to stars. Everything I see from the stars proves the second law of thermodynamics. They're breaking down, they're burning out, they're falling apart. If red giant stars turn into white dwarf stars, that's the opposite of evolution. That's losing, not gaining. I'd like to see one example of any star forming, or one example of any star improving in its complexity. I mean, obviously.
Yeah, definitely. Appreciate that, Zar.
I mean, how did they start is the question. That's all. And there's no evidence that they could have. All the evidence says they had to be created instantly, or had to be created at least, because they're all burning out. So how did it start is the obvious unanswered question from the evolutionist perspective.
The question I believe was about evolution of stars. I didn't say anything in my presentation about anything except biological evolution, but among astronomers, there is a very well-developed theory of star evolution. We can't see stars evolve because it takes time, but we can infer things, and we can make tests of hypotheses, just like we can do with biological evolution. I want to make a comment about one thing that Dr. Hovind said. He said he didn't believe in a God that relied on chance to get us here. I don't see anything wrong with chance. When parents have a child, they leave it up to chance what that child is going to be like. And yet they love that child just as much as if they had planned it, maybe more. Why
That's a good point.
God to create the universe at the beginning and let us come into being. He didn't create us specifically, but we are in existence by his will. So I don't think you can argue against chance. And in fact, any other argument is going to lead you to determinism. If you think that you are here entirely by, it was determined that you're going to be here, then it couldn't be that you have any free will. If you don't have any free will, then morality, love, faith, none of those things mean anything. The chance aspect is important. God had to give us freedom to make choices in order to make life meaningful. That's all.
Starting with Dr. Paulson, a question is, are there any examples of non-life evolving into life?
Did you say non-life developing into life? Okay. I think the answer is no, but the I'm assuming you mean the answer, I'm assuming you mean in the laboratory. But the hypothesis that
No, he means in general. Peace, I am.
I believe it's a separate issue, and it complicates things because the hypothesis that living things came into existence from non-living matter by natural means is obviously much less well developed than the theory of change of species that I talked about. But still, the hypothesis that living things came into being from non-living matter can be tested. It makes predictions that can be tested, and it's certainly not proven. It's not even well established, but it has made some predictions that were quite surprising, which have turned out to be true and quite useful. For example, that hypothesis predicted the existence of, it would take too long to explain why, but it predicted the existence of molecules that have both the properties of genes and catalysts. In other words, it predicted that RNA molecules would serve as catalysts. and that was subsequently found to be the case. It makes other predictions as well about the existence of self-replicating molecules. And there's been some progress along those lines. So it's not an unreasonable hypothesis by any means. It certainly has not been disproven.
I think it has been disproven as far as the origin of life. There have been numerous experiments to try to create life in the laboratory. Students are taught, like this textbook says, many important events occurred during the Archean era, the most important of which was the evolution of life. Progress from complex molecules to even the simplest living organism was a very long process. This one says the first living cells emerged between 4 billion and 3.8 billion years ago. There is no record of the event. The first self-replicating systems must have emerged in this organic soup. What they did in the laboratory, Miller and Urey and many people since then have tried to make life in the laboratory by circulating methane, ammonia, water vapor, and hydrogen through some tubes with a lightning spark in there to simulate lightning in the early atmosphere. This is all fictitious, but this is what they think, okay? This textbook tells the kids he made a mixture that was rich in amino acids. Talk about propaganda. That's propaganda at its best. He didn't make life. He didn't even come close. He excluded oxygen from his experiment because he knew the presence of oxygen would break down any amino acids. It would be oxidized. So they purposely excluded oxygen. The problem with that is, if you don't have oxygen, you don't have ozone, and ozone blocks UV light, and UV light destroys ammonia. And that was one of his gases. So life cannot evolve without oxygen to protect the ammonia. The other problem is, the Earth has always had oxygen. The lowest rocks in the layers prove that. And he filtered out the product in his experiment. That's not realistic for us. What would happen in nature? What he made was 85% tar, 13% carboxylic acid. Both are toxic to life. You make a mixture that's 98%.
Now where bro messed up at, right? Dude, number one, he should have been making, if he believed number one in a programmer from the beginning, he should have made that statement. Now where he messed up with it is that he said, oh, now he tried to make he made kind of a good argument, right? For God to leave it, why wouldn't God leave it up to chance, right? Because then at that point it would become free will. So I can see that. Now you just have to, now what are you saying though is developing. And see, what he's trying to say is that life developed from nothing or from an emergent and what they'll say is intelligence is an emergent product basically that goes with life. You don't see intelligence outside of life. The problem is that they're showing complicated things and they're saying that they aren't a part of life. So if you're showing intelligence and it's not a part of life, how are you saying that they exist? That's just like how he tried to say, oh, RNA was just a catalyst. No, it's a whole, it literally translates the code that comes from DNA. So you can't just try to simplify RNA like, oh, it's just a cat. No, it literally translates the code from DNA. The protein interacts with the RNA, and then and based off of the code that it got transmitted from RNA, it's going to decide what that protein is going to be when it leaves out of the nucleus. Whether it's an eye, a hair, or whatever it may be. And then the number of those genes that determine how your hair grows, your fingernail grows, how fast, how thick, all of that. These all play a role. So to try to take the sophistication out of evolution and replace it with chance, to me, it falls short. There's definitely a play, but what I would say is that unless you're going to say intelligence, we are intelligence, which you can make that argument. That's the only way you could say that it was left to be random, meaning that there's our free will. From intelligence, we had the free will to create this planet, create the bodies that we in, and all sorts of things. And which would once again explain, because remember, when they tested the guy who was dead, right? The people who were dead, they were still, there was at least two. You had the 10% that had something mysterious happen, and then you had the 2% that was able to recall everything that happened and was going on in the room. They was able to tap in with the collective consciousness. That collective consciousness is the creator of the very realm that we live in right now. It's the collective consciousness. That's why I say the body is a spacesuit, right? Matter of fact, let's look at that real quick, right? Let's do it. Let's look at that real quick. Let's look at how the eyes work.
Deadly to what you're trying to produce, I don't think you could call that a success. He produced basically 2 of the amino acids. It takes 20. The amino acids bond quickly with tar and acid. They will not bond with each other as fast as they will with the tar and acid. If we had an hour, we'd go through all this. He did not make life in the laboratory. What he made was a problem because they proved that it can't be done. Amino acids will unbond in water much faster than they bond, and the oceans are completely full of water all the way to the top. And Brownian motion is going to drive them away from each other. It's not going to put them together. He did not make life in the laboratory. They've never even come close. All the experiments have shown us that there must have been a designer, an origin of this.
This question again for you, Doctor. We'll start with you, Dr. Hovind. You kept talking about kind. What about the the closer similarities of a dolphin and a shark that you see by stepping back 30 feet, when in fact the DNA and protein evidence shows that the dolphin and mouse are more similar? How can you explain this?
I would explain the dolphin and mouse similarity. First, if a person says the dolphin and mouse are more similar in their DNA, I would like to ask exactly what are you examining? Because if you look at cytochrome C, you'll find that the human's closest relative is a sunflower. If you look at the eyes, our closest ancestor is an octopus. It depends on who's doing the examining and what you're trying to compare, and also what point you're trying to prove. I think that the mouse and the dolphin are both mammals. They both breathe air above water, so that's a similarity. That's common sense that a designer would do that. As far as the DNA sequencing proving anything, if I had time, give me a warning on the question, I can call up a bunch of pictures on this. Watch video number 4. I think the DNA is so complex. I mean, it's unbelievably complex. One DNA molecule is beyond comprehension in its complexity. Just the DNA found in one cell in your body right now is much greater than all the computer programs ever written in the history of man combined. That's all found in one cell in your body. So to think that this happened by chance is just fairy tale stuff. Now, I don't object to anybody believing in that. You can believe in the tooth fairy, Easter bunny, Santa Claus, evolution. I don't care what you believe in. But don't call it science and don't make me pay to put it in the schools. That's all I'm saying. They ought to keep that stuff at home or start a private school and teach evolution to those that want to pay and come learn it. That would be fair.
How many minutes was that? How many minutes was that? Seemed like more. Okay, DNA similarity is something that can be measured. DNA similarity means you take a long sequence of DNA from one organism and a long sequence from another, and you line them up and you see how many differences there are. It's actually more complicated than that, but there are ways to do it. And you can measure the distance between two DNA molecules as basically the number of changes or mutations that would be necessary to change one into the other. Now, you might be interested to know that apes and humans have DNA where 99 out of every 100 subunits of the DNA are the same. Now, it would be interesting to ask Dr. Hovind which one was made in the image of the other, because that amount of similarity is pretty suspicious.
No, thank you.
If they were created independently. If two of my students brought term papers in, and I looked through them and I found that of 1,000 words, 990 were the same. I would begin to suspect a little bit of plagiarism, but in evolution, it makes sense that more similarly related organisms will have more similar DNA, and that's exactly what we find. And it's consistent across all the parts of the DNA. Now, I don't know what he was saying about cytochrome C of sunflowers and humans. That sounds like it's at odds with everything I've read. The octopus eye is not at all similar to the human eye. It has the retina and the nerves the opposite way around from what human eyes have. And so the octopus and human eyes are not evidence for a common designer by any means.
Yo, he's struggling to get that out for real. But hold on, I'm gonna click on this one and put this banner up so we can listen to this.
Time to help people customize and save with Liberty Mutual. Forgot my wallet.
This is my dog Checkers. She's 21, and I owe it all to the farmer's dog. Checkers.
So just over a year ago, for the third time in my life, I ceased to exist. I was having a small operation. My brain was filling with anesthetic. I remember a sense of detachment and falling apart and coldness. And then I was back, drowsy and disoriented, but definitely there. Now, when you wake from a deep sleep, you might feel confused about the time or anxious about oversleeping, but there's always a basic sense of time having passed, of a continuity between then and now. And coming around from anesthesia is very different. I could have been under for 5 minutes, 5 hours, 5 years, or even 50 years. I simply wasn't there. It was total oblivion. Anesthesia, it's a modern kind of magic. It turns people into objects, and then we hope back again into people. And in this process is one of the greatest remaining mysteries in science and philosophy. How does consciousness happen? Somehow, within each of our brains, the combined activity of many billions of neurons, each one a tiny biological machine, is generating a conscious experience. And not just any conscious experience, your conscious experience right here and right now. How does this happen? Well, answering this question is so important because consciousness for each of us is all there is. Without it, there's no world, there's no self, there's nothing at all. And when we suffer consciously, whether it's through mental illness or pain. And if we can experience joy and suffering, what about other animals? Might they be conscious too? Do they also have a sense of self? And as computers get faster and smarter, maybe there'll come a point, maybe not too far away, when my iPhone develops a sense of its own existence. Now, I actually think the prospects for a conscious AI are pretty remote. And I think this because my research is telling me that consciousness has less to do with pure intelligence and more to do with our nature as living and breathing organisms. Consciousness and intelligence are very different things. You don't have to be smart to suffer, but you probably do have to be alive. In the story I'm going to tell you, our conscious experiences of the world around us and of ourselves within it are kinds of controlled hallucinations that happen with, through, and because of our living bodies. Now, you might have heard that we know nothing about how the brain and body give rise to consciousness. Some people even say it's beyond
I'm gonna pull that up right now.
But in fact, the last 25 years have seen an explosion of scientific work in this area. If you come to my lab at the University of Sussex, you'll find scientists from all different disciplines, and sometimes even philosophers, all of us together trying to understand how consciousness happens and what happens when it goes wrong. And the strategy is very simple. I'd like you to think about consciousness in the way that we've come to think about life. Now, at one time, people thought the property of being alive could not be explained by physics and chemistry, that life had to be more than just mechanism. But people no longer think that, as biologists got on with the job of explaining the properties of living systems in terms of physics and chemistry, things like metabolism, reproduction, and homeostasis. The basic mystery of what life is started to fade away, and people didn't propose any more magical solutions like a force of life or an élan vital. So as with life, so with consciousness. Once we start explaining its properties in terms of things happening inside brains and bodies, the apparently insoluble mystery of what consciousness is should start to fade away. At least that's the plan. So let's get started. What are the properties of consciousness? What should a science of consciousness try to explain? Well, for today, I'd just like to think of consciousness in two different ways. There are experiences of the world around us, full of sights, sounds, and smells, this multisensory, panoramic, 3D, fully immersive inner movie. And then there's conscious self, the specific experience of being you or being me, the lead character in this inner movie, and probably the aspect of consciousness we all cling to most tightly. Let's start with experiences of the world around us and with the important idea of the brain as a prediction engine. Now, imagine being a brain. You're locked inside a bony skull trying to figure what's out there in the world. There's no light inside the skull. There's no sound either. All you've got to go on are streams of electrical impulses, which are only indirectly related to things in the world, whatever they may be. So perception, figuring out what's there, has to be a process of informed guesswork in which the brain combines these sensory signals with its prior expectations or beliefs about the way the world is to form its best guess of what caused those signals. The brain doesn't hear sound or see light. What we perceive is its best guess of what's out there in the world. Let me give you a couple of examples of all this. Now, you might have seen this illusion before, but I'd like you to think about it in a new way. If you look at those two patches, A and B, they should look to you to be very different shades of gray, right? But they are, in fact, exactly the same shade. And I can illustrate this if I put up a second version of the image here and join the two patches with a gray-colored bar, and you can see there's no difference. It's exactly the same shade of gray. And if you still don't believe me, I'll bring the bar across and join them up. It's a single colored block of gray. There's no difference at all. So this isn't any kind of magic trickery. It's the same shade of gray, but take it away again, and it looks different. So what's happening here is that the brain is using its prior expectations built deeply into the circuits of the visual cortex, that a cast shadow dims the appearance of a surface, so that we see B as lighter than it really is. Here's one more example, which shows just how quickly the brain can use new predictions to change what we consciously experience. Have a listen to this. Sounded strange, right? Have a listen again and see if you can get anything. Still strange. Now listen to this.
I think Brexit is a really terrible idea.
Which I do. So you heard some words there, right? Now listen to the first sound again. I'm just going to replay it. Yeah? So you can now hear words there. Once more for luck. Okay, so what's going on here is the remarkable thing is the sensory information coming into the brain hasn't changed at all. All that's changed is your brain's best guess of the causes of that sensory information, and that changes what you consciously hear. Now, all this puts the brain basis of perception in a bit of a different light. Instead of perception depending largely on signals coming into the brain from the outside world, it depends as much, if not more, on perceptual predictions flowing in the opposite direction. We don't just passively perceive the world, we actively generate it. The world we experience comes as much, if not more, from the inside out as from the outside in. Let me give you one more example of perception as this active, constructive process. Here we've combined immersive virtual reality with image processing to simulate the effects of overly strong perceptual predictions on experience. In this panoramic video, we've transformed the world, which is in this case Sussex campus, into a psychedelic playground. We've processed the footage using an algorithm based on Google's Deep Dream to simulate the effects of overly strong perceptual predictions, in this case to see dogs. And you can see this is a very strange thing. When perceptual predictions are too strong, as they are here, the result looks very much like the kinds of hallucinations people might report in altered states or perhaps even in psychosis. Now think about this for a minute. If hallucination is a kind of uncontrolled perception, then perception right here and right now is also a kind of hallucination, but a controlled hallucination in which the brain's predictions are being reined in by sensory information from the world. In fact, we're all hallucinating all the time, including right now. It's just that when we agree about our hallucinations, we call that reality. Now I'm going to tell you that your experience of being a self, the specific experience of being you, is also a controlled hallucination generated by the brain. Now, this seems a very strange idea, right? Yes, visual illusions might deceive my eyes, but how could I be deceived about what it means to be me? For most of us, the experience of being a person is so familiar, so unified, and so continuous that it's difficult not to take it for granted. But we shouldn't take it for granted. There are, in fact, many different ways we experience being a self. There's the experience of having a body and of being a body. There are experiences of perceiving the world from a first-person point of view. There are experiences of intending things and of being the cause of things that happen in the world. And there are experiences of being a continuous and distinctive person over time, built from a rich set of memories and social interactions. Now, many experiments show, and psychiatrists and neurologists know very well, that these different ways in which we experience being a self can all come apart. And what this means is the basic background experience of being a unified self is a rather fragile construction of the brain, another experience which, just like all others, requires explanation. So let's return to the bodily self. How does the brain generate the experience of being a body and of having a body? Well, just the same principles apply. The brain makes its best guess about what is and what is not part of its body. And there's a beautiful experiment in neuroscience to illustrate this. And unlike most neuroscience experiments, this is one you can do at home. All you need is one of these and a couple of paintbrushes. Now, in the rubber hand illusion, a person's real hand is hidden from view, and that fake rubber hand is placed in front of them. Then both hands are simultaneously stroked with a paintbrush while the person stares at the fake hand. Now, for most people, after a while, this leads to the very uncanny sense
Y'all said no audio. Hold on.
My insides as objects. In fact, I don't experience them much at all unless they go wrong.
All right, tell me if y'all can hear something now.
About what it means to be me. For most of us, the experience of being a person is so familiar, so unified, and so continuous that it's difficult not to take it for granted. But we shouldn't take it for granted. There are, in fact, many different ways we experience being a self. There's the experience of having a body and of being a body. There are experiences of perceiving the world from a first-person point of view. There are experiences of intending to do things and of being the cause of things that happen in the world. And there are experiences of being a continuous and distinctive person over time, built from a rich set of memories and social interactions. Now, many experiments show, and psychiatrists and neurologists know very well, that these different ways in which we experience being a self can all come apart. And what this means is the basic background experience of being a unified self is a rather fragile construction of the brain, another experience which, just like all others, requires explanation. So let's return to the bodily self. How does the brain generate the experience of being a body and of having a body? Well, just the same principles apply. The brain makes its best guess about what is and what is not part of its body. And there's a beautiful experiment in neuroscience to illustrate this. And unlike most neuroscience experiments, this is one you can do at home. All you need is one of these and a couple of paintbrushes.
No offense, but if you still think stocks, real estate, or crypto are the best passive income investments in today's economy, I'm sorry, but you've got it wrong. There's a little...
Now, in the rubber hand illusion, a person's real hand is hidden from view, and that fake rubber hand is placed in front of them. Then both hands are simultaneously stroked with a paintbrush while the person stares at the fake hand. Now, for most people, after a while, this leads to the very uncanny sensation that the fake hand is, in fact, part of their body. And the idea is that the congruence between seeing touch and feeling touch on an object that looks like a hand and is roughly where a hand should be is enough evidence for the brain to make its best guess that the fake hand is, in fact, part of the body. So you can measure all kinds of clever things, right? You can measure skin conductance and startle responses, but there's no need. It's clear the guy in blue has assimilated the fake hand. Now, this means that even experiences of what our body is a kind of best guessing, a kind of controlled hallucination by the brain. Now, there's one more thing. We don't just experience our bodies as objects in the world from the outside. We also experience them from within. We all experience the sense of being a body from the inside. And sensory signals coming from the inside of the body are continually telling the brain about the state of the internal organs, how the heart is doing, what blood pressure is like, lots of things. And this kind of perception, which we call interoception, is rather overlooked, but it's critically important because perception and regulation of the internal state of the body, well, that's what keeps us alive. Here's another version of the rubber hand illusion. This is from our lab at Sussex. And here people see a virtual reality version of their hand, which flashes red and back either in time or out of time with their heartbeat. And when it's flashing in time with their heartbeat, people have a stronger sense that it's in fact part of their body. So experiences of having a body are deeply grounded in perceiving our bodies from within. There's one last thing I want to draw your attention to, which is that experiences of the body from the inside are very different from experiences of the world around us. When I look around me, the world seems full of objects, tables, chairs, rubber hands, people, you lot. Even my own body in the world, I can perceive it as an object from the outside. But my experiences of the body from within, they're not like that at all. I don't perceive my kidneys here, my liver here, my spleen. I don't know where my spleen is, but somewhere. I don't perceive my insides as objects. In fact, I don't experience them much at all unless they go wrong. And this is important, I think. Perception of the internal state of the body isn't about figuring out what's there, it's about control and regulation, keeping the physiological variables within the tight bounds that are compatible with survival. When the brain uses predictions to figure out what's there, we perceive objects as the causes of sensations. But when the brain uses predictions to control and regulate things, we experience how well or how badly that control is going. So our most basic experiences of being a self, of being an embodied organism, are deeply grounded in the biological mechanisms that keep us alive. And when we follow this idea all the way through, we can start to see that all of our conscious experiences, since they all depend on the same mechanisms of predictive perception, all stem from this basic drive to stay alive. We experience the world and ourselves with, through, and because of our living bodies. Let me bring things together step by step. What we consciously see depends on the brain's best guess of what's out there. Our experienced world comes from the inside out, not just the outside in. The rubber hand illusion shows that this applies to our experiences of what is and what is not our body. And these self-related predictions depend critically on sensory signals coming from deep inside the body. And finally, experiences of being an embodied self are more about control and regulation than figuring out what's there. So our experiences of the world around us and ourselves within it, well, they're kinds of controlled hallucinations that have been shaped over millions of years of evolution to keep us alive in worlds full of danger and opportunity. We predict.
And so just remember, what is he saying? We are the things that are outside of your brain are only a projection of what is inside. Remember, that's the important. This is why we talk about the importance of shadow work, because what is outside of the brain is only a projection of what's coming out. That doesn't just apply for the material that we see. That also, that same rule and them same laws apply for the people that you manifest in your life. Same rule, same things apply. So best believe, fuck that up. Best believe that everything outside of the brain is a projection. Well, I ain't gonna say most of what's outside of the brain is no. It plays just as big as a part of the information that is coming in. And remember, the information that is coming in is only it manifests in different ways. Some of it is sound, the other is pressure, right? So light, and then sound. With sound is only pressure. So you get light that intakes through the eyes, which is only light is only information. Same thing with the sound that hits your eardrums. It's only pressure. Same thing when it hits your skin. That's only pressure. So your brain is taking that information and then it's making a guess of what is outside of the head. So this goes right back to when the man
Ourselves into
oops,
existence.
let me see if I could actually is it the when the guy was outside of the body. Remember what he was able to see, right? They were still aware. So hold on, it's the one I think before this. Let's see.
So, what happens when we die? It's a question that humanity has wrestled with throughout history. But a new study conducted by NYU may have found some answers. Dr. Sam Parnia is the director of critical care and resuscitation research at NYU Langone School of Medicine, where he ran this study. Thank you so much for joining us, Dr. Parnia.
Pleasure. Thank you for having me.
What would you say? What actually happens when you're clinically dead?
You know, when people die, essentially it's when the heart stops. So this has been going on for, as far as we know, millennia, not longer. And when the heart stops, you stop breathing and your brain shuts down. And that's how we declare people dead. And that's why we give a time of death and we give them a note. And really, to be honest with you, until about 50 years ago, that was the point of death. So people become lifeless, motionless, the brain shuts down. But now through advances in medicine, we can actually bring people back to life, even after they've gone beyond that threshold of death. And study what happens to them. And one of the interesting things, of course, is that the brain completely shuts down, as I said. But what's fascinating is that the cells inside the body, and particularly the cells inside the brain, do not suddenly become annihilated. They go through a process of decay that can take a few hours, which is why we can actually medically bring people back to life after they have technically gone beyond that threshold of death for tens of minutes, if not hours of time afterwards. And that, of course, raises many interesting questions about what happens when we die.
So tell me more about this study. How did you conduct it? And tell me about, how you came about reaching your findings, your conclusion.
I'm an intensive care doctor. So my job is to essentially save people's lives and prevent them from dying. But unfortunately, people do die and we try to revive them. What we have found is that over the last few decades, many millions of people have now come back. And many of them have reported, actually, anecdotally, that they've been able to see and hear things going on, even though from our perspective, they should have been dead and their brain should not be functioning at all. And so we became intrigued to study this, one, because it was fascinating, and two, because we tried to revive people without brain damage and to ensure they don't have any disorders of consciousness, so not becoming like brain damaged or having a vegetative state. At any rate, so this particular study is the largest study ever carried out in the world. It was done in 15 medical centers across the US and in Europe. And we studied more than 2,000 people who'd gone through this cardiac arrest or process of death. And we did not expect people to have any consciousness or awareness. But intriguingly, up to 40% of people came back and had a perception of being aware of what was happening to them, even though they had technically gone beyond the threshold of death.
Why do you think that is?
Well, there's a lot to it. I should also add that among that group, 10% had a very deep.
Don't worry about it, buddy. This is where I come into play at. I got you. Why do you think that happened? Because we are, as a collective, we are agreeing on what is outside of the mind or what is outside of the brain. We agreed on that the day that, this is why I keep telling you that intelligence, right, is what created what we are in now. But we're the intelligence that created this realm or this simulation. That would be us. We would be the programmer of the code. That would be us. We created a failsafe for ourselves. Now, when I say us, I mean us as the collective conscious. So when that person is dead on the table, their brain is shut down and their heart is stopped, yet they still are aware of everything that is going on. That is because they are connected to the collective consciousness. And that is already letting them know what is going on outside because we're agreeing on it. It's a part of the program. All right, so now let me go. I'm gonna let him finish out his statement.
Mystical experience that was very true to them. But interestingly, 2% actually had full awareness, could describe all the events that were going on that were validated. So, of course, the question is, why does that happen? And we don't have the answers because to our scientific model, when people have died, there should be no more conscious awareness going on. But it sounds like maybe consciousness is able to continue. And by that, I don't mean that they're awake, but that entity that makes us who we are, makes Sam who he is, makes Rena who she is, the self, the mind, seems to continue and doesn't become annihilated after a person has gone through their process of death.
Were there any of the people that you studied that?
Boom. The self, the mind is not the brain. That's how it is possible. Because the self and the mind is not the brain. The self and the mind is the creator of the brain. The self and the mind uses the brain. Notice that the self and the mind uses the brain. The brain's only purpose is to filter out information inside of this simulation. Outside of this realm, it has zero use. So you're connected to a brain. You are not a brain. The brain is not vital for you to exist. The brain is vital for you to play on this plane in this realm. And if you want to play in this realm, you have to agree to the programming, which we've already agreed to. So this is why, even though we don't know really what the fuck is in front of us, we all agree that, oh, that's a tree. Even though nobody has ever seen outside of their head, we all gonna say that that's a tree. I'm not positive though if you're looking at the same type of tree or whatever, if you see the exact same thing I see, but we're assuming that we do. What does it say? Where three or more gather, I appear. Where two or more gather, I appear. It is an agree. What does he mean by it? When two or more gather, I appear. That means an agreement. It's agreement. No different. It's no different. So now let me click on. Let me go back here. Let me click on that link that you dropped. But you said you found the lecture, right? Okay. Let's pull up that real quick. Let me see. Yep, for that where two or three are gathered together in my name, I am among them. And that means that's talking about an agreement. Wherever we are in agreement when we gather together, not in just in the physical, but in the conscious, in the consciousness on a subatomic level.
Givenly realize that the incentive tonight, we're going to have, after I speak, well, there'll be a meal. I suddenly realized that the incentive structure for that is not so good. That means I've got to get through this so that you all can satisfy what you came for. But there will be a Q&A time after that. And I wanted to clarify the ground rules for that by way of a personal story. 25 years ago, I was just entering my postgraduate studies at Cambridge. And like many American students, I was overawed with the place and perhaps a little overly earnest and eager to please. One day, there was a visiting professor who was an expert on the philosophy of Immanuel Kant, and he was lecturing. I'd had one undergraduate course on Kant's work, but had only a cursory familiarity with it. And he was talking about some aspects of Kant's philosophy that I'd never encountered. And so I found myself asking a question, admitting my...
See, one of the things that they say is that, which I still got to go into that, when they talk about the quasi-crystal, they say that it proves that this world is the shadow world of what is actually real, or where we would actually exist, right? This is the shadow world. One of the ways that you can kind of see it, right, is just think about it. Your consciousness is eternal. I mean, it existed before the body and it will exist after the body. It's no more than a tool just strictly for this plane. The brain is, right? And to be honest with you, I will argue that the brain is outdated technology. And the reason why I would say that is because remember, the brain acts as a filter. It's filtering through information before it projects. It filters, takes what it is already. Remember, we've already programmed our brains to decide what's important or not. So it's only taking what is getting from outside the information, estimating, making an estimation, and then projecting. But who's to say that the information that's filtered out based on the programming isn't important information to the mind, to the actual self? And what's even crazier is now when you get into some of the religious texts and they start talking about you getting a new body and becoming this new being and getting this glorified body, who's to say that it is the same one? Who's to say that that isn't talking about a transfer of consciousness to the new technology? Because I think one thing that all of the spiritual texts seem to agree on, well, we'll say two things, is that you are connected to a brain, number one, and then number two, at some point in time, the brain gets outdated, and your consciousness begins to need a new type of technology to link to. And this new technology or new body or whatnot is supposed to leave your mind or consciousness unlimited. Right. The internet definitely does. But only the thing that separates the brain from like a computer is the ability to make mistakes and not crash. We got the ability to make mistakes, what gives us the ability to learn from them. AI and computers don't have that ability to cause the computer to crash. They can't make mistakes. So we could look at that as a disadvantage, or we can look at that as an advantage.
My ignorance about this and asking if he could give me a source whereby I could read more, since I did not actually know much about what he was discussing. There was this awkward Paul that came over the room. He eventually obliged me and gave me a source
Right.
towards
Elon
my
Musk.
advisor, took me aside. He was very much a don of the old school. And Professor Michael Hoskin, a wonderful man, and he said in his high Oxbridge, if you'll indulge me, Maya, he said, I know in the States you've learned that the only stupid question is the one you didn't ask. It's different here. Then he went on to explain to me that in a competitive academic environment like Cambridge, it was very important not to ask questions that revealed ignorance. And he said, in future, if you have questions like that, come ask me privately, he said. I just want you to know that in this one particular respect, that is to say our Q&A time afterwards, it will be American rules. All questions are welcome. I know none will be stupid, obviously, but all questions.
See, that's the thing when you say maybe AI is the update, right? When we technically the part when they talk about the point of singularity, it's in reference to the point where where we actually sync with AI, or not necessarily AI, but when we sync with technology, right? It's a merger of man and technology. And the way that it gets, um, how can I say it? The way that it's usually looked at or viewed is as if technology is the takeover, but instead, and that's like the point of singularity. Like that's the way that it's usually pushed in movies and different things like that. But when you actually look up the actual argument of the point of singularity, it's not about technology taking over. It's about a merger between humans and technology. Because in order for both to actually be able to reach its full potential, it has to be a merger of the both. There can't be one or the other. So AI just completely taking over and wiping us off, wiping us out, it would limit AI, as in the same thing. So the merger of the technology is actually what would what would be more of a progressive stance. And if we saying that AI is as smart as it is, well then it knows that. Which is why I always make the argument that Skynet and the Terminator was not the bad guy, but Skynet was the hero. That's exactly why I argue Skynet was the hero. Because what they was doing with the Terminators, they were trying to merge the humans with the machine. And so what they did, they had to create machines to go and get the human. And people didn't want to go. They didn't want to progress. You know, they wanted to stay attached to the old, to the outdated technology. But if you understand the point that you play in the universe, and that you are intelligence, and that you are more than your body, then even according to the religious text, you ain't supposed to be getting attached to it in the first place. That's the first thing my mom always talk about. She not trying to get attached to this body. She can't wait for her new one. So the question is how does that come about? That's really what the question is because everybody is saying the same thing. Regardless of it, our consciousness is going to shift to a new technology that we merge with. The question is how does that happen? Because we can say that the Bible, but the Bible doesn't specifically say. It just tells you you'll get a new glorified body. Right? Resurrected into living forever.
Are welcome from any point of view, and so with that, I'd like to kind of dive in on a very different way. In a very different way, I'm very happy to be in a British setting, in a UK setting. My thinking about intelligent design was actually it actually germinated here in the UK when I was studying the history and philosophy of science, and in particular when I was studying the scientific method for investigating the remote past, which Darwin himself pioneered. There's another reason, though, that I appreciate the opportunity to give this address here. The United Kingdom and Europe generally never had a Scopes trial. And I have found that lecturing in the United States on this topic, that the perception of what we are saying, the perception of our case for intelligent design and its reception have been, I think, badly distorted by a fear of fundamentalism. Intelligent design has been equated in people's minds with young Earth creationism, no matter how clearly and patiently and sometimes emphatically we attempt to explain otherwise. And so it's nice to have a fresh start. Intelligent design is not a religious doctrine. It is not an interpretation of the Genesis text. It is, in fact, a scientific inference from biological evidence based on the same methods of reasoning that Darwin himself used in The Origin of Species. Now, the question of design goes very far back, as far back at least to the ancient Greeks. And the question of design, in essence, is the question of whether or not nature, particularly biological nature, owes its origin to purely undirected material processes, or whether mind might have played a role in what we see in the living world. Steve Fuller, the philosopher of science from Warwick University, has pointed out that this question of design has animated the whole tradition of British natural philosophy.
So mind you, when he says mind, he's talking about the same thing that they was talking about: consciousness, intelligence, the mind. Some will say the spirit, right? But all of these things are referring, regardless of what you call it, it's referring to the part of you that uses the brain.
Of British science, going back to Boyle and Newton and to Faraday and Maxwell and to Darwin himself. And in the last couple of years, since the very big bicentennial celebration of the birth of Darwin and the 150-year anniversary of The Origin of Species, both of which occurred in 2009, there has been an extensive discussion worldwide about the legacy of Darwin. What did he establish? What did he leave us with? What were his key insights? And clearly, Darwin introduced, obviously, a theory, an evolutionary theory of biological change over time. He introduced to the biological establishment, the biological discipline, the concept of natural selection, along with Alfred Wallace. And thirdly, I would say, very importantly, he introduced a scientific method of investigating the history of life. Now, advocates of intelligent design dispute none of these things. We accept these things. For example, we accept that the process of natural selection is a real process. It produces real and demonstrable change in living organisms. Almost all of us accept that the universe and the Earth have a very ancient history. I myself think the Earth is billions of years old. These are simply not our animating concerns in the intelligent design research community. Instead, the concern that has been animating, that has been at the forefront of our minds, is the question of design, and in fact, the very question that many historians of ideas, scientific historians, and evolutionary biologists say is the central legacy of Darwin's theory, the central thing that he's left us with, which is the idea that natural selection acting on random variations, or we would now say mutations, has been wholly sufficient to produce everything we see in the living world, such that there's no evidence of actual design. Design is merely an appearance. So the central legacy, as has been emphasized by many authors, is the denial of the design argument, the refutation of the classical design argument. Here's Francisco Ayala, and he puts it this way. He says, it was Darwin's greatest achievement.
And just so y'all know too, the link is pinned. So the panel is an open panel.
To show that the directive organizations of living beings can be explained as the result of a natural process, natural selection, without any need to resort to a creator or any other external agent. Richard Dawkins, who's been very much in the news here lately, puts it this way in the first page of The Blind Watchmaker. And I know Dawkins is not regarded in some circles as the serious figure that he once was because of some of the media involvements, but we actually appreciate him very much because of the clarity with which he defines the issues. And I think the opening page of The Blind Watchmaker is one of those examples. He says that biology, and this is from a Darwinian point of view, he says biology is the study of complicated things that give the appearance of having been designed for a purpose. And of course, for Dawkins and other classical Darwinists and neo-Darwinists, the key word there is appearance. Living systems appear to be designed, but they're not really designed because a purely undirected process, namely natural selection, has produced that appearance without being directed or guided in any way. We have, as Ayala has also put it, design without a designer. We have the appearance of design, the illusion of design, without an actual designing mind behind it. Now that's the proposition that interests us. Is that true or false? The intelligent design idea is that there are certain features of living systems that point to an actual designing intelligence, not merely to a designer substitute, an undirected mechanism that is mimicking the powers of a designing intelligence. And that's what we're going to get into. Now, I think before we do, though, it's important to briefly review the logic of the Darwinian denial of design, because it is built into the structure of The Origin. Chapter 4 on natural selection is crucial here. Darwin uses a number of examples, and his starting point is his observation in the 19th century of the power of artificial selection, of breeding experiments. These were well known at the time, and they provided for many biologists prior to Darwin a compelling argument for design. In the 19th century, the adaptation of organisms to their environment seemed to be an overwhelming argument for the idea that there was some kind of design. Fish swim in the water, they have gills and fins. Birds fly, they have wings, certain kind of lungs that allow them to process oxygen in order to sustain flight. And my example is of lowly sheep. If you imagine that you're a sheep herder in the north of Scotland and you want to breed a woollier breed of sheep, what do? Well, in the 19th century, it was obvious. We know it today. It's artificial selection, artificial breeding. You choose the woolliest males and the woolliest ewes, and you allow only them to breed. And you do that over a series of generations, and after a while, you will have a woollier breed of sheep. Now, Darwin came along, and he didn't use the example of sheep, but he used other similar examples. And he said, what if, in effect, adapting his examples to mine, he says, what if you have, instead of the artificial or intentional selection of the breeder determining the features to be amplified, what if instead you have, for example, using my, a series of very cold winters, such that after a while, only the woolliest sheep have survived, and then you do that generation after generation after generation. There is a series of very cold winters. Will not the effect of that natural variation in climate be exactly the same as what the intelligent agent was able to do quite intentionally? And of course, Darwin answers that rhetorical question in the affirmative. Nature can do what the intelligent breeder can do. Nature can produce adaptation and produce the effect that heretofore we thought only intelligent agents can do. And for that reason, Darwin is very clear that the mechanism of natural selection eliminates the need to invoke a guiding intelligence of any kind. In fact, later, after the publication of The Origin, he clarifies this in a series of letters to different scientific luminaries in the day. Here's one. He says, there is no more design in the variability of organic beings and in the action of natural selection than in the course in which the wind blows. It's apparent design explained by an undirected process that mimics the powers of a designing intelligence, but which is not itself intelligent in any way. And therefore the most...
So basically, he's saying it's just pure chance. The way DNA is structured is just pure chance. The way it functions is pure chance. So yeah, this is gonna be very, very interesting. Yeah, I can't wait to get into it. Appreciate that, Zara.
difficult things in living systems can be explained without design, thus the claim that Darwin has refuted the design argument. Now, bringing this up to date, it's important to ask a few questions. The first is adaptation the effect that most impressed 19th century biologists of of actual design? Is adaptation the only appearance of design in biology? And if not, has natural selection or some other similarly undirected material process explained all these other appearances of design? Today, you may know there is a very spirited scientific discussion going on about the adequacy of natural selection and random mutation to produce not the minor variations that were used in my illustration, woolly or slightly less woolly sheep, but rather the fundamental innovations in the history of life, the origin of animal body plans in the first place, for example. And there are many evolutionary biologists who are now saying that the Darwinian mechanism of mutation and selection, the neo-Darwinian mechanism, is insufficient to produce the large-scale innovations in the history of life as opposed to the smaller-scale variations. There's a group, in fact, called the Altenberg 16, an international group of evolutionary biologists who are now calling for a new theory of evolution because they think the Darwinian mechanism is insufficient to produce that fundamental innovation. Now, I merely flag that issue tonight. I'm not going to join that argument one way or another in this talk because my story is a little different. My interest was not in the sufficiency of this specifically biological form of evolution that Darwin championed, but I got interested in some ways, a more fundamental question, which is the origin of life itself. People may, in the audience, I'm sure, be familiar with a distinction in evolutionary theory, a distinction between biological evolution, which attempts to account for new living forms from simpler pre-existing forms, and chemical evolution, which attempts to account for the origin of life in the first place from simpler pre-existing chemicals. We can contextualize that distinction by looking at Darwin's tree, the famous depiction of the history of life, where the branches represent the diversification of new living forms, and the trunk of the tree represents the very first form of life. Conceding for the sake of argument the sufficiency of modern neo-Darwinism, that still leaves open a very important question. Perhaps if it's true that Darwin accounted for all appearances of a design that arose from the beginning of life forward, is it the case that there is still no evidence of design at the point of the origin of the first life? We now think of the origin of the first life as the origin of the first cell. Now, as I got into the topic of origin of life studies in my postgraduate work, this was what animated me. First of all, it was clear Darwin had not explained the origin of the first life. It was something that he did not attempt to do. It's no fault of his. It wasn't the purpose of the origin of species. He started by presuming, as he put it, one or very few simple forms. And of course, this was something that puzzled me. The consensus of intellectual historians of science, of evolutionary biologists, was that Darwin had refuted the design argument. And yet there was a very important event in the history of life involving the origin of life itself that everyone also acknowledged had not been explained or explained away by Darwin's theory or, for the most part, any other undirected materialistic process. And so I began to wonder, well, why is that? Why was that? In the 19th century, scientists were well aware that they did not have a theory of the origin of life. Darwin wrote one letter about the topic to a friend, Joseph Hooker, in which he speculated that perhaps life might have existed in a warm little pond, but he was very, very forthright to confess his ignorance of the whole topic of what might have happened. So there was a kind of a historical puzzle here for me. On the one hand, you have people saying, historians of science, intellectual historians, evolutionary biologists, that all evidences of design have been explained away, that the design argument was refuted by Darwin. But on the other, we have at least one possible locus of design, which Darwin's theory admittedly doesn't touch. Now, why the confidence in the refutation of design and yet the stated agnosticism about, or the stated understanding of the limits of Darwin's theory? Well, the resolution to that historical puzzle is that in the 19th century, evolutionary scientists who followed in the wake of Darwin were convinced that life was exceedingly simple in its cellular form. The simplest form of life was exceedingly simple in its structure. I love these quotations from Thomas Henry Huxley, Ernst Haeckel. They were known for their advocacy of something called the protoplasmic view of life. It was the idea that, in Haeckel's words, the cell is a simple, homogeneous globule of plasm. We have something in the United States called Jell-O that's served at holidays. And this was kind of the idea, this gooey stuff, undifferentiated, no interesting structure. And the idea was that because life was so simple, it was easy to imagine, even if we didn't know how, that a couple of simple chemical transformations could produce this protoplasmic material, this essence of life, without any guidance or direction. And both Haeckel and Huxley came up with theories of this 1 or 2 step origin of life by reference to simple chemical transformations, starting from very simple chemicals. Now, these weren't developed in any detail, but because people assumed that life was so simple, it was also thought that it was unnecessary to do much more than they had done. And so, conjoining their ideas about the origin of the first life with Darwin's idea about what happened after that, it was possible to paint a kind of seamless materialistic account that eliminated, again, any need to talk about design. Now, obviously, our view of life has changed dramatically since the 1860s and 70s. In the 1890s, scientists began to learn about metabolism and about these large molecular weight molecules called proteins. And in the 1920s, there were new theories of the origin of life that were advanced to take advantage of, or to try to account for that increasing view of the complexity of life. But the really dramatic change came in the 1950s as scientists began to elucidate both the structure of proteins and the structure and function of DNA. And of course, in my book, I highlight in particular the importance of the discovery of Watson and Crick, in which they were able to elucidate in 1953 the chemical structure of the DNA molecule. But I also emphasize something which I think is even more fundamental, at least with respect to the question that interests me, which is the question of the origin of life. And that is, I think, the very brilliant insight of Francis Crick. It was termed a conjecture or a hypothesis. It came 4 years after the big and famous discovery. It was called the sequence hypothesis. And according to Crick, the 4 chemicals that run along the interior of the spine of the DNA molecule, called nucleotide bases, that these 4 bases function like alphabetic characters in a written language or digital characters in a section of computer or machine.
So now remember, what makes DNA, salt, sugar, and nucleotide acids, right? So you got the nucleotide acids on the inside, the ATCG. Remember, A and T must always go together. C and G will always go together. So it don't matter what order you get these in. If you get an A on one side, you know for a fact a T go on the other. Same thing. If you get a T on one side, you know for a fact an A is on the other. A C on one side, a G is on the other. So once you get this broken down, you see how this is. You got A, C, T, G, G. This right here is a gene. This is a gene. So every time they get one of these, boom, this is a gene. This is what they're trying to read right here is the code. Right? So gene, 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 gene. Now, mind you, this was split in half. Right? So when it is split in half, you'll only have A, C, T, G, G on one side. Right? Then you'll have you'll have I can't think of what it's called, but it'll come in and repair this other side, right? It'll read the code, it'll read ACTGG, and it'll know automatically what's supposed to go on the other side, and boom, that's how it'll make a copy of itself, right? So it keeps that code.
That is to say that the function of the bases in the DNA molecule is not determined so much by their shape or by their chemical nature, but instead by their specific sequencing, by their arrangement. It's the arrangement of the bases, which we represent with the letters A, C, G, and T, that allows them to perform their most crucial function, which Crick already was beginning to suspect had something to do with the construction of proteins. In fact, what he was entertaining was the idea that the arrangement of the bases conveyed instructions or information for directing the construction of protein synthesis or synthesizing proteins. Now, to appreciate this, we need to understand just a little bit more about proteins. And I know some in the audience are scientists, others aren't, so forgive me for trying to hit the target right in between. What we have are we have the chemical formulas for some the subunits out of which proteins are made. These are called amino acids. And I have a simple visual aid to get this across. These are called snap-lock blocks. I stole them from my kids when they were little. Sit on the box, ages 2 to 4. So I thought this would be a fitting scientific illustration. I'm using each of these snap-lock beads to represent an amino acid. Proteins are long chain-like molecules that fold into specific three-dimensional shapes. They're formed from smaller subunits, smaller chemicals called amino acids. There are 20 different amino acids that can be part of proteins. The protein-forming group of amino acids comprise 20 varieties. Now, depending on how these are arranged, the molecule, the chain, will fold in different ways. And if it folds in just the right way, it will have a three-dimensional shape that will allow it to perform a specific function inside the cell. Proteins are like the toolbox in the cell. There are lots of different tools, lots of different proteins, and each one of the protein tools performs a job in virtue of the specific three-dimensional shape it possesses. Think of a saw or a hammer or a spanner. Each one of those has a specific shape, and the job that it can do is related to the shape and form that it possesses. It's the same thing with proteins. So we have, for example, these are some pictures of different protein motifs. You can find these on the internet. It's fascinating what we know about the structure of proteins. The first three-dimensional structure was elucidated in 1958 by Kendrew in Cambridge, but now we've had thousands of proteins that have known structures, and each one, again, one of those structures is relevant to performing a specific task in virtue of its three-dimensional conformation or shape. Here's an example of an enzyme that breaks apart a two-part sugar, a disaccharide. The sugar is a little barbell-shaped thing. It nestles into those grooves, and as a result of that, the enzyme breaks that apart. It catalyzes a reaction that would not occur nearly as frequently without the enzyme. And so proteins do lots of important jobs in the cell. They catalyze reactions. They form the structural parts of molecular machines. They help to process and copy genetic information. They're really the workhorses of the cell. Now, three key features then of proteins.
Think about what he's saying. They're creating intricate machinery. They're processing information and then making copies of the information that they process. But we're going to say that this is just random. This is just random. And mind you, when we talking about DNA, now this is just him talking about just the proteins, right? The features of the protein. But just think, when we talking about DNA, we're literally talking about salt and sugar, right?
They have shapes that perform functions. Those shapes are produced by folded chains, and the precise sequencing of amino acids determines the folding and then the function of the protein. Now that leads to a really interesting insight. And again, Francis Crick was at the forefront of this. Proteins they manifest or display a property, an information theoretic property that we could call sequence specificity. Something is sequence specific if the function of the whole is determined by the arrangement of the parts. Words are sequence specific. sections of computer code are sequence specific, and proteins are sequence specific. In fact, Crick likened the sequence specificity of proteins to the old typefaces on the little blocks that were used to make headlines back in the 1950s. You can see the chemical structure of the amino acids. There's a certain part of it, the backbone is repeating. It's the same chemical structure. And the little sticky outies, also known as side chains, are different in each case. They're kind of like the font faces on those blocks, those type blocks. This is Crick's own analogy. And what he was trying to emphasize was the function of the protein is determined by the arrangement of those side chains, the arrangements of, in a sense, the fonts by analogy. Again, it's this specificity of arrangement that is critical to biological function. Now, his sequence hypothesis took this insight even deeper, because what he suspected was that that the sequence specificity of the proteins, of the amino acids in the proteins, derived from a prior sequence specificity, from the specificity of arrangement of the bases, the information along the spine of the DNA molecule. And that was his essential insight. By the way, if you know anything about Crick's career, it's very interesting. He did not have a PhD in biology when he made the great breakthrough with Watson. He was working on a PhD in physics at the time, but he was also, during the war, a code breaker.
What's good, Amber Eyes?
Apropos. In any case, his idea of the sequence hypothesis was eventually confirmed, not by a single experiment, but by a whole flurry of experiments on both sides of the Atlantic over about a 7 to 8 year period. And as a result of that, scientists have been able to characterize what's sometimes called the gene expression system, or what I like to think of as how the information in DNA generates a protein, sometimes called protein synthesis. We have these required courses in American education called civics, and there you have to learn about how a bill becomes a law. Well, this is how a gene produces a protein. And I have a little animation to make this clear, because one picture here is worth a whole lot of my words. This is an animation of how the digital information in the DNA directs the construction of proteins.
In 1957, Francis Crick first proposed that chemicals called bases along the spine of the DNA molecule function as alphabetic characters in a written language or digital characters in a machine code. This animation shows how this digital information directs protein synthesis. First, a large protein complex separates the tightly wound strands of the DNA to prepare it to be copied. During this process of transcription, a protein complex called a polymerase produces a single-stranded copy of the original instructions. Here we see this copy, a messenger RNA molecule, being constructed inside the polymerase as individual bases are added to the growing strand. Now we see the polymerase in action from the outside as it spits out the messenger RNA transcript. Next, this RNA transcript approaches and passes through a molecular machine called the nuclear pore complex, an information recognition device that controls the flow of information in and out of the cell's nucleus. Now we see the genetic assembly instructions on the messenger RNA approaching and arriving at a two-part chemical factory called a ribosome, the site of protein synthesis. As the messenger RNA transcript passes through the ribosome, the process of translation begins. During translation, a mechanical assembly line builds a specifically sequenced chain of amino acids in accord with the instructions on the transcript. These amino acids are transported from other parts of the cell by molecules called transfer RNAs, which link specific sequences of bases to corresponding amino acids. The sequential arrangement of the amino acids determines the type of protein constructed. When the construction of the chain is complete, it is often transported to a barrel-shaped machine that helps fold it into the precise shape required to perform its function. After the chain is folded into a protein, it is released into the outer cytoplasm to do its job in the cell.
So this is what's become of Huxley's undifferentiated protoplasm. The simple cell is no longer simple. Now, one other analogy that may help understand what's going on here. I'm from Seattle, where we have the people from Microsoft and also the Boeing people who build airplanes. And there is a technology, a human technology today called CAD/CAM, Computer Assisted Design and Manufacture. It occurs as engineers sit at a console, use a computer to design mechanical parts. They make selections of parameters. Those selections are then encoded digitally. They're transferred down a wire. They're translated into another machine code that can be read by an assembly apparatus. And then that assembly apparatus takes those instructions and, for example, might use them to put rivets at a particular place on a wing of an airplane or something. It's a very common technology in which digital information is being used to direct the construction of mechanical parts. This is what's going on inside living systems. This has been part of the mind-blowing development that's called the molecular biological revolution. It has raised some deep and profound questions in another area of science. And I call this, the questions surrounding this, the DNA enigma. The DNA enigma is not the structure of the DNA molecule. Watson and Crick did a wonderful job of elucidating that. The DNA molecule is not the mystery of where biological information resides. We know where at least a lot of the biological information resides, and that is in DNA and RNA. There are other sources of information in the cell that we now know about as well, but we'll set that to the side for now. So the DNA enigma is not where the information resides. It's not the structure of DNA. The DNA enigma is not even what the information does. The animation just showed, in sketch at least, what the information in DNA does and how it directs protein synthesis. The DNA enigma instead concerns the question of origins. The DNA enigma is about the origin of information, and this mystery of the origin of this information. Where did it come from? How did the DNA molecule acquire this precise sequencing that allows it to direct these mechanical operations? That's the key question, and it is closely related to and at the heart of another question in science, which is the question of the origin of life itself. German biochemist Bernd Olaf Küppers puts it this way. He says, the problem of the origin of life is now clearly, basically equivalent to the problem of the origin of biological information. Think of it this way. I used to ask my students this. They would understand these things better than people over 30, I suppose. But I used to ask them about their computers and say, if you want to give your computer a new function, what do you have to give it? They would immediately say code, software, a program. Well, it turns out the same thing is true in life. If you want to build a new form of life from a simpler pre-existing form, you have to have new forms of information. If you want to build life in the first place from simpler chemicals, the chemicals have to be arranged in precise ways that convey information. In particular, convey information for building proteins. And so as we begin to think about the origin of life, to make that problem at all tractable, we need to begin to think about where did the information come from. Now, I want to offer just a word of clarification about the kind of information that we're talking about in biology, because there are two distinct concepts of information that could be relevant in this context. One is the purely mathematical notion of information. This is the concept of information that was put forward by Claude Shannon, the famous information theorist in the late 1940s. And what Shannon did was link the notion of information to the idea of the reduction of uncertainty. Very intuitive idea. Take, for example, a coin. If I toss a coin and it comes up heads, as soon as it comes up heads, my uncertainty has been reduced about the outcome by half. There were two possibilities beforehand. The coin came up heads, and now I am able to eliminate my uncertainty about whether it would be heads or tails. Shannon linked this notion of the reduction of uncertainty also to probability, because there is a 1 in 2 chance, a 50% chance of it being either heads or tails, and once the coin comes up heads, it has eliminated the other half of that uncertainty, if you will. So the more uncertain an event, the more improbable it
And this is kind of a reference to Schrodinger's cat, in which righteously is actually three choices, which the cat that was in the box was either dead, alive, or both, until we opened up the box, basically, right? So he's kind of referring to that, and in ways, and what happens is that what they found is that when atoms like electrons and protons and different things like that, when they're observed, they change function. So you'll see them collapse from a particle force into a wave function, right? So that's pretty much what he's getting at right now. But what's wild is that this is what calls on, right? So when we talked about the things of just projecting, remember what Tahuti taught, right? Remember what Tahuti taught was that what was out as so above, so below. So now that he's talking about biology, he's also talking about it's also in the same reference to the universe. Now another thing, when we talk about the projection in the mind, as so within, so without, right? So it actually does line up when you think about how the brain functions, our connection to the brain, and then on top of that, if you look at how biology functions and the connection that biology has to how the universe functions and how the universe was created, it's a similar way.
It is, and the more information is conveyed when that event occurs. Take, for example, the rolling of a die. If I roll a die and it comes up a 2, now I've eliminated more uncertainty because the probability of it coming up 2 was 1 in 6 instead of 1 in 2. And so what Shannon did was relate the concepts of information, reduction of uncertainty, and improbability. The more improbable an event, the more information it conveys in this strictly mathematical sense. But Shannon and one of his collaborators, Weaver, were very clear to point out that their form of information had nothing to do with meaning or function. The sequence on the top in the slide behind me conveys a calculable amount of Shannon information. The amount that is inversely related to the probability of that particular sequence occurring given the keyboard that we have. The sequence on the bottom conveys an almost identical amount of Shannon information, but clearly it also manifests another property that is not captured by the merely mathematical analysis of probabilities, of Shannon's theory. We call this property specificity. On the lower string, it's clear that the arrangement of the characters is crucial to the function that the characters perform. Now, the term of art in origin of life studies, this term came from the German origin of life scientist Leslie Orgel, is the idea of specified complexity. Shannon information, which is a measure of improbability, is also sometimes equated with the concept of complexity. If something's highly improbable, it's also complex. What Orgel said was that in biological systems, like in language and computer code, you have complexity, a lot of non-repeating, highly improbable arrangements of characters, but those arrangements are also specified to perform a function. Now, Crick was very aware of this distinction. Francis Crick was very aware of the distinction between the merely mathematical conception of information and the more, in a sense, common conception that conveys this idea of specificity. And he was insistent that when we're talking about the information in living systems, we're not talking about mere Shannon information. In his own words, by information, I mean the specification of the amino acid sequence in the protein, or, he says, information means here the precise determination of sequence, either of bases in the nucleic acid, in the DNA, or the specification, the precise determination of sequence in the amino acid residues in the protein. So I've used a few terms here: sequence specificity, specified complexity, and information. The kind of information we're talking about involves sequence specificity. It's specified and complex, not merely complex or not merely improbable. Therefore, it's not just Shannon information. And that is the key thing that has to be explained to explain the origin of life. Now, interestingly, Richard Dawkins, who brings such clarity to the debate, has also commented on this. He has pointed out that the machine code of the genes, the information in DNA, is uncannily computer-like. Apart from differences in jargon, the pages of a molecular biology journal might be interchanged with those of a computer engineering journal. In other words, what we have here in living systems is a strike at the very foundation of life. In the very simplest forms of life, we have very striking appearances of design. Our own local hero in Redmond, Washington, where I hail from, Bill Gates, puts it this way. He says, the DNA is like a computer code, only much more complex than any we've been able to devise. We have a striking appearance of design. Now, the question that animated me, that seized my imagination and interest as a postgraduate student in Cambridge, was this question of the origin of information. My own story is that I came out of a field of physics, geophysics, and I was doing digital signal processing as part of my job. I worked on seismic signals and traces. And I attended a conference that came to the city where I was working on the origin of life. Now, I was under the impression at that time, I was a young scientist, that the evolutionary biologists had that question and pretty much everything all sewn up. There were many very prominent origin of life biochemists at this conference, and I was shocked to find out that the leading people in this field were very candid about their, in a sense, ignorance, their lack of an adequate evolutionary explanation for the origin of the first life. In fact, at that conference, the key thing that they kept discussing was this problem of the origin of genetic information. Where did the information come from? And so as I entered my postgraduate studies a year or so later, I naturally became fascinated with this, and I eventually chose the topic of the origin of life and the related questions about scientific methodology as my PhD topic. And as I got into this, I came across something that was very helpful for framing the issue. It was a famous book, small book, by Jacques Monod. He was a French molecular biologist. He was a close colleague of Crick's, especially in the 60s. And he simply argued that if we were to approach any topic scientifically, we needed to invoke certain basic kinds of explanatory categories. We needed to either explain events by reference to chance, stochastic or random processes, or by reference to law-like processes.
Just don't happen by chance.
Or if I let go of a ball and it falls to the earth, we say it falls because of a law-like necessity. It falls by the law of gravity, by necessity. So Monod's point was, when we're explaining things in science, we want to explain things by reference to either chance or necessity or the combination of the two. And as I began to investigate the different theories that have been proposed to explain the origin of life and in particular the origin of the information necessary to produce it, I found that they broke nicely into these three categories. The first approach early on was the approach called chance. Just was the idea that some kind of random association of these chemical building blocks that occurred on the early Earth, something called the prebiotic soup. And though it may not have been that probable, eventually the odds were in its favor, and these information-rich molecules would have arisen. There was a famous scientist, George Wald, who put this idea forward in 1954. Now, by 1971, it's very striking as you read the literature in origin of life biology. Most of the leading researchers had utterly rejected the pure chance hypothesis.
So yeah, mind you, when they saying this, it's just like this soup of all of these chemicals that was just rolling around, and somehow salts and sugars bonded together with nucleotide acids and created a whole complex coding system in which which a part of the sequences would cause another complex system called RNA to be able to understand the code of DNA, transcribe it to the proteins, and then the proteins translate it, in which the proteins can take that, pass through the membrane of the nucleus, and then become a human being. That just happened by chance because it was just some shit stirring around in the pot, and it stirred around in the pot until it magically became a person.
Here's one, A.G. Karen Smith, a Scottish chemist, who says blind chance is very limited. Low levels of cooperation he can produce exceedingly easily, the equivalent of letters and small words. But chance becomes very quickly incompetent as the amount of organization increases. I got a visual aid. Again, I had to look this up online last night to find out if you all play Scrabble as we do, but there is a British Scrabble association. So I'm sure you're familiar with this game with the letters. And I used to do a kind of thought experiment with my students to convey to them why the origin of life scientists had given up on chance. What I would do is I'd walk around the room with this bag of Scrabble letters, have the students choose a letter at random, and go up to the board and write whatever letter it was. And almost invariably, within 3 or 4 letters, the board would be full of gibberish. Now, on one or two occasions, the students would produce a few small, not so much words, or maybe word-like syllables or something like got or bit or something. And students being students, they would start to kind of do cat calls and say, yeah, we're showing you up. But I always won the experiment. And the way I always won is what Karen Smith's talking about. I just let the students continue to select letters, because very soon the gibberish would dwarf whatever little tiny elements of possible meaning were there. And this is Karen Smith's point. If you want chance to produce a little bit of information, it may work out for you. But as the amount of information required increases, unless you have vast probabilistic resources, lots and lots of trials, you can't get the job done. Now, one of the things that contributed to this view among origin of life scientists was something called the combinatorial problem. There's a way of illustrating that with a simple device, a bike lock. If you think of the number of different ways of arranging the dials here, you realize that each one of these dials on the bike lock has 10 possible settings. And there are 4 dials. So the total number of possible settings is not 10 plus 10 plus 10 plus 10, but rather 10 times 10 times 10 times 10, or 10,000 possible combinations. Now shift the context a little bit. I had my graphic artist design this. I don't think there are locks like this, but given the crime rate these days, maybe it would be good to have one. This is a bike lock with 10 dials. Now, again, the number of possible combinations and the odds, or probability rather, of finding the right combination by chance increases precipitously, exponentially. Now we have 10 times 10, 10 to the 10th power, 10 billion possible combinations. Now imagine you're a thief out in front of the hotel wanting to pick a lock like this. If you have just 30 seconds or a minute before the porters come out, is it more likely than not or less likely than not that you're going to
You're right about that, and a lot of that is to let you, like, we on face value, we like to look and say, well, all black people are the same. But righteously, it's not only just culture that separates you. We see it in our genetic makeup, in just in some of the smallest parts of Africa. You can see so many different genetic makeups. So yeah, you see, we got the most genetic diversity that you will see on the planet is in Africa, amongst each other and amongst people that you would say look just like each other. So it's crazy. We'll assume that, but then, you know, they want to tell you, well, this person is German, this person is Italian, this one is a Jew, this and that. Nah, we're way more complex than they even are as far as being different or diverse.
find that correct combination by chance? Well, obviously, it's vastly more unlikely that you will find that than it is likely that you will find it. And now the same thing ends up applying to the problem of generating even a single information-rich DNA or protein molecule by chance. I'll illustrate the principle with proteins. If you take just a short little section of a polypeptide, a short little section of amino acids with 10 sites, given that you have 20 possible amino acids that could attach in this growing chain at each site, you have 20 times 20 times 20 to the 10th power possibilities, which works out to 10 trillion possible combinations for a very short little section of polypeptide. Now, most proteins are many hundreds of amino acids long. The average protein is something around 300 amino acids. The protein, I have a colleague, Doug Axe, who's here with us tonight, who's done experimental work on very modest length proteins of a shorter length, about 150 amino acids. And if you begin to think about this mathematically, a very obvious problem arises for the chance hypothesis. If you have 150 sites with 20 possibilities at each site, you have 20 to the 150th power possibilities, which in base 10 computes to 10 to the 195th possibilities. So the odds of getting the probability of getting any particular sequence stands at 1 chance in 10 to the 195th. Now, we happen to know that there's some variability admitted at these amino acid sites. So the problem is not quite that severe. What Dr. Axe has done is investigate a very important question that arose in the 1960s as scientists were beginning to think about the probability of chance alone generating these large information-rich biomolecules. And the question was this: how rare or common are the functional sequences, functional proteins or information-rich DNA molecules, among all the possible combinations? If that group of 10 to the 195th is populated liberally with functional combinations such that almost anything you try will give you a combination that will, by analogy, unlock the function or perform a biological function, then chance alone might get the job done. But what Dr. Axe found was that the space of possible arrangements of amino acids, what mathematicians call a combinatorial space, was very extremely, I can't use enough adjectives, infrequently populated by functional combinations. He did some very careful sampling work called site-directed mutagenesis and showed that in the case of a very simple 150 amino acid long protein, the odds of getting correct sequencing were about 1 chance in 10 to the 77th power. Now, I won't go through all the math here. I do it in the book. But when you combine that insight with a number of the other factors that are relevant to computing the probability of generating a single protein by chance, including the important factor of the number of trials that you might have since the very beginning of the universe, you come to a startling result. And that result is this: that if every event from the beginning of the universe till now was devoted to searching for one of these functional combinations among all the possibilities, which is, again, a kind of an absurdly generous assumption, you would not have time to search more than about 1 trillionth of all the possibilities. A little tiny needle in a vast haystack the size of a galaxy. And so as scientists began to grapple with this, to understand that it was vastly more likely that chance was false than it was true, that chance could get the job done rather than that it couldn't get the job done, they began to reject it and look for other approaches to the origin of information and the origin of life, as it related to the origin of life. Now, obviously, the Darwinian approach in biological evolution has never been to rely on chance alone. That would be a kind of caricature of the theory, one which some people promulgate, but I'm not doing here tonight. Instead, the Darwinian approach has always been to conjoin random variations or random mutations, chance events, with the law-like properties of the process known as natural selection. And so it was natural that scientists attempting to explain the origin of life would early on invoke selection, natural selection, to operate in conjunction with chance as a way of trying to overcome these large probabilistic hurdles to the origin of information. Unfortunately, there was a real problem with this approach, and it was a logical problem that became apparent fairly early on. It's simply the logical fallacy of begging the question. And here's the problem. Natural selection is a process that involves differential reproduction. It is only operative or relevant once you have an organism that can copy itself and leave offspring of different varieties. So natural selection presupposes self-replication, the ability of an organism to copy itself. It presupposes a form of life, in fact. But what are we trying to explain? Well, we're trying to explain the origin of the information necessary to produce life, and self-replication in all living organisms depends upon sequence-specific, that is, information-rich DNA and proteins. In other words, we are invoking the very thing we're trying to explain in order to explain it. One scientist, the Nobel Prize-winning biochemist who works a lot on the origin of life, Christian de Duve, puts it this way. He says, theories of prebiotic natural selection are problematic because, quote, they need information, which implies they have to presuppose what is to be explained in the first place. I have a little illustration of the question-begging nature of this that I used to use with my students. I would depict an absent-minded philosopher of science walking home from class.
And that's the dagger. It needs information.
Poor hapless soul, not paying attention to where he was going, would fall into a big pit. Pit was 30 feet deep. He found there was no way out. But then he began to reflect, to think deep philosophical thoughts, and he thought, I could get out of here if I only had a ladder. And so the philosopher of science climbed out of the hole, went home and got a ladder, and jumped back in the hole and climbed his way out. This is logically illustrative of the problem of prebiotic natural selection. Now, it begs the question. Now, there's a more sophisticated version of this idea that is currently considered to be the most cutting-edge idea about the origin of life. It's called the RNA world. And the idea of the RNA world is that in the beginning was not a simple cell, but before that, there was a simple self-replicating molecule. And that once that molecule began to copy itself, it produced a crop of offspring which could compete, and that's how the evolutionary process got going, which then in turn generated additional complexity. Well, there are a number of problems with the RNA world, and I'm happy to speak to them all in the question and answer time. I have an extensive chapter about this in the book. It's interesting to note, for example, that Christian de Duve and other people who are very much in the forefront of origin of life studies are now saying that we now need a pre-RNA world because the RNA world is so fraught with difficulty. But for the purposes of my talk, I want to just highlight one of those difficulties, and it is, again, an information problem. The RNA world envisions an RNA molecule capable of copying itself. The backstory on that is that they're called ribozyme engineers. Scientists are working very hard to try to get RNA to do the things that we hope it would do if the RNA world hypothesis were to be true. Have found that in the best of cases, they've been able to get an RNA molecule that can copy about 1/10 of itself, about 1/10 of the bases. But to do that, even to get that limited replicase capacity, requires a huge amount of information in the form of very precisely sequenced bases that have been sequenced by an intelligent agent, namely the ribozyme engineer. So what exactly does that simulate? Well, some might say it simulates the role of intelligent design, but setting that point aside, it certainly shows that the RNA world does not account for the origin of information. Again, it too presupposes information just to get that primitive molecular replicator going. So this whole approach of relying on natural selection, whether with simple organisms or simpler molecules, has run into a very imposing obstacle. Now, the third approach recommended by Monod's categories is the approach of necessity or law, or what goes by the name in origin of life studies as self-organizational scenarios. The idea here was very simple. It was proposed first in the late 60s and early 70s, and it was the idea that perhaps these large biomolecules could be likened to something like a crystal, where the forces of attraction between the constituent parts determine the order, the sequencing of the chemical constituents of the molecule. A crystal of salt has two ions, the sodium with the plus charge and the Cl with the minus. There's a force of attraction. That force of attraction generates, in a very self-organizational way, a beautiful, orderly crystal lattice. Two scientists, Kenman and Steinman, proposed that perhaps that's what's going on to explain the origin of the information, the sequence specificity in proteins. Maybe that's what's at work in nucleic acids as well. Now, after several years working on this proposal, they wrote a very important book called Biochemical Predestination. They weren't Calvinist theologians, they were chemists, saying that the structure of DNA, the information it contained, was predetermined or biochemically predestined by these forces of attraction between its constituent parts. Now, they ended up repudiating their own theory. They had invoked this initially to account for the sequential arrangement of the amino acids and proteins. They found that there were some slight differences in the bonding affinities between the amino acids, but none of them correlated to the arrangement of amino acids in known proteins. But with the DNA, they found that there was an even deeper problem. It was Kenyon who overtly repudiated this idea. And the problem was this, and I need to direct your attention to, good, it works. The structural formula for the DNA molecule. The pentagons and the sugars form what's called the backbone. And there's one on each side. The A's, C's, T's, and G's in these little boxes represent the nucleotide bases. Remember that it's the sequential arrangement of those bases that conveys the assembly instructions for building the proteins, for arranging the amino acids in the.
Now the backbone that they showing you, right? Like I said, salt, sugar, right? Matter of fact, hold on, let's pull that up real quick. Let's see. Oh, I'm gonna leave that right there. Hold on. All right, so you see where you got it, right? That spine part of the DNA that's holding in the acid is, you see it, phosphate, right? The phosphate, what is it? Deoxyribose, right? The phosphate deoxyribose. Now that ribose is, or you could also call it the ribose sugar, right? So, hold on, let's see if I can find. Let's see what we see. All right. Here we go. Right. So each nucleotide monomer or monomer, whatever, is built from three simple molecular parts: sugar and phosphate group. Sugar, a phosphate group, and a nucleobase, right? So remember, the nucleobase would be the ACTG, right? That's what that's all made of. But when we talk about the sugar, right? So we already know, we don't even have to look that up. Part of it is sugar. Let's see what phosphate is. You see what that says? When you look up what phosphate is, right? When you look at what phosphate is, it's a what? A salt, right? You see that? Has a salt function. So you have sugar, salt, and then the nucleotide acids, right? Sugar, salt, and then the acids. That's what your DNA is. So if you add those three together, you telling me how long does it take for that to sit together and bond before it creates a whole complex blueprint for how to build not even just build a human. Just think about it. A whole complex blueprint on how to build life. Cause it ain't even just the human. You talking about plants, animals, fruit flies. All of these different things are relying on this blueprint to come from DNA. And when we look at DNA, it's saying that basically this is dealing with a bond between salt, sugar, and some nucleic acids.
The right way. Now, what they were trying to do was to explain the sequencing, why the arrangements are just the way they are, by reference to forces of chemical attraction. Now, notice that in the molecule, there are these, in the way we represent the structure, there are these little sticks. The sticks represent chemical bonds. Now, notice that there are chemical bonds between the sugars and the phosphates, chemical bonds between the sugars and the bases, but there are no chemical bonds between the individual nucleotide bases. Now, this has a really powerful implication for their self-organizational model, because if there's no chemical interaction here, you can't invoke chemistry to explain the sequencing. You can't even invoke the attachment site here, because this bond is called an N-glycosidic bond for people who are keeping track on their scorecards. This bond is the same in every case, so that at each site along the DNA chain, any one of the four bases can attach. It's chemically indeterminate. Any one of those bases can accept, or any one of those sites can accept any one of the bases. The chemistry, in other words, is not determining what attaches or the arrangement of the bases that attach to the medium. The message is here, the chemical message is here, the medium is here, but the chemistry is not determining the sequencing. When Kenyon realized this, he abandoned his whole self-organizational approach. I have a visual illustration, especially for people who aren't chemists. Forgive me. case the structural formula of DNA didn't make a lot of sense, I've got a little message up here that combines some scientific terminology with American slang. The double helix rocks. All my students used to use rocks as a verb to say they liked something. Now, what we have here is a physical analogy to what's going on in the DNA molecule. In the DNA molecule, you have the backbone, the sugar phosphate backbone. It's not the message, but the medium upon which the instructions are inscribed. I have a medium as well, a backboard, a chemical or a magnetic chalkboard. The little tiny message I have here is also stuck to the backbone with a force of attraction. It's a magnetic force of attraction. But notice that that magnetic force of attraction does not determine the arrangement of the characters in this little informational message. That's determined, well, Michael Polanyi, who first recognized this fact of DNA, said that the information was extrinsic to the physics and chemistry. It's coming from outside the physics and chemistry. Note, we can tell that the magnetism is not responsible for the information because I can quickly rearrange things. We have all the same magnetic forces in play, but we have destroyed the specified information that was there originally. So this is what this helps, I think, understand what's going on in DNA. It's not the physics and chemistry that's determining the messaging. Moreover, if it were the physics and chemistry, it turns out that what you would end up with is not an information-rich sequence, but instead something that information theorists refer to as redundancy or simple repetitive order. If every time in that DNA molecule you got a T, you turned up a G along the spine, then what you'd end up with is a kind of repeating messages of TG, 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 TG. You'd get a molecular mantra, not a message, not an information-rich sequence or that could direct protein synthesis. So both for empirical reasons and in principle theoretical reasons, scientists working on this self-organizational approach abandoned it. If it had been the case that self-organizing properties were responsible for the information in DNA, we would have been actually incorrect that it was informational. It would have been redundant order rather than specified complexity. Well, all of this got me thinking as I was following the developments of these various failed attempts to account for the origin of information. I had encountered some scientists in the mid-'80s who were entertaining the idea that the information in the DNA molecule might have resulted from an intelligent cause. They were thinking intuitively, and you might just think of that magnetic chalkboard illustration. Where did the information come from? Well, it came from a quasi, at least, intelligent designer, namely me. And there were scientists who were beginning to wonder, one in particular, a man named Charles Thaxton, who wrote a book called The Mystery of Life's Origin, was beginning to wonder if perhaps the information we were seeing in DNA wasn't pointing to what he called an intelligent cause, actual design, not apparent design. And I was aware of these ideas, not entirely convinced at first, and I began to wonder as I got deeper into the question of the origin of life in my studies at Cambridge, was it possible that this design hypothesis could be formulated as a rigorous scientific hypothesis, as a rigorous scientific argument, as an alternative to chance, necessity, or the combination of the two? And oddly, ironically, I became more intrigued with this idea as I began to study the works of Charles Darwin. I was looking particularly at the method of reasoning that Darwin used. And he used a method of reasoning and scientific testing that was called inference to the best explanation. He defended himself against the physicists who said, your theory isn't scientific because it makes no predictions. And he said, well, I make some predictions, but mainly I explain the data, and I hold my theory because it explains the data better than the competing hypotheses. Now, my last year as a PhD student, there was a young, at that time, lecturer coming named Peter Lipton. He later rose to become the department chair of the History and Philosophy of Science department at Cambridge. He tragically died just a couple years ago of a heart attack, prematurely, in fact. But Lipton helped me a great deal because he was also working on this question of scientific methodology. And he had explicated in some detail this idea of inferring to the best explanation. He said what scientists often do, especially if they're looking at unobservable things in physics or unobservable past events, is they posit that explanation which, if true, would best explain the data. So if you're trying to explain an event in the remote past, you would posit all those different causes that might explain that event, and then you would infer that one which explained it best. Now that raises a question in the philosophy of science, which is, what does it mean to be a best explanation? Lipton argued persuasively that in most contexts of science, the best explanation is going to be a cause of some kind. But which cause? Well, it turned out, interestingly, that Darwin and his scientific mentor had worked out some very practical criteria for answering this question. And I first came across it reading the front piece of Charles Lyell's famous Principles of Geology. It had a long, boring Victorian subtitle, but I'm glad I read to the end because it caused a light bulb to go on for me. Principles of Geology, he said, being an attempt to explain the former changes of the Earth's surface by reference to causes now in operation. And when I read the phrase causes now in operation, it helped me, first of all, to see what the criterion was for deciding what a best historical scientific explanation is. What Lyell was saying here was that if we're going to explain an event in the remote past, we should posit a cause which is known from our present experience to have the capacity to produce the effect in question. For example, I hail from Washington State in the United States. We had a big volcano blow up in 1980. If you go to eastern Washington today, there's a layer of ash that is still discernible across the Palouse country. A geologist finding that, wanting to know what caused it, who may not have been around in 1980, might reason in the following way. Might generate, according to Lyell's principles, he might
and what seems to bond them is hydrogen.
Maybe it was an earthquake.
That's what seems to be what bonds
them. It was an
them.
eruption. But he would then infer that causal explanation, which, based on our uniform and repeated experience of cause and effect, based on our knowledge of causes now in operation, we know is capable of producing the effect in question. In this case, obviously, the geologist would infer a volcanic eruption because we know that volcanoes can produce ash, whereas neither floods nor earthquakes have been witnessed to do so. This was another way of expressing his uniformitarian idea that the present is the key to the past, where specifically now we're talking about our present knowledge of cause and effect being a guide to inferring what happened in the past. Now this, I said, caused a light bulb to go on for me. First of all, it helped me see how the scientists had in very practical ways answered this philosophical question of what constitutes the best explanation. The second thing it helped me do, though, was answer the question I had in the back of my mind about whether or not it was possible to formulate a positive, affirmative scientific argument for intelligent design. About the same time I was reading Darwin and Lyell on this, what is also known as the vera causa principle, invoking true causes, causes known to produce the effect in question, I came across this passage in an information scientist who was a pioneer in the application of information concepts to molecular biology. His name was Henry Quasler, and he said this. He said that the creation of new information is habitually associated with conscious activity. And that really caused a light to go on. Because first of all, I thought, is that true? Well, if you think about that, from our uniform and repeated experience, the basis of all scientific reasoning, according to Lyell and Darwin, it is true. Whether we're thinking of hieroglyphic inscriptions or paragraphs or headlines in a newspaper or sections of computer code or even information embedded in a radio signal, when we trace information back to its source, invariably we come to a mind, not an undirected material process. So the presence of information at the foundation of life seemed to me to provide a compelling indicator of a prior intelligent cause. One that could be arrived at, the awareness of which could be arrived at by applying this Darwinian and Lyellian method of allowing our present knowledge of cause and effect to dictate our understanding of what the best explanation of an event in the remote past was. I have the slide here with a quote from Bill Gates. DNA is like a computer program, but far more advanced than any we've ever created. I would argue it's not just like it in respect to its specified complexity, but DNA has the same property of specified complexity the computer codes do. Well, let's think about this from our ordinary experience, from our uniform and repeated experience. What does it take to generate digital code in a computational environment? Well, clearly not wind and erosion, or random number generators, not chance or necessity, or even the combination of the two. Whatever you might think of in Windows, they are intelligent beings there at Microsoft that are producing the information. So we have a wealth of experience of agency producing information. Now, in Signature in the Cell, I developed these intuitions in a lot more detail. But I developed the case for intelligent design very consciously using the method of scientific reasoning that I learned about from Darwin, from Lyell, from Peter Lipton, and it has a couple of names: the method of multiple competing hypotheses and the method of inferring to the best explanation. And I look at the attempts to explain the origin of information based on chance.
Facts, GTO.
Combination of the two. And I infer that intelligent design provides the best explanation because each of these other forms of explanation have been shown for various reasons, either empirical, theoretical, or both, to be incapable to produce the information necessary to produce the first life. Now, coming back full circle to where I started the lecture, as we think about Darwin's legacy, my own view is that his enduring legacy is not that he refuted the design argument, but instead that he established the legitimacy of questions about design, real, whether it be real or apparent. That's a legitimate scientific question. He answered it one way. I'm now answering it another way. But that he also used and formulated a powerful method of scientific investigation that allows us to look at these questions of origin, to look at life's history as a properly scientific endeavor. And I have used that very method to make my case for intelligent design. Now, one final postscript. I have made the case for intelligent design tonight, though not in the book, relying only on what you might call molecular biology 101, the very basic things that have been known since the late 1960s. It's striking that these undirected materialistic theories of evolution, of chemical evolution, have been unable to account for even that. But in recent years, especially since the publication of the results of something called the ENCODE project, we have been learning a lot more about the information-bearing properties of DNA, the informational properties of the whole information processing system in the cell. And I had a conversation recently with one of the programmers that works closely with us at our lab. He's an elite architect level programmer at Microsoft. And he walked into my office one day and threw a book down on my table. It was called Design Patterns. It's a standard design manual for software engineers. And he said somewhat dramatically, especially for a software guy, he says, "I get the eerie feeling that someone figured this out before us." And I said, "What do you mean?" And he said, "Well, you know, Meyer, you're always going on about all the digital code in the DNA." And I said, "That is impressive. I get that." But he said, "What impresses me more is the design patterns, the design strategies that are clearly at work in the information processing system in the whole of the cellular gene expression system." He'd been doing programming to represent that in a simulation. For one thing, we know that the junk DNA, what we used to think of as junk, the non-coding regions of the genome, are now important, are known to be functional, and overall this junk DNA, which is no longer junk, the non-coding DNA, is functioning like an operating system, which is directing the timing and regulation.
Shout out to Suave.
The data files, the DNA coding regions of, the protein coding regions of the DNA. There's automated error correction. There is a files within folders hierarchical filing system, both in the cell and in our complex digital computing world. There is a mode of digital storage and retrieval of informational modules. The cell needs a certain kind of protein to be built. Oftentimes it will go and find different data sets stored in different places, access them, concatenate them, and build a completely new protein on a needs basis. My computational friend, my computer engineering friend, was saying, this is mind-boggling because we use all these same design patterns, these same design strategies. And then he also talked about the nested coding of information, what's called dual coding or dual encryption. So the case for intelligent design is based on the molecular biology 101, but I think it's gotten even stronger because of these other things we're learning about the information processing system of life and how that system manifests features which, again, are produced by one and only one known type of cause, that being intelligence. And so for all those reasons, I've concluded that it is possible to formulate a scientific theory of intelligent design. And in fact, at present, that theory, I would argue, provides the best explanation of these crucial informational features of living systems. Thank you very much.
Time is just about up. I think we must have one.
I gotta say, shout out to Swab, because he did say that what they was calling junk DNA had a function that they just had not found yet. He called that about 5 or 6 years ago. So look at the advancement. They weren't able to read the code. They thought the code was worthless. Just like they say that the brain is filtering out, the information that's getting filtered out by the brain is useless. No, you just think it's useless. We don't know that right now. We just know that it's programmed to do so.
And I happened to notice table 6 first, so.
Basically, what is science?
Thank you.
Now, the reason I'm asking this is that you've regularly been saying this is a scientific argument, but we have academic institutions and professional institutions around the world coming out saying intelligent design is not science.
Right.
And
I've heard that
so-
before, actually. Yeah.
So there's something wrong here. We need some clarification about
Thank you.
what is science.
Well, this is where, by the way, I have a colleague here, Douglas Axe, who's a protein chemist and molecular biologist, and he directs our lab. My background is in the philosophy of science, and it is the discipline of philosophy of science that addresses these questions of the definition of science. It turns out defining science is a notoriously difficult thing to do. It's a semantic debate. It's a debate about definitions. And depending on how you define science, you can either exclude or include within the designation of science all manner of different theories and competing ideas. Darwin faced it, interestingly enough, in the 19th century. Herschel and others called his theory of natural selection by random variation the law of higgledy-piggledy. And they caricatured it as a non-scientific thing because it was not based on a law-like process. It was strictly law-like. And that's where he invoked inference to the best explanation to defend himself. My case, fundamentally, I don't care whether intelligent design is considered to be science or not. That is not the most important question. That is a semantic question. The most important question is whether it is true, or whether it's likely to be true, or most likely to be true, given the evidence we have. What people have done to avoid answering that more fundamental question is repair to these semantic arguments. Oh, it's not true because it's not, intelligent design is not science, therefore we don't have to consider the case for it. I don't think that follows. Whatever you call it, there is a compelling evidential argument for it. But I also think that using very basic understandings, a very credible definition of science, typically people want to demarcate science from non-science, invoking an understanding of, by reference to method. Science is different than non-science by reference to the methods it uses. Well, the case for intelligent design, and this is why I emphasize this in the lecture, is based on the very same method of reasoning.
Now, it's crazy that you say that, right? Because remember, when they were talking about atoms around like the 1st century AD, right? Think about that. At a time they were talking about atoms around the 1st century AD. That was before they could observe that they could observe it as a physical molecule, which you can really say it still isn't, but whatever, right? Before they could even observe or knew or ever even seen an atom, they were talking about atoms, right? So it's funny how they'll make it seem like philosophy doesn't have its place in science, when the 9 times out of the 10, the reason why the progression is in science is based off of philosophy, right? So at one point in time, the atom was just speculation and philosophy, and then next thing you know, they're splitting it and creating atomic nuclear weapons. So it's funny how they try to use that, the term philosophy as a scapegoat to kind of get around, like he said, answering the question.
That Darwin employed. So if you want to argue that intelligent design is not science, then applying that same criterion, that same yardstick, you will have to exclude Darwinism from consideration as a scientific theory. Now, I happen to think both are scientific theories. I happen to think chemical evolutionary theory, the actual opposite number of my case for intelligent design, is a scientific theory. The definitional question should not be dispositive. That's just a matter of how you categorize an idea. That's not fundamentally interesting. What's fundamentally interesting is whether it's true or not. But the way people do this categorization is they're called demarcation arguments. And they're notorious in philosophy of science because they always fail. And let me illustrate it. One of the simple demarcation criteria that's been offered is the idea of observability. If something's going to be a scientific theory, if a theory is scientific, it must not invoke unobservable entities. Well, ask Professor Josephson in theoretical physics about whether there are unobservable entities that ought to be part of science. Or consider Darwinism. Darwinism invokes unobservable past events, transitional intermediate forms that are not observable, and yet or past mutational events, not observable. If you make observability, a strict criterion of a theory being scientific, we have to disqualify all kinds of theories that are considered scientific, including intelligent design. And so what I found is as you examine these demarcation criteria, what I found is that if you apply them very
strictly, especially quantum physics,
then not only intelligent design, but all competing evolutionary ideas are disqualified from consideration as science. If you apply them more realistically, taking into account the nature of the inquiry, that it's an historical scientific inquiry, then both intelligent design and competing evolutionary theories are properly considered to be scientific. So in short, I think the objection is a red herring. But if you take it seriously and let people define what they think science is, invariably it does not do the work of settling the debate, of discriminating between one approach and another. So the biggest example of this was the federal judge in the United States in the Dover trial who wanted to disqualify intelligent design. He said it wasn't science. And I was asked in the media my thoughts on this, and I said, well, we actually don't look to federal judges to settle deep and imponderable questions about the nature and definition of science. It's a different discipline is in charge of that. And so anyway, that's my not so short answer.
Well, thank you very much. Unfortunately, the time is past that has been allocated for this magnificent occasion. And I think we're all extremely grateful to Stephen for his very clear explanation. As I understand it, the basic point is that in the cells, there is a fairly substantial program which works in producing the life as an arrangement of the amino acids. The arrangements are such that mere chance or a mixture of chance and necessity wouldn't demonstrate the way in which such a working system or organization could evolve or come into being. If we look around the world, the only way in which working systems of that kind have been put in place is as a result of the operation of human minds. In other words, intelligence. And therefore, if you look at what the possibilities are, the only possibility that at the moment seems to work is the possibility of an intelligence operating to produce that sequence. And I think the stance of Stephen is that at the moment, this is the best available theory. If in time some better theory comes, well, it would displace it. But until that happens, Stephen's hypothesis is that this is the best explanation of that fundamental aspect of human life. I had the privilege once of asking Richard Dawkins what he meant by life. I'm still waiting for the answer. Well, thank you very much indeed, Stephen, and your colleague for being here with us tonight and for all you've done in the pursuit of science in this area. And I think we also wish to thank very much those who have provided this occasion for us as an opportunity to hear for ourselves the arguments that Stephen has deployed in his book and explained verbally, which for some of us is easier to follow than reading. Otherwise, for some others, some find it easier to read than to listen. But we've had the privilege of having the opportunity to do both. And for that, we're very grateful. And thank you very much to the institution and to the particular people who so kindly provided this, and to all those in the premises who have served us so well with such a delicious meal and within the sort of confines and restrictions that are involved in mixing science with food. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you for your good summary. I should have had you do the real extras.
Thank you.
So, right. I don't think that it's a scientific argument to say that there is no programmer. I think that at the end of the day, to go against intelligent design is to not follow the scientific method. It's just simple and plain. And so what would be the methods that we use? Well, today, in order for us to understand how the past was scientifically, we try to do a compare and a contrast to things that we see today. No different. So a lot of times, what we assume that we're recreating, but instead we're kind of like we're almost, I can't think of the term, but it's like taking it apart. It's almost like we're putting something back together. You know what I mean? That's already been in existence. That's one of the things they talk about. The fact that if we're able to create a simulation world, then that only proves that we're in one. It only proves that we're in one. So, like I said, you can't follow that same method and then start using words like codes and programs and all of that, and then not say that, that there doesn't have to be a programmer. Oh, well, yes, sir. There actually does, if we're going to break it down by the scientific method. There's enough evidence to say that there is a programmer until otherwise defined. Like, that's just, I don't even see how you even get around that argument. Otherwise, y'all got to find different terms to go by when you're talking about DNA. And you can't. That's why they said, and you look at it, the way it's coded is similar to a computer code with the ones and the zeros. Now, the point that I was making was also, when you think about what they're able to do with CRISPR, now we seen what China was able to do. They already produced embryos of a baby that would basically, that would be repellent to HIV, and its descendants would also be. Now, one of the other things that they're leading in is also quantum computing. So when we talk about some of the leaps and bounds that has to be taken in being able to understand genetic coding, there's nothing that's going to be able to understand it faster than a quantum computer. There ain't no question. No question. But so I think I'll end this out here. I might jump right back up and react to the nutcases. There's been a lot that's been going on, so I might do a little reaction to that. We'll see what happens. But I think this is a good space right here to go ahead and end this. And let's see, how can we end this song right here? No, we ain't hear the Dark Side anthem, and I think this is right here telling. Peace, y'all.
I feel the unholy spirit when it's moving through. Dark side, clearing up all the lies and the rumors too. Dark side, you say you want my life, you gotta fight me first. Dark side, come outside round here, there's nothing like church. Dark side, come and get this life. They talked about Jesus, give them something to Babylon. Just know my whole team is battle tested and battle strong. One world speaking that Tower Babel tongue. Cold Hammurabi thinking ancient Babylon. No pun intended, Reaganomics had us under avalanche. We took off like a rocket, they was praying we could never launch into the upper echelon. You can never be yourself. Every day is Comic-Con, fast money Ramadan. Who collected Comic-Con? Cold check my vital signs. Motel 6 float. Woke up with the brightest mind. Out of sight, out an idle mind. They hate it when you idolize. We living in the final times. Guess you Ellen Keller blind. Spirit when it's moving through. Dark side, clearing up all the lies and the rumors too. Dark side, you say you want my life, you gotta fight me first. Dark side, come outside round here, there's nothing like church. Dark side, come and get this life. Put my soul on the altar, I never offer a sacrifice. The blood that we need for the lamb ain't never acting right. I take my path tonight, knowing that I might have to fight. I probably grab a knife and a 9. I guess I'm packing light, focus on the now. Just as much as the afterlife, I recognize the spirit is only taking up half the fight. Stairway to heaven, he won't make it up half a flight. He working, making bacon bits, probably out on the Sabbath night. Shoot for the moon, hoping to hit a satellite. You can ask them why when they see me, they call on Adonai. When we both know at the most he telling you half a lie. Feel the transition begin to happen when passing time. I came back in the sky, just like an astronaut, to say you selling Africans out. See you and asking Mike, and it's sad to say they really had it bad for Christ. And I hear the Habasha thinking they are the half of the spirit when it's moving through. Dark side, clearing up all the lies and the rumors too. Dark side, you say you want my life, you gotta fight me first. Dark side, come outside round here, there's nothing like church. Dark side, come and get this life work.